Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Next, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 189, The Mysterious Organization. In the dark, Lu Xin caught a whiff of the alcohol on the drunkard's body and finally understood why she had asked him to stay in her room. He finally understood why she had broken the rules and invited him to her house for dinner. Even revealing her true identity, he couldn't tell if he was disappointed or relieved. He composed himself and asked in a low voice, "The monster you're talking about is..." "It's very strange, at least 2 level 2 spiritual monsters," Drunkard said in a low voice. "They come here every night." Beyond level 2, Lu Xin was slightly surprised. He had been trained in this area, so he naturally understood the division of mental monsters. Spiritual monsters were the source of contamination. They were only active and possessed the characteristics of attacking or growing. As for the division of spiritual monsters, generally speaking, those with less than 1,000 spiritual energy levels were classified as first rank spiritual monsters. Those that exceeded 1,000 were considered level 2 spiritual monsters. A level 2 spiritual monster could already cause a great impact on the surroundings. This was also something that Lu Xin could not understand. A monster of this level would usually be detected by the defense system of the High Wall City the moment it appeared. How could it appear at Drunkard's place so casually? And even for several days. This matter should be related to the thing I'm investigating. Drunkard sat on the edge of the bed in the dark, took a thermos cup, and slowly took a sip. Then, he smacked his lips and shook his head. Looking very comfortable, he explained in a low voice. "You should have read the basic information before coming, right? Ever since the first few inexplicable cases appeared, I've been suspecting that an aptitude user is behind it, and I've been investigating this matter. At first, I thought it was some hot-headed young man who had just discovered his ability and started to act like he was the boss and was the second boss. However, after investigating for a while, I found out that this matter should be related to a mysterious organization called the Townspeople Association, a townsman gathering the mysterious organization." Lu Xin's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He could understand these 2 words, but when they were put together, it felt a little strange. Drunkard, however, nodded his head as if it was a matter of course. After the mutation, all the monsters and demons have come out. When the situation is chaotic, people tend to group up. Or rather, group up. So, although King Gang seems to be in good order, the water is deep in the dark. The little punks on the streets who have nothing to do will group up. And so will the people who run transportation in the wilderness. The antis in the community are divided into several camps according to the different streets. Not to mention those underworld organizations that take advantage of all kinds of loopholes. Lu Xin agreed with this statement. He had been rumored to have such a background in his company. Some people even said that they were the illegitimate children of some underworld boss, who killed without blinking and broke people's legs. This kind of rumor simply made people angry. However, when his sister told him about it, she seemed to be gloating. The drunkard chuckled. "However, these people are playing house together. It has nothing to do with us. That's the security hall's business. However, if there are any aptitude users from the wild who are absorbed by them and work for them, then it will be related to us. The difference between an ordinary small gang and a mysterious organization lies in the fact that they don't have any capable people joining them. There was a world-shaking difference between people with abilities and ordinary people. Just like the ghost that he had caught before, his ability was not strong, but it was extremely terrifying. If the aptitude users were allowed to mess around in the crowd, it would definitely cause chaos. As for the gangsters in the city, the Special Investigation Department didn't care about them. Just like what Chen Jing had said when she asked him to do the first investigation mission. If the other party was a perverted murderer or something, it would have nothing to do with him. Only things related to special pollution or people with superpowers needed the special Clearance Department's attention. Drunkard said in a low voice. I've almost investigated the association of fellow townsmen. It looks like they are just holding some sneaky gatherings. But in fact, they are a small missionary organization that believes in something like real home. However, I haven't been able to lock onto the aptitude user in their group, so I didn't want to alert them. I want to find him first. However, maybe the other party found out during my investigation, so he attacked me first, he said. At this point, she chuckled. 3 days ago, mental monsters appeared in our neighborhood. If I'm not wrong, they are here to find me. They know that I found their traces, so they want to kill me. So bold. Even though he had only joined the Special Investigations Department for a short time, Lu Xin was well aware of how capable his colleagues were. Not only did each of them have their own abilities, but they could also mobilize a large amount of city defense resources through the Special Clearance Department. Someone actually came to our door. Hee, young man. I've been in this line of work longer than you. Do you know what's the scariest thing to face such a situation? It's these guys. Drunkard's expression seemed to be able to see through the young man's thoughts. He chuckled and said, in this world, such a big red moon is hanging in the sky. It's not normal for people to be illuminated by it. Not everyone who has obtained abilities is willing to be recruited by the Special Investigation Department. Some people prefer to use their abilities to live the good life they want, while some people think of themselves as their auntie's living god. However, these are not scary, as long as they don't break the law. The Special Investigation Department won't make things difficult for them. Even if they break the law, we will still arrest them. Only these people. Drunkard pointed at his head. The corner of his mouth twitched, and said, your brain is broken. You dare to do anything? Similar to the source of the pollution, the Special Investigations Department dealt with the aptitude users. The Special Investigations Department would track and monitor any potential ability users that they found. After confirming their stability, they would try to recruit them. If the other party was not willing to be recruited, they would not be forced, but they would be given a warning and monitored. If they used their own abilities in life to obtain a certain range of convenience, the Special Investigation Department might choose to turn a blind eye to them. However, if they crossed the red line, they would be directly expelled and forced to leave the Highwall City. As for the ones who made big mistakes, they would be cleaned up. Or even worse, they would be forcibly absorbed as D-class personnel. The Special Investigation Department didn't necessarily have to be explained as the Special Pollution Cleaning Department. It could also be understood as a department that was especially good at cleaning up certain people. However, after Drunkard's explanation, he also understood why the other party dared to lay a hand on Drunkard. However, it was a little strange. Since the other party had come to find him, why was the Drunkard still staying in his house so obediently? With her level, she could at least apply for an army to guard here. Right. It's useless to ask the young men in the army to come over before we figure out the other party's ability. The Drunkard shook his head and said, since I've been discovered and even found my house, I can't hide anymore. After all, it's easy for me to leave. But what about Xiao Wu and Xiao Wang at home? It's not easy for them to meet an old man like me. I can't let them take such a risk again. Right, besides, there are so many neighbors around. Of course. The most important thing is, the Drunkard's voice was a little gloomier. It was clearly the voice of a little girl, but it revealed the tone of an old fox. They are looking for me. But I want to use this opportunity to find them. Lu Xin turned around in surprise. He saw Drunkard sitting on the edge of the bed in the dark, holding one leg and looking out the window. Because there were too many floors, although there was a little light shining in the community, it was very weak. Her delicate face looked like a young girl's hazy sadness. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he was filled with a sense of vicissitudes. I've been guarding this No. 4 satellite city for several years. My relatives and friends are all here. This place is my old nest. I don't care who they are, as long as they dare to come to my place and cause trouble. I have to let them know that they are still their grandpas. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, the antique clock in the living room of the drunkard's house slowly rang. The sound was melodious and slow, and it rang out 12 times in total. Drunkard came to the window and stretched his head forward to look. Lu Xin was curious as well, so he moved to the side and looked down at the residential area. The drunkard's house was in a high-end community in Satellite City No. 4. There were street lamps more than 10 meters away from each other, illuminating the entire community in a dark and quiet way. Most of the rooms in the other buildings in the community had turned off their lights, with only a few lights on occasionally. The bell in the living room finally stopped ringing, and the entire room fell silent. Subconsciously holding his breath, Lu Xin waited for a moment before he suddenly noticed that the streetlights in the residential area had begun to flicker. It was as if the voltage was unstable, and it quivered a few times before it went out quietly. The fire started from a distance, and slowly, it spread from the left to the right towards the drunkard's house. Every time a street light went out, a part of the area would fall into darkness. It looked as if two invisible monsters were coming with a dark night. Bit by bit, they covered the light of the street lights until the entire community fell into darkness. The smell of fresh blood came from downstairs. Chapter 190 Chapter 192 Monsters Part 2-1 Chapter 192 Monsters Part 2-1 As expected, two of them came. Drunkard's expression turned grim when he sensed the twisted psychic energy that appeared on the ground floor. He whispered to Lu Xin, "I've used my power to cover the entire building, so they can't locate my house. However, they are very patient. They came up floor by floor. I don't think it will be easy to deal with them tonight, but they can only stay here for a limited time. They can only stay here for about 3 to 4 minutes each time. According to my observation, they are different from ordinary mental monsters. They have a strong sense of purpose and are obviously controlled by someone. I suspect that the person controlling them should be hiding nearby. I'll leave it to you. While this mental monster is looking for me, go outside and take a look. According to my estimation, the controller should not be too far away. If you can find him or determine how they operate it, our job will be over." Lu Xin finally understood why Drunkard had requested the spider branch to come over and support him. He nodded slightly. "Be careful." Then, he picked up his bag and quietly pushed the door open. He stood in the living room and called out in a low voice, "Younger sister." The surroundings were quiet, and there was no response. Only in the drunkard's parents' room, the couple who had already fallen asleep under the influence of alcohol revealed a little subconscious smile. Finally, someone calls Wu Ji's little sister. His sister didn't come with him. This child was really naughty. Lu Xin started to panic when he saw that there was no response. The last time they caught a spirit, his sister had been a little disobedient. This time, he had yet to appear. This time, he was here to provide support. So of course, he had to follow Drunkard's opinion. In these few minutes, finding the source of the two mental monsters was the most important task of this mission. Unfortunately, that wretched girl was not by his side at the critical time. With such a working attitude, how could he survive in society in the future? Lu Xin was worried about his sister's future. He sneaked out of the door and headed straight to the end of the corridor. There was a side window in the corridor, and Lu Xin slipped out from it. The drunkard's house was on the 12th floor. Looking down, it was so dark that it made one dizzy. Even though his sister was not around, Lu Xin could still use her ability. He took a deep breath, and his body reached a strange calm state. It was as if every part of his body was in a strange state of balance. Then, he bit the backpack in his mouth and pressed both hands on the wall. His body swayed slightly, leaving the window frame under his feet and hanging on the wall. He had to admit that his body could do this, but he was still a little shocked. If he let go, he would become a rotten watermelon. 3 to 4 minutes. He mumbled the time to remind himself and then slid down. Like a spider in the dark, Lu Xin slid down to the first floor and turned around to look. Under the half-curved red moon in the sky, two tall monsters were climbing up the building of the community. One of them was 3 to 4 meters tall. with a bloated body and slender limbs. The most important thing was that it had no head, only a huge mouth on its stomach. However, there was a necklace wrapped around its body. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the necklace was made of human heads, and the blood was still very fresh. Those human heads were actually alive. They blinked their eyes or licked their lips, their eyes shining as they watched the surroundings. For this monster, the other one was an ivy-like bug. Its body was stuck to the floor and extended upwards little by little, growing many branches. At the end of each branch, there was an eye that looked through the window into the building. They are using this method to find Drunkard. Lu Xun immediately confirmed Drunkard's judgment. These two spiritual monsters were indeed looking for her, and they were most likely controlled by someone. A normal wild spiritual monster would only be controlled by instinct, contaminate, attack, and devour all humans or living things it met. If a wild mental monster had appeared here, they would have attacked this building or everyone in the community without a care. Unlike these two mental monsters, who were carefully searching for something, since it was man-made. Where was the person controlling them hiding? Lu Xun looked into the distance. He still remembered that the two monsters were coming from two different directions. In that case, if one were to reverse these two routes, the place where they intersected might be that person. With an idea in mind, Lu Xun pulled out his gun and bent his body slightly. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, he quickly charged forward. In the drunkard's residential area, the paths were curved, and they circled around a few buildings in the middle. The street lights were scattered along the two paths, but Lu Xun ignored the intersection. He ran along the curved path with his gun held tightly in his hand. He had already loaded the bullet and the safety was off. He planned to shoot at any strange person or object he saw, but he didn't see anything. The neighborhood was empty and dark. The half-red moon in the sky quietly looked down at the rows of high-rise buildings. There was nothing. Lu Xun furrowed his brows and tried his best to look into the distance. His thoughts were also constantly expanding. From the way the street lights went out just now, the two mental monsters came along two small roads. Then, the intersection of the two small roads should be where the person controlling the mental monsters was. In other words, the southeast corner of the district was the most suspicious place. However, when he looked over, there was nothing there. Even the security booth was quiet. Only two security guards were smoking and chatting. They had no idea that something had entered the residential area. Lu Xun stopped in the shadows, so that he wouldn't be caught by the two security guards. At this moment, he was forcing himself to calm down. His sister had not appeared even now, so he had no way to discuss it with anyone. Looking at the time, about a minute had passed. Drunkard might have already started a battle with the two mental monsters. Logically speaking, he could only take advantage of this time to find the controller and subdue him. However, he couldn't see it alone. Was he going to give up just like that? Lu Xun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. After entering the Special Investigation Department and experiencing so many things, his state of mind had imperceptibly changed. At the very least, he wouldn't become nervous and anxious whenever something happened, since his sister was playing and wasn't by his side, and he didn't have to ask his mother and father to come over for this small matter. He decided to solve it himself. He was thinking, what would his mother do if she was here? Chapter 191 Chapter 191 The Crazy Building. Chapter 191 The Crazy Building. He still remembered that when he went out of the city to look for the Order of Knights, his mother seemed to have the ability to directly locate the other party. After Lu Xun relaxed, the image of his mother's graceful figure flashed across his mind. Gradually, he became calmer and calmer. Then, he felt as if his view of the world had suddenly become much clearer. That clarity was not the clarity of his vision, but the clarity of his mind. When he looked at the two security guards at the door, he felt that they had become thin and transparent. He could feel their thoughts. It was as if they were discussing the unstable voltage in the neighborhood. Such a person was, of course, safe. Lu Xun then looked around at his surroundings. In the small building next to him, There were many people sleeping. Their minds were complicated and fuzzy. Everyone had their own thoughts and emotions. Their colors intertwined together to form a colorful ocean. At this moment, everything around him seemed to have changed in Lu Xin's eyes. He could see the spiritual bodies around him, and these spiritual bodies had all kinds of different colors. Or rather, it was not accurate to describe it with color. This color should be the feedback from his brain, so that he could understand the picture. What he saw was not color, but the state of a spiritual body. He could easily distinguish whether these spiritual bodies were at peace, irritable, excited, depressed, anxious, or some kind of depression from the various colors. Could it be that this was how her mother usually saw the world? This was the first time that Lu Xin had tried to use his mother's ability forcefully. Unlike his sister, his mother had never asked for her help. Before, whenever he needed her help, she would always be the one to appear and help him. Lu Xin found it difficult to digest the countless spiritual energy bodies and the myriad of colors that had suddenly surged into his vision. But he quickly understood the main point. His main goal now was not to analyze, to nnatne person wno control the mental monster. Thus, he forced himself to be alert and looked around. The surrounding floors and walls seemed to have turned into a black, translucent object. Lu Xin could see the spiritual entity behind them. Furthermore, Lu Xin was confident that as long as he saw the person controlling the mental monster, he would be able to distinguish him from the other residents of this neighborhood. The spiritual bodies of ordinary people and ability users were different, and the spiritual bodies of ability users should be different from ordinary ability users as well. As long as he was around, he would definitely be able to notice. With this thought in mind, Lu Xin's heart sank. He couldn't find the person who controlled the mental monster. At the same time, he was sure that it was not because he could not find her, but because there was no such person at all. Drunkard had misjudged. With that thought in mind, Lu Xin immediately turned and dashed toward the drunkard's house. Since the person controlling the mental monster wasn't here, there was only one way to find them. When his mother's ability was unable to find them, he would use his father's method. He would grab the two mental monsters and force them to tell him where they came from. However, how could he be more like his father? Lu Xin could make himself more like his sister. This way, he could borrow her power when she was not around. He could also imagine how his mother usually looked like and borrow her power. However, how could he borrow his father's power? His personality was too different from his father's. Even if she wanted to imitate him, she would not be able to learn the essence of it. With this thought in mind, Lu Xin strode forward, his speed increasing. Soon, he arrived at the drunkard's house. Lu Xin lifted his head and felt a headache coming on. His ears were ringing, as if he was being affected by a mess of television signals. However, this feeling only caused him to be dazed for a moment before he regained his senses and strode into the corridor. Even though he could climb up the wall, his sister wasn't by his side. Lu Xin felt that he wasn't very familiar with using her ability. When he climbed down the wall just now, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. Climbing up the wall again was a bit of a struggle. In addition, Drunkard had just said that these monsters would look for him from below, so he might encounter them first. Lu Xin rushed into the building and decided to rush up the stairs instead of pressing the elevator button. But just as he took a step, he was suddenly stunned as he saw a black shadow in front of him. When he looked over, the shadow in the darkness became clear. He saw her standing in the corridor, trembling, with a cold look in her eyes. Grandma Wang. Lu Xin was taken aback. Lu Xin had already met the old man when he returned with Drunkard. His surname was Wang, and he seemed to have brought a child to life here. He was a very kind old man. Usually, he would cook delicious food and give it to the neighbors to try. He had a good relationship with the neighbors. It was the middle of the night, and there was a mental monster here. Why would she go downstairs? You're the young men Ge brought back, right? Grandma Wang raised her head and saw Lu Xin. A kind expression appeared on her face, but perhaps it was because the light was too dim, or perhaps it was something else. Her smile was a little stiff, and her eyes were a little dark. She lifted the basket in her hand and smiled slowly. I'm giving the neighbors some good food, sending delicious food in the middle of the night. Lu Xun furrowed his brows slightly. He felt that something was amiss with her, so he did not leave immediately. Grandma Wang said slowly as she walked down the stairs. Her voice was a little strange in the dead silence of the corridor. I'm just a lonely old lady living here with my grandson. Who knows when I'll be bullied? These neighbors, none of them are good. Every day, they miss the little food that I bought and use a few broken fruits to stall them. I just don't want to argue with them after all. If there's anything in the future, you'll have to ask them for help. You ate my food and didn't return the favor. Do you think an old lady like me is so easily bullied? As she muttered, she slowly walked down, picked up the basket, and spat a few times into it. A strange smile appeared on his face. Let them eat. Let them eat. Lu Xun furrowed his brows and looked at the old lady. He did not see any mental monsters in her, so he nodded. He jumped up, grabbed the handrail of the stairs, and rushed upstairs. As he went up floor by floor, he realized that the building seemed to have become a ghost land. At that moment, he was still in the state of imitating his mother's ability, so he could see a lot of things. As he walked up, he saw all kinds of images in the entire building. Or rather, they appeared directly in his mind. On the 4th floor, they saw a couple quarreling. The woman stood outside the room with her big belly and scolded fiercely. You think I don't know what you're thinking? You're a beastard. A beastard? You've tricked me and now you're after my best friend. You did that disgusting thing in front of her photo in the bathroom. Do you think I didn't see it? You're so disgusting. Pa pa pa. The man in the room was crazily smashing things. LVE had enough of you. Why are you pretending to be so pretentious every day? You used to go to nightclubs every day and sleep with many people. Why can those people sleep with you just by treating you to a drink? Why do I have to buy you a house, a car, and expensive fruits now? Why do I have to serve you so humbly? Lu Xun ignored him and charged forward. On the 7th floor, he saw people fighting. A chubby woman was slapping the old man in the wheelchair. Old fart. Hurry up and tell me. Where is the money hidden? Your son's money is mine. Why did you hide it? You've been staring at my butt every day with your sneaky eyes. And you think I don't know? You're disgusting. You're shameless. You deserve to be pushed down the stairs. Damn it. Don't even think about running. The old man reached out to protect his head and shouted desperately. Don't even think about finding it. That's my son's money. Don't even think about finding it. I won't give it to you even if I burn the money. You can dream on. A stinky bitch like you should be thrown out of the wilderness. The people in this building had gone crazy. Lu Xun's body was strong and agile as he ran up the stairs. It was as if he was walking through hell. He saw a high school student wearing a school uniform and glasses squatting by the door. He poured a barrel of gasoline on a locked door and lit a match with a sneer. I'll burn you to death. I'll burn you to death. You won't buy me a computer. He saw a child pushing an old man who was walking towards the stairs and scolded. Why do you care? Go to hell. He saw a young man in a suit stealing cured meat from the neighbor's windowsill. He saw his wife pour a bottle of green medicine into the soup pot and stir it hard, his eyes shining with a warm light. Go to hell. All of you. Go to hell. Why should I do all the work at home? Why should I suffer all the anger? It's better to die. It's better for everyone to die. P.S. Would like to recommend a book to everyone. My cloud-raised girlfriend. Raising cats and dogs on the cloud. Have you ever tried raising a girlfriend on the cloud? If you feed your girlfriend or buy, you can get 10 times the amount. Increasing favorability could give him a magical item. And he could also directly appear. However, Shen Yan had turned a love game into a money farming game. What's so good about being a girlfriend? It's not as interesting as spending money. Easy. Funny. Reverse writing. Take the refreshing route. If you're interested, you can read it. Chapter 192. Chapter 192. The monster under the human skin. Chapter 192. The monster under the human skin. He had seen a coffee shop assistant who could grow tentacles in his body. A monster made of human faces. A man who killed one but turned into 16. A queen. Some of those monsters were strange. Some were crazy, but none of them made him feel more frightened and numb than the scene he was seeing now. These people and the scenes made him feel more terrifying than any monster. Not only was it terrifying, but it also made people feel uncomfortable. What was more terrifying than monsters were monsters in human skin. Lu Xun ignored everyone else as he made his way through hell and headed straight for the second floor. The moment he stepped into the 12th floor, he saw a scene that made his heart shrink slightly. There were surprisingly many people on the 12th floor. Lu Xun did not see the two mental monsters, but he saw the door to the drunkard's house open. In the corridor, there were rows of sneaky people. They were on their tiptoes, their eyes alert, and there was a glint of smugness in their eyes. Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be the drunkard's neighbors. Each of them was holding a weapon in their hands. Some were vegetable knives, some were daggers, some were electric batons, and some were even massage batons. They lined up and entered drunkard's house one by one. Lu Xun was still in the state of borrowing his mother's power. Not only could he see the spiritual bodies of his neighbors in a strange dark color, but he could also see their actions after they entered the drunkard's house. They sneaked into the drunkard's parents' room, waved the vegetable knives and daggers in their hands, and slashed down hard. Cotton flew everywhere, and blood splattered on everyone's faces. Then, he wiped the blood off his face and walked out in a line with satisfaction, leaving the opportunity to the people behind him. Could it be? Lu Xun's heart skipped a beat. Then, he heard a heavy sound coming from upstairs. Lu Xun stopped in his tracks and twisted his body to make his way up the stairs. The drunkard's parents had been hacked to this extent and were long dead. There was no point in going in again. Through his mother's vision, Lu Xun could even see that there were no spiritual fluctuations on the two men. He was hopeless. With that in mind, Lu Xun strode forward without any hesitation and reached the staircase in just 2 seconds. Lu Xun placed his feet on the wall of the corridor and turned around to look inside. Immediately, a strong smell of blood assaulted his senses. He saw two exaggeratedly bloody bodies that looked like they had been skinned. They were the bodies of two spiritual monsters. They squirmed in the narrow corridor, and their huge bodies filled almost every inch of the corridor. The light in the corridor was extremely dark, and the dark red color of blood filled his vision. The huge piece of meat wriggled little by little, and its snake-like tentacles weaved back and forth in the narrow space. The mental energy monster was massive and blocked Lu Xun's vision. However, from Lu Xun's point of view, he felt as if he could see right through them. It was as if Lu Xun's vision had been split into two, and his left and right eyes were looking at things separately. Thus, with one eye, he saw a sea of monsters, while with the other eye, he only saw the distorted air. Was this because the two fields of vision overlapped? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see what the mental monsters really looked like. All they could see was a mass of distorted and oppressive air. Lu Xun, on the other hand, could see what the mental monsters really looked like. However, he also had an ordinary side to him. Therefore, when the mental monsters filled the entire corridor, Lu Xun could see two different things at the same time. Therefore, he could see the monsters, and his line of sight could see through the monsters to see drunkard who was being chased by the two monsters in the corridor. The drunkard was still a high school student in school uniform. She had a ponytail and wore sneakers. She looked young and invincible. However, she was shuttling back and forth in the narrow space of the building, avoiding the pursuit and bite of tentacles. The monster with a necklace of human heads around its body screamed from the big mouth on its stomach and peeled off the wall layer by layer. That kind of cry was like a chaotic ocean water, hitting people's minds. Drunkard, who was trying to escape, seemed to be affected by the cry. He swayed a little, and then the Boston Ivy-like monster stuck close to the wall and quickly flowed toward her. All the tentacles on its body popped out at the same time, intertwining into a black waterfall. At the top of the waterfall, there were mouths that had cracked open one after another, biting fiercely. Seeing that the drunkard had nowhere to run, she raised her head and suddenly retreated. She rushed directly to the window. With a whoosh, she jumped out of the window on the 12th floor, followed by the snake's head. The drunkard turned around in midair. He put his hands on the left side of his waist and pushed out at the same time. He shouted, "Hussa! Here!" Bang! Drunkard pushed out a white ball of air between his hands, which directly hit the Boston Ivy monster. It was effective. Several tentacles on the Boston Ivy broke at the same time, and the eyes on the tentacles exploded at the same time. However, such a small injury obviously did not affect the monsters much. Instead, they became greedier and quickly climbed down the stairs. The drunkard dressed as a high school student fell on one knee, and a pit seemed to have been formed on the ground. Then, she immediately jumped up again and turned around. He ran. Behind her, the Boston Ivy-like monster immediately climbed up the stairs and chased after her. The fat and strong spiritual monster with a necklace of human heads around its body also moved forward. It can be done like this. Lu Xin had already made his way over to the scene. He was surprised to see Drunkard's exaggerated actions from afar. However, he didn't have time to think too much. He had been thinking about how to use his father's method, but he couldn't find the feeling. When the fat spiritual monster opened its mouth and shouted, releasing intense radiation, he was quickly overwhelmed by an indescribable anger in his heart, and his body was enveloped in coldness. And this anger gave him a strange sense of relief. Usually, he was calm, but sometimes he would feel a little happy or curious. There was very little anger. This was also the reason why he had tried to forcibly borrow his father's ability just now, but it was completely ineffective. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of anger. In an instant, it was like the water in the floodgates had been opened, and it was out of control. He didn't even know if he was angry or happy. His eyes suddenly turned blood red as he charged forward. His sister's shadow appeared on the light in a corridor ahead, and she looked at Lu Xin with a smile. She had not appeared for the entire night, and now she finally showed up. Get out of the way. However, Lu Xin suddenly let out a sound from the depths of his throat and charged toward his sister without any intention of communicating with her. The younger sister's expression suddenly turned into one of shock as she stared at Lu Xin in shock. Lu Xin felt a sense of excitement as he thought about what his father would do. He felt as if everything around him had changed, especially when he jumped up and grabbed at the monster. All of his attention was focused. He felt like he was in the water. It was the kind of feeling where he could draw a stream of water around him with a casual wave of his hand. Kill him! Kill him! Some of the heads on the monster's body were facing backward, and they happened to see Lu Xin. At the same time, they opened their mouths and screamed. However, before the monster could react, Lu Xin had already grabbed it. It felt soft to the touch and seemed unreal, but he was sure that he could grab the monster's body. Lu Xin let out a muffled groan as he bent his arms and grabbed the monster. With a ripping sound, he tore off a piece of the monster's body. It was like real flesh, and one could even see blood-like liquid oozing out of the wound. To be able to kill, Lu Xin's face lit up with excitement. Chapter 193 Chapter 193 Of course, he's a good person. Chapter 193 Of course, he's a good person. Aya. It hurt so much. The human heads on the monster's body were all opening their mouths and screaming. Their screams were like sharp thorns, causing pain in one's eardrums and messing up one's mind. At the same time, the piece of flesh that Lu Xin had ripped off suddenly transformed into a huge mouth, which bit Lu Xin's arm. Lu Xin could even feel the sharp teeth grinding against his bones, as if 2 rows of hacksaws were cutting and chewing on his arm. It was disgusting and terrifying. The giant monster's body was facing Lu Xin, and its skin and flesh had also split open, revealing a huge mouth. The mouth was wide open and it was about to bite Lu Xin's head. If he was bitten, Lu Xin was sure that his neck would be cut off as if it had been sawed off. Lu Xin quickly retreated to put some distance between them. The monster immediately wriggled its body and chased after Lu Xin. At the same time, the faces on the necklaces on its body opened their mouths and began to curse. Their curses were soundless, but they seemed to be able to directly attack one's mind. The endless negative thoughts in one's heart were all stirred up. It was as if they had suddenly thought of some past events. and then they were immediately so angry that they even felt like crying. This monster seemed to have the power to influence others. However, the monster was now facing Lu Xun. Lu Xun was trying his best to imitate his father's power. Therefore, when the negative emotions hit him, his eyes immediately turned blood red. He gritted his teeth and felt that he was really useless. He hated this disgusting monster so much, but he couldn't do anything to it. When this kind of emotion was strong, it became desperate. He stopped retreating and instead strode forward. The monster's necklace with the human head was facing Lu Xun's head. It glared at him and cursed at him viciously. The curse seemed to have become a force that constantly affected Lu Xun's thoughts. However, Lu Xun's face was filled with regret, pain, anger, and finally excitement. He. A hollow and dry laugh suddenly came out of his mouth, and his speed increased again. This laughter seemed to have some kind of magic, and the head on the monster's body clearly showed a startled expression. At this moment, Lu Xun rushed to the front of the monster and lifted his arm that was bitten by the little monster. The arm was bitten by the monster, as if it wanted to be chewed up. At this moment, Lu Xun's fist was clenched in the monster's mouth, and he threw it at the disgusting monster. It was as if the little monster that bit his arm had become his glove. Two basketball-sized fists with skin and flesh smashed into the monster's mouth. The monster's mouth was twisted into a strange shape, and a few of its sharp teeth seemed to have been broken. The little monster that was biting Lu Xun's right hand wriggled in pain. It tried to open its mouth as if it wanted to spit Lu Xun's hand out, but Lu Xun was already in its mouth, holding its tongue so that it couldn't leave and could only obediently make its own boxing glove. He seemed to find this very fun, and a smile that could not be hidden appeared on his face. He laughed and continued to smash forward. The monster with a big mouth on its stomach seemed to be a little afraid of him and was wriggling backward. All the faces on the necklace with the heads wrapped around his body showed a frightened expression. Lu Xun caught up to them and threw a punch at them. The monster suddenly seemed to turn into a liquid and collapsed on the ground. Then, it quickly disappeared. Unwilling to give up, Lu Xun ran to the window and jumped down. While he was in the air, he looked downstairs. In the community, the Boston ivy-like monster that was chasing the drunkard quickly collapsed on the ground like a puddle of water. Then, it quickly disappeared. The red moon in the sky was strangely bright, and the surroundings became clean. Lu Xun landed heavily on the ground floor, leaving two spider web-like marks on the concrete floor. Then, he raised his head and looked around, but he found nothing. Drunkard ran back from the front. His steps were light and vigorous, like a female student running at night. "How's your leg, young man?" she asked in surprise. Lu Xun jerked his head up and looked at her. Drunkard was taken aback, and his shadow immediately disappeared. Only then did Lu Xun realize that even the drunkard in front of him was a fake. The ringing in his ears disappeared completely. The night was cool and quiet. This feeling of being free from the influence of all spiritual radiation and completely returning to the real world made people feel a strange sense of reality. It felt like he had just emerged from the water. It was also because of this feeling that the frustration in Lu Xun's heart suddenly disappeared like flowing water. What was I doing just now? He was slightly surprised. Chapter 194. Chapter 194. Of course, he's a good person. Chapter 194. Of course, he's a good person. Why do I feel so angry? After taking 2 deep breaths, he turned to look to the side. In the flower bush, there was a dirty little skirt. In the depths of the branches and leaves, his sister's timid eyes could be seen. "Brother, are you no longer angry?" Hearing his sister's voice, Lu Xun panicked and waved his hands. It's all right. The younger sister carefully crawled out of the flower bush, but she didn't dare to get too close to Lu Xun. She carefully tilted her head and sized Lu Xun up, as if to confirm something, before she honestly said, "Brother, I won't play around anymore. I'll always protect you." In fact, Lu Xun was indeed a little angry when he couldn't find his sister in a hurry. However, when he heard his sister's careful words, his heart couldn't help but soften. "I'm fine. How can I blame you for this?" He tried his best to smile and extended his hand to his sister. His sister hesitated for a moment before crawling to his side. She raised her body and held his hand. Lu Xun felt a familiar cool sensation on his body. He picked his sister up in the air and hugged her. He took out a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to his sister. Actually, you didn't come out to help me on purpose. It was Mom who taught you. Right. The younger sister blinked and did not answer. Lu Xun didn't ask any further. He sighed and turned around to walk toward the drunkard's house. By the time he re-entered the corridor, Lu Xun saw that the chaotic and depressing scene had disappeared. He saw that everyone in the corridor was slowly returning to their rooms as if they were sleepwalking. They looked tired and confused, and what they had done in the chaos just now was also fake. Grandma Wang had come down with a basket to give the neighbors fish, but there was nothing in the basket. When a couple quarreled, one of them was quarreling against his own shadow in the window, while the other was quarreling against the clothes rack. The student who poured gasoline to light the fire was actually pouring water. The housewife who was pouring the green liquid into the pot actually didn't have a pot in front of her. Those who wanted to push the old man down the stairs only kept pushing the wall. It was only when he reached the 11th floor that Lu Xun realized that he had rushed up to the 11th floor when he thought he had gone up to the 12th. There were still his footprints on the wall, and he could use them to recall the route he had taken just now. At this moment, the door of the room on the 11th floor that corresponded to the drunkard's house was wide open. Lu Xun walked in and saw a drunkard in the special ops uniform smoking a pipe in silence. In the bedroom, the bed was a mess. And under the blanket were two pillows that had been torn apart by the neighbors. Lu Xun asked in a hushed voice. He was bewildered by the scene before him. It's the radiation from that monster. Drunkard sighed and said, of the two monsters that came over, one of them seems to have the ability to stimulate the negative emotions in a person's heart. It seems that they couldn't find me 2 days ago, but today they changed their strategy and chose to affect my neighbors. With an expression as if she had seen through the world, she smiled and said, these people have all become crazy. Negative emotions. Lu Xun frowned and looked at the drunkard's bed. There were two pillows hidden under the blanket, but they were now tattered. He looked around and realized that everything, including the house, was a little strange. The layout was the same as the drunkard's house, but it was much simpler. There were still traces of someone breaking in at the door, and the entire room was in a mess. When I saw the two dead drunkards' parents, they should be these two pillows. Right. Lu Xun thought to himself and asked, what's with the neighbor who entered your house just now? It's the same logic. The drunkard chuckled, crossed his legs, and said as if nothing had happened. We all live in the same building, so it's inevitable that we'll have some interactions. Naturally, there will be some dissatisfaction with each other, although we usually get along well. When the dark side of them is exposed, naturally, there will be people who are not very satisfied with my family and come to my house to make trouble. The person who is not satisfied with your family. Lu Xun recalled the scene of a group of people lining up to enter the building and couldn't help asking, your family's interpersonal relationships. My family is the most popular in this building. But who would have thought that there were so many people who were dissatisfied with them? She smiled as if to comfort him. Those two spiritual monsters came to find me. There will also have some influence on these people's behavior. In other words, these neighbors might have some opinions, but they want it so terrifying. Her tone sounded relaxed, but Lu Xun could tell that she was actually feeling down. Although the mental monsters will had affected her neighbors, causing their reactions to be more intense, one thing couldn't be changed. Only those who already harbored a grudge against the drunkard's parents would be moved. So many of his neighbors, who were usually very kind and even friendly, actually had the intention to kill him in their hearts. This kind of thing made people feel very uncomfortable. Just as Lu Xun was lost in his thoughts, Drunkard finally relaxed and smiled. But, fortunately, I was prepared. This is the room I've prepared in case of emergency. He pointed at the house. I can distort the senses of the people around me, making them see, hear, or even touch something fake. But sometimes, completely fake. things might not be able to fool the opponent. So, using this room as a basis, it will be easier to distort their perception. When we encounter an enemy surprise attack, I will distort the perception and come to this room. Because the layout of this room is similar to my house, the real effect will be better. As she spoke, she looked out the door and said, "The neighbors in the building are also fine. They've always been within my range of abilities. Everything they did just now was actually fake. They wouldn't really hurt themselves in this chaos." As he spoke, he smiled and knocked his pipe. When they wake up, they'll only treat this as a nightmare. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, Lu Xin realized that Drunkard was indeed very strong. While she was misleading the two mental monsters, she also took care of all her neighbors. He allowed them to vent their negative emotions without hurting anyone, so that they wouldn't regret it when they woke up. However, to be honest, even so, the traces left in the building were still terrifying. Thinking of the crazy scene he had just seen, he sighed imperceptibly after a while and said, "Just the influence of the monster can turn people into such lunatics." He. Drunkard looked at Lu Xin and said, "You're too shallow. Young man. Those negative emotions are real. They are just hidden very well. And they were drawn out by this monster. Are there no good people in this building?" Lu Xin asked with a frown. "You're shallow again." Drunkard looked as if he had seen through the world. He smiled and said, "How can he not be a good person if he can hide his emotions?" Normally, Chapter 195 Chapter 195 Chapter 188 Is this also possible? Chapter 195 Chapter 188 Is this also possible? Lu Xin didn't know if the drunkard's words made sense. But it didn't matter. After making sure that Drunkard had everything under control, he relaxed a little and said, "Your previous guess was wrong. There's no such thing as a mind controller. I've searched the entire neighborhood and I can confirm this problem." Drunkard smacked his lips. That shouldn't be. These two spiritual monsters were obviously attracted by someone. They could even change their strategy. His face gradually revealed the worry and profoundness of an old man as he smoked his pipe. Her smooth calf, which was covered in heavy military boots, also trembled subconsciously. "So, how did you end up being targeted?" Lu Xin tried his best not to look at the drunkard's legs, which were actually pretty. It was indeed an eyesore for her to have such legs. He pulled a chair over and sat down. He lit a cigarette and began to think. "To be honest, I don't even know how I was targeted by them." Drunkard sighed, knocked on his pipe, and said, "According to my previous investigation, I have found out about this mysterious organization that believes in their true home. We can make our move on them at any time. However, it will be troublesome if we can't find their ability user." Lu Xin was deeply touched by this. Without knowing who the other party's aptitude user was, rashly making a move could very likely cause a great chaos. As long as an aptitude user wanted to, they could cause a huge mess. No matter how strict the security of King Gang City was, it was still possible to suffer a great loss if it was on the defensive. In many cases, the only thing that King Gang City could do was to take revenge after the incident. However, not all aptitude users were afraid of this. In the beginning, I planned to analyze the person's ability by investigating the mysterious deaths, and then try to lock onto him. However, the progress wasn't very smooth. It was only after I saw the two mental monsters that I realized that the cause of death of those people was actually very simple. They weren't killed by humans, but by these two mental monsters. However, it's even more difficult to guess the ability of this ability user. Can he transform into a mental monster? Or can he distort mental power and create a source of contamination? Drunkard said with a self-deprecating look on his face. At least right now, I'm at my most confused state. Lu Xin threw the cigarette butt to the ground and slowly stepped on it to put it out. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. The so-called headless murder in the locked room and the death of the Red Tank Top Brotherhood's hooligans were unimaginable to ordinary people. It was even to the point that the administrative office had to seal off certain information to avoid causing panic. However, from the perspective of an aptitude user, there were many ways to explain such a strange incident. Lu Xun concluded that the headless murder in the locked room was most likely related to the mental monster that appeared in the drunkard's residential area and wore a necklace with a human head. As for the hoodlums that had died in potted plants, they were killed by the creeper-like mental monster. It was easy to deduce the way of death, but the only thing that was hard to determine was how the other party had done it. How did they control these two mental monsters to come to the drunkard's house? How did they make the two spiritual monsters disappear without a trace? Could it be a man-made spiritual monster like Southwall? However, after Lu Xun analyzed the situation more carefully, he felt that something was different. The man-made spiritual monster at the south wall was alive, but it had very low intelligence. It was created to self-destruct, and from its name, it was clear that it was a bomb. However, these two spiritual monsters would take the initiative to look for people and even change their tactics to deal with different situations. This meant that they had a certain level of intelligence. Have you exchanged opinions with the higher-ups? Lu Xun asked after a while. I've talked to my information analysis specialist. Drunkard shook his head and said. The little girl said that there are no cases that can explain this phenomenon in the existing database of the Special Investigation Department. She had once suggested that more aptitude users or city guards should be deployed to capture or kill the two mental monsters. But I haven't agreed yet. First of all, these two monsters are very strange, and I'm afraid they have a very big background also. As you can see, when they disappear, the process can't be stopped. It's useless no matter how many people there are. Originally, I was planning to hold on for one more night and ask for your help to see if we can find the mastermind behind this. But if we really can't find him, or if he won't appear in the vicinity in the first place, then we can only listen to them. He's indeed not nearby. Drunkard nodded. Then I'm afraid it will be blown up again. Even if they could not find the enemy's ability user, they could not sit by and watch such an organization cause trouble in Satellite City 4. They had to make a move. Without knowing what the enemy's ability user could do or where he was, they might alert the enemy. If the enemy had the intention to take revenge, it was likely that things would develop into unexpected situations. Not necessarily. Lu Xun looked up at Drunkard and said slowly, if it's not an ability user who's hiding nearby and controlling these two spiritual monsters, it's very likely that the other party has left a mark on you. As long as he releases these two spiritual monsters, they will come to find you. This means that you must have fallen into the trap of the other ability user before, but you haven't realized it. 3 days ago, some monsters came to find you. They've been looking for you for 3 days. Does this mean that you fell into his trap 3 days ago? Where did you go 3 days ago? Looking at Lu Xun's serious expression, the drunkard could not help but smile bitterly. Young man, what you said makes sense. I also know that I fell into the trap 3 days ago. And I also remember the location. That feeling was very obvious. Someone was watching me. In the dark. It's just that I can't do anything about it. I've tried many methods, but I can't find him. The information analysis team had already analyzed why she was targeted by the mental monster and what went wrong. They even gave a few backup plans, either by screening or by surprise attack, to find the other party. However, Drunkard rejected all of these things. He wasn't completely confident in these methods, and he could only use them when he had no other choice. I'm not trying to find him. Lu Xun, on the other hand, slowly shook his head after hearing Drunkard's words. He seemed to have thought about it carefully before he looked up at Drunkard and said, One just want to know where you fell for the trap and why the other party attacked you directly. Drunkard was a little confused. Hey, young man, what's the point of asking this, he asked. Lu Xun laughed and replied, I'm planning to invite them to my house as guests. When Drunkard heard this, he was a little confused and hurriedly said, Young man, don't get too excited. You can't force yourself in this matter. You can tell from my current appearance that it's too dangerous to be targeted by them. These guys are even more ruthless than those lunatics outside the city. It was already too much for them to attack me before. But this time, they didn't even hesitate to directly affect my neighbors. This is equivalent to creating pollution and is a serious crime that can be directly cleaned up. I can still deal with them with my own ability. But if it were you. She didn't say it directly because she had a high AQ. However, it was also obvious that she thought that the spider type would not be able to deal with such monsters. I might not be the one in danger. Lu Xin replied softly. From what happened today, the other party doesn't even need to come over to make you suffer the attacks of these mental monsters. Most importantly, these mental monsters can't even be cleaned up. They only leave behind confusion and then leave. They've already laid their hands on your neighbors today, so they might go even further tomorrow. We can't just stand guard here. We don't know what they're doing yet, so we can't target them. So, it's better to try to influence them. Maybe after I help you attract their attention, it'll disrupt their logic and they won't come back. You're actually serious? Drunkard's mouth gaped open in shock. Yes. Although I don't have your ability, I have another advantage. I don't have neighbors. Lu Xin said with a smile. Lu Xin turned around to look at Drunkard, who was in a daze. At this time, his sister was hanging from a corner of the ceiling. When she heard what he had just said, she was also slightly surprised. Her little mouth was open, and after the surprise, it was obvious that she was pleasantly surprised. She clapped her little hands. Gently. Good. Good. The more he thought about it, the more he found it interesting. He smiled and said, I'm sure my family will welcome them. After returning from this trip, her mother seemed to have other plans. She had given him the secret and told him to open it only in the second stage. After that, she had even secretly told her sister not to help her usually, but to let her deal with these mental monsters by imitating their abilities. Lu Xin did not know why his mother was doing this, but it did not stop him from luring these two mental monsters to his house. It would be good to use this opportunity to ease the estrangement between him and his family. After all, his family had given him the secret as a gift. I can't not return the favor. Chapter 196 Chapter 196 Sensen. You have good taste 1. Chapter 196 Sensen. You have good taste 1. The black Rubik's Cube calf was located on a busy street in Satellite City No. 4. The decoration of the calf was no different from other calves. It was elegant, heady, romantic, and westernized. It used all kinds of delicate and reserved ways to show that it was different from the other coquettish beaches on the street. It was noble and expensive. Lu Xin wasn't opposed to coffee, but he didn't have a good impression of it either. The first time he came into contact with the pollution incident was in a coffee shop, and it was very expensive. However, under Drunkard's guidance, he still came here alone. The night before, the Drunkard had a long and detailed discussion with him. She told him everything about the day she was targeted by a wild ability user. She even told him what she had done and what she had said to someone. In order to help Lu Xin remember more, she even used her ability to make Lu Xin reflect on a few important points she thought were important that day, so that she could find more clues. This cafe was the place where she had conducted her final investigation that day. It looked like a luxurious coffee shop, but it was an important stronghold of the mysterious organization that she was investigating. Drunkard had come here to find out who the core members of the organization were, and then submit a list to the security department to arrest them. However, on the night she returned, she was targeted by the mental monster. Therefore, it was most likely that he would fall for it here. Ding-ling. When she pushed the door open, the wind chimes on the door frame rang. The sound was very pleasant to the ear. Lu Xin carried his bag and sat down at a window seat. This was where Drunkard had been sitting. Sensen, what would you like to drink? A girl in a black maid uniform walked over with a coffee list and asked with a smile. She was probably speaking in an island accent that she had learned from a movie. It sounded a little flirtatious, but it wasn't pure. To be more precise, it was the local dialect of Qinggang. There was a mixture of island accents, forming a kind of plastic-like language. I'll take a look first. Lu Xin maintained his composure as he took the coffee list from her. Then, he looked at the unit price and his pupils shrank. Then, He frowned and pointed at the most eye-catching and most expensive cup. This one, since the drunkard was responsible for the expenses. Lu Xun didn't feel the pinch. Besides, the drunkard had also ordered this cup of coffee when he came over that day. Lu Xun didn't mind enjoying a little luxury when he was forced to spend no money. "Allen't, please wait a moment." The waitress in a black maid uniform said something that made people worry that she would bite her tongue and skipped back. This doesn't look like an illegal organization's stronghold. However, he didn't let his guard down. Drunkard's investigation had confirmed that this coffee shop was an important stronghold related to the headless murder in Satellite City No. 4 and the Red Vest Brotherhood turning into potted plants. In such a place, a careless word or a careless look could bring danger. So, he had to focus his energy and think of a way to let this danger find him. Lu Xun slowly recalled the drunkard's words and actions. In her memory, the drunkard ordered a cup of coffee casually and even mixed half a glass of white wine in it. She even chatted happily with the waitress in a maid's uniform about comics from the civilized era. They argued whether the bald head or the energetic young man with flaming hair was more powerful. After that, she developed a strong interest in the cleaning lady in the coffee shop. She asked her in detail about her age, family, monthly salary, as well as her relationship with her current husband and her child who had just started working. She confirmed that she had no plans to remarry. The reason why the drunkard was killed must be in these details. She must have done something that had aroused the suspicion of the organization, which was why they had decided to kill her. Do I have to do everything she did, including talking about comics and teasing the cleaning lady? Lu Xun's face twitched involuntarily. This was going to be difficult for him. "Sen, here's your coffee. Please enjoy it." Lin, a lithe figure in black, walked up to Lu Xun and placed a cup of coffee in front of him. The black female servant was also very enthusiastic toward Lu Xun, as if she saw that he had ordered the most expensive coffee without any change in his expression. Lu Xun nodded and looked at the tray. There was only a cup of black coffee in a white porcelain cup. He looked at the other places curiously and said, "Where's the milk and sugar?" "Zion Sen." The waitress in the black maid uniform smiled cutely. "This is the specialty of our shop. It's pure black coffee. You can only feel its bitterness and mellow fragrance when you drink it directly. So, the regular way to drink it is to not put sugar or milk in it." "I know," Lu Xun said with a smile, "but I still like some. I don't like it if it's too bitter." He knew that some people liked to drink pure coffee without sugar, but he really didn't like the bitter taste. In his opinion, anything without sugar and milk was heresy. The black maid did not move after hearing Lu Xun's words. Instead, she explained with a smile, "Only when you taste the bitterness can you feel its fragrance. Life is also like this. Sometimes, we feel very difficult and painful. In fact, this pain is given to ourselves. If you can, try to put down your prejudice and accept the truth of life. Maybe it will be much easier." Lu Xun looked up at her and saw her smiling happily. "Sensen, you can start with this cup of coffee. Our coffee is specially shipped from the south. It's called the Black Rubik's Cube. There are only a few of them each year, so it's so expensive. It's an insult to it to put anything in it." Lu Xun looked down at the coffee and felt that there was nothing wrong with the coffee. The only problem was that it was bitter. He thought for a moment and said, "If you really want something sweet, why don't you drink a cappuccino instead?" The maid said. "See?" Lu Xun didn't expect her to be so respectful to his coffee. After some thought, he replied, "Then give me a cup of cappuccino. Then I'll get you a cup." The waitress in the black maid uniform was stunned for a moment. Then, her tone changed and she turned around to leave. Lu Xun stopped her and pointed at the coffee in front of him. "You can return this cup." The black maid uniform turned to Lu Xun with a smile. "I'm sorry, sir. The coffee is non-refundable." Lu Xun's heart skipped a beat when he saw that the coffee was so expensive. However, when he put himself in her shoes, he had already cooked it for him. He couldn't sell it even if he took it back. So it was normal not to return it. He could only sigh helplessly. "Then forget it. I'll just drink it. Bring me some sugar." Sensen. This coffee doesn't have sugar, the black maid uniform said. But I don't like to suffer. Then why don't you drink Cabino? Then return this cup to me. The coffee is non-refundable. Then give me the candy. Then why don't you drink the card? If you keep saying that. Won't it be disrespectful to Cabino? Inexplicably, the topic suddenly entered a stalemate. Lu Xin looked at the waiter, and the waiter looked back at Lu Xin. Both of them were smiling politely, but they were not to be outdone. After all, they were all people with faith. Sensen, we don't put sugar in our coffee. The smile on the black maid's face was a little stiff, but she still insisted on her opinion. In the end, Lu Xin decided not to argue with a young girl as a man. He compromised. The black maidservant's face showed a gratified and appreciative expression. Lu Xin then took out a piece of candy from the bag beside him. He slowly peeled off the wrapper and placed the almost melting chocolate. Inside, he picked up a small silver spoon and stirred it gently to make it melt more evenly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. Just outside the cafe, Lu Xin's sister appeared. She leaned against the glass window and stared at Lu Xin's bag. Lu Xin immediately thought of something and pressed the bag down. Oh no, I've been exposed. At the same time, the black maid, who was holding the coffee list in her arms, looked at the cup of black coffee in front of Lu Xin with a gloomy expression. However, a smile slowly appeared on her face as she looked at the cup of black coffee in front of Lu Xin, which was no longer pure because of the chocolate. She slowly opened her mouth, revealing her white and neat teeth, as well as her dark red gums. Sensen, you have good taste. Chapter 197. Chapter 197. What a good family. 1. Chapter 197. What a good family. 1. She could go back now. Lu Xin felt this way after drinking half of the chocolate coffee. He could clearly feel that he was being watched. It was an indescribable feeling, as if someone was spying on him from the dark. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find that person. The entire cafe was silent, and even the waitress in the black maid uniform no longer argued with Lu Xin. Instead, she returned to the counter. She seemed to be busy, but at the same time, she didn't seem to be busy. Many people would subconsciously think that it was an illusion when they had this feeling of being watched. However, Lu Xin could clearly feel it. He still didn't know how he had fallen into the trap, but compared to the drunkard's experience at that time, he suddenly understood why. The drunkard had fallen into the trap. The drunkard had thought that she had been targeted because she had investigated the organization and had given herself away. But in fact, the truth might be different from what she had thought. The other party had not targeted her because he suspected that she had discovered something. The reason was probably because she had added wine to her coffee. He had destroyed their respect for coffee. Lu Xin finished his coffee slowly after he had figured out the answer to his question. After all, it was very expensive, and he wanted to make sure that the other party had completely set his eyes on him. Then, he got up and carried the bag on his back. Lu Xin's younger sister had been grabbing onto the bag, trying to find some candy. Outside, Lu Xin had a habit of pretending not to see his sister. He carried the bag along with her and slung it over his shoulder. He paid, gave the change, and left. When Lu Xin arrived at the opposite side of the road, he turned around and saw that the cafe had a strange feeling to it. Under the sunlight, it seemed to be dim, as if it was refracting light. Behind the glass window that reflected the scenery across the street, the feeling that someone was staring at him grew stronger. Lu Xin took the streetcar to the parking lot beside Satellite City No. 4 and picked up the motorcycle he had left there. Because he didn't know what would happen after he was locked on by the organization, he made a promise with Drunkard from the beginning that they wouldn't contact each other directly after entering the coffee shop, in case the other party would be alarmed by the contact between the two targets. After getting his car, Lu Xin boarded the high-speed train and returned to Satellite City No. 2. At this time, Drunkard should be observing him from somewhere. When she saw his actions, she would understand that he had been successfully targeted by the other party. When he climbed to the top, Drunkard would directly arrange the arrest of the organization. As long as he confirmed that he had successfully invited the other party as a guest, he would make a phone call and drunkard would immediately take action. Is it because I'm going back to Satellite City No. 2, which is quite far away, so they can't keep up with me? This was one of Lu Xin's concerns. However, after he got on the high train, he carefully felt it and found that the feeling of being stared at was even stronger. So he was relieved. As long as he had his eyes on his target, he would be like a maggot attached to a bone. At night, there would naturally be mental monsters that would come to find the target and kill him. This was really a way to kill people without being noticed. Lu Xin sat on the train, holding the bag down to prevent his sister from opening it. He closed his eyes and thought silently. The moon had turned red, and many things in the world had changed. When they arrived at the general station in Star City No. 2, Lu Xin took back his motorcycle and carefully checked it for scratches before riding it home. He had thought that there would be a fierce battle on this trip to Satellite City No. 4, so he had brought the motorcycle just in case. However, he did not expect that things had developed so gently and that he would not be able to use it. It was a waste of time. He was not in a hurry to go home. He rode his bicycle to the market and bought a few cucumbers, eggplants, and cut half a caddy of pork belly. Seeing that there was a freshly fished gara that was fresher, he steeled his heart and bought a caddy of it. Then, he hung it on the handle of his bicycle and went home leisurely. The disadvantages of riding this motorcycle were revealed. It was hard to bargain when buying vegetables. He subconsciously looked at his own motorcycle and raised the price by a few cents. Lu Xin drove the motorcycle into the corridor and locked it carefully. He then carried the food upstairs. When he pushed the door open, he saw his father and mother sitting at the dining table. He had no idea what they were talking about, but they were both silent and the atmosphere was tense. Upon hearing Lu Xin's return, the two of them turned around at the same time. One of them showed a smile, while the other looked even gloomier. Before they could speak, Lu Xin picked up his food and said, "One bought something. Let's add more food tonight." His father harumphed coldly, not knowing how to react to Lu Xin's interruption. His mother smiled gently. "Ayo, didn't you just improve your life 2 days?" "I just went on a business trip," Lu Xin replied with a smile. "I can get some subsidies again. I can use 1/10 of the allowance to buy groceries." Lu Xin was a little embarrassed. "It's mainly for you guys to eat. It's been too hard in the past." His mother and father's expression seemed to have changed. "Then I'll go cook. It's getting dark." Her mother got up slowly. The younger sister clutched onto Lu Xin's bag tightly and insisted, "Want to eat candy? Give it to me." Lu Xin refused to let go and explained, "One really don't have any. You're in such a hurry to go to work, rushing to do some dangerous things for others." Lu Xin helplessly took out half a piece of candy from his pocket and sent his sister away. After he sat down on the sofa, he stared at his father coldly and suddenly said, "When's it because you're in a hurry to level up to the second stage so you can see the secret? Do you feel uncomfortable with your current life? What are you? How dissatisfied are you that you're working so hard?" Lu Xin stared at his father's eyes for a while before he slowly lifted his head. He looked at his father and smiled. "Is there any more wine at home? I'll have a drink with you tonight." His father's bloodred eyes, which seemed to have been in a drunken state, revealed a gloomy and cold color. One could clearly feel that his anger was growing. After a while, he sneered and said, "Aren't you tired of always pretending to be normal? How can you call it acting when you like it? I really do want to have a drink with you," Lu Xin said with a smile. His father fell silent. He was like a volcano that was suppressing an endless amount of power, but he was unable to erupt. Lu Xin seemed to have just recalled this incident as he smiled in a relaxed manner. He turned to his father, who was sitting on the chair opposite him, and his mother, who was cooking in the kitchen. "We're not the only ones having dinner tonight. I've also invited 2 friends over. It could be 2, or maybe a little more. So we have 2. Her mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly laughed, but she quickly covered her mouth. Through the glass door of the kitchen, He could see that she was holding back her laughter and cooking. I want to share a friend. His sister, who was scraping the candy with her teeth bit by bit, immediately raised her hand happily. His father snorted heavily, and the lights in the room dimmed. It was as if the whole building was sinking rapidly. However, it was just an illusion. After a slight daze, one would realize that nothing had changed. There was already a faint light from the street lamp outside the window, as the light in the room was not turned on. His father's figure had become a little blurry, like a shadow. Since you have a friend coming. After snorting, his father did not get angry. Instead, there was a rare trace of relief in his voice. Then, of course, we have to entertain him well. Looking at her sister's excited eyes, she was so happy that she almost twisted herself into a fried dough twist. Then, she looked at her mother's cooking posture in the kitchen, which became more and more elegant. She flipped the spoon in one hand, and her steps were so light that it seemed like she was dancing. Finally, he looked at his father, who had his back to the window and seemed to be smiling. Lu Xin's mood gradually brightened. How nice. Such a warm and kind family. Chapter 198 Chapter 198 Praise Home 1 Chapter 198 Praise Home 1 Lu Xin's family took their time to finish their meal today, as there were guests coming. They sat quietly at the dining table. Her father was drinking at a much slower pace than usual. Her mother was also taking her food very casually. Lu Xin was eating rice grains one by one, and her sister's attention was obviously not on the TV today. She squatted on the chair and stirred the rice into a mess while constantly turning her head to pay attention to the movements outside. Lu Xin could feel the tension in the air, and he sighed inwardly. The guests were too rude and came late, so the family was a little impatient. You really want to go? In Satellite City No. 4. On a bustling street, there was a stall selling wonton and skewers. There were a few diners with different looks on their faces. Some of them were young girls. Some were aunties in their 50s. Some were bearded workers covered in dust. And some were students, carrying backpacks. A bowl of wonton was placed in front of each of them, and on the stainless steel plate was a slightly burnt skewer. Why are you asking such a question? Hearing the auntie's question, the people at the stall looked at her. The high school student with the backpack started to get a little agitated. He suppressed the anger in his eyes and said to the auntie, "You're already one of us. We're people who have seen the truth of this world. Why do you still ask such a question? Those people are stupid." There was an abnormal expression on his excited face as he gestured in the air with his hands. "LF, you don't see these people. You want know why they are so stupid? They like to be like the Walking Dead, obeying the hypocritical rules. They are willing to be enslaved by the hypocrisy. Even if you tell them what to do, they still won't listen. They are so stupid that you can't wait to open his skull and stuff something smart into it." The auntie was shocked by the high school student's excitement. She explained in a stiff and panicked manner, I'm just worried about you." "Why are you worried about me?" The high school student's cold gaze fell on her face, making her afraid to look at him directly. "She's not worried. She's afraid." At this time, the middle-aged man, who was silently drinking a bottle of beer next to him, spoke in a low voice, with a hint of a sneer in his voice. The person dressed as a high school student sneered. "She's afraid, but she doesn't dare to admit her fear. Instead, she's using this kind of pretense to persuade me." What was this? This was the most disgusting thing in the world. And you were not even willing to admit that. You were afraid, just like how you refused to admit that your daughter was forced to hang herself because of your greed. "I didn't." The ant-like person panicked. Her mouth was wide open, and her hands waved weakly. "That's the truth." The person who looks like a high school student interrupted her. He looked straight at her and said, "Because you greedily asked your son-in-law for betrothal gifts time and time again. Your son-in-law broke up with your daughter because you wanted to marry her to another person. She committed suicide." At this point, his tone changed slightly. "But what's wrong with that?" His face revealed a calmness and self-confidence that seemed to have seen through everything. There was even a calmness that did not match his age. He smiled coldly and said, "Your husband has no conscience. He abandoned you and ran away with our daughter so early. You raised our daughter all by yourself. Compared to those who abandon their children, you've already done very well. You've let everyone down. So, if the Zhang family can ask for tens of thousands of yuan as a betrothal gift for their daughter, why can't you? Your son-in-law wants to marry your daughter. What's wrong with giving you a few tens of thousands of yuan as a betrothal gift? Our daughter doesn't understand because she doesn't have conscience. She simply wants to leave you behind. She can totally persuade her son-in-law to lend you the money, and then the two of them can slowly pay it back. She's still young and has plenty of time. So why wouldn't she do that? She's just selfish. She never thought about you and sided with an outsider. So, she deserved to die." He gritted his teeth. "People laugh at you because they have never experienced your life. What right do they have to laugh at you and you? Why are you punishing yourself for these people's hypocrisy?" The middle-aged woman's face was initially filled with panic and even fear. But at this time, she gradually calmed down. She didn't say anything, but she gritted her teeth slightly, and her face revealed a chilling coldness. The others are the same. The high school student's eyes swept over the few people at the small table and said to a girl, "Listen to your best friend, very good to you. She usually shares her snacks with you, eats with you, and goes to the toilet with you. She often gives you gifts and even gives you nice clothes. When your father was seriously ill, she even helped you pay for the hospital bills. Then, why did you push her down the stairs at that time?" The girl didn't say anything, but her face was slightly tense. The high school student continued, "It's because she's rich and beautiful that she's so selfish. She laughed at you for imitating the way you talk in the movies. She laughed at you in public that you don't even know how to drink coffee. She knew that you had a crush on the class monitor, but you still flirted with him. She kept saying that she treated you as a friend, but in fact, she only treated you as a follower and a servant. What's wrong with hating someone like her?" The girl lowered her head deeply, then slowly raised it again, a smile on her face. The high school student looked at the middle-aged man who was drinking a bottle of beer. "Why did you poison your colleague?" The middle-aged man met his gaze and suddenly grinned. "I don't need you to tell me. I've never felt that I was wrong. That bastard was clearly not as good as me. Just because he entered the city a few years earlier than me, he caught up with a good time. Not only did he save a sum of money, but he also found a widow in the city. The widow was also very beautiful. I just can't stand him." The high school student looked at him, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Then, he swept his gaze across everyone and said, "In the eyes of others, we are not good people. Sometimes, we even feel uncomfortable. Why is that?" He lowered his voice and laughed coldly. "That's because everyone else is a hypocrite. Their hypocrisy even affects us. This kind of hypocrisy makes us unable to be our true selves. When I set the fire back then, I was very panicked and felt uncomfortable for a long time, until I found out that my discomfort actually came from these people. They are obviously the same, but they've added a lot of disguises to themselves and even use these disguises to mock us. Everyone is the same kind of person. Everyone knows how to eat and shit. Why do they have to pretend to be more noble? We're all selfish people. We're all doing it for ourselves. Why do they have to pretend to be righteous? They are fake," he said in a low voice. "We are the real ones. We have removed our masks. Since that's the case, why should we be afraid?" At this small table, everyone raised their heads to look at him. It was unknown whether they were excited or in awe. "So, if you ask me if I'm afraid, I'll tell you." The high school student's face revealed an expression that seemed to have seen through and controlled everything. His face looked like a young demon under the dim yellow light from the wanton stall next to him. "I'm not afraid. We don't have to be afraid of anything. Because we know the truth of this world, we can also let others reveal the truth and see the truth. So, when we really start to control this city, then let all the hypocrites pay the price." The people at the small table all became excited. "Let all hypocrites pay the price." Even the auntie followed and said in a low voice, But what if it attracts the attention of the security department? What's so scary about the guard station? The high school student sneered and said, I know that there might be people investigating us now, but that's not important. They are just people controlled by hypocrisy. So they are useless. Besides, even if we die, we'll only return to our hometown. He lowered his voice and his smile deepened. Back to that real home. Hearing his words, everyone around the stall looked at each other in silence. After a long while, they all lowered their heads and prayed silently. Praise home, praise home, praise the true home. After a round of prayers, the high school student put down his hands in front of him and slowly picked up a skewer. While imitating the posture in the comic, he slowly ate it, and his eyes under his glasses revealed a cruel and excited light. In order to let the people in this world know the truth, then let them see the real world. It's coming. Satellite City No. 2. Near the moon platform, in a lonely old building, the younger sister suddenly spoke, her voice trembling. But she wasn't afraid. She was just too excited. At the dining table, his mother had already elegantly put down her chopsticks. She could not hide the smile on her face. His father's laughter was hollow and dry. He finished the wine in the glass in one go, and the light above his head flickered a few times. Don't scare the guests. His mother immediately looked at his father with a reproachful look. For the first time, his father wasn't agitated at all. Instead, he immediately controlled his emotions very well. Lu Xin looked at his family and felt relieved. He slowly got up and looked out of the window. Chapter 199 Chapter 199 A Warm and Hospitable Family 1. Chapter 199 A Warm and Hospitable Family 1. Lu Xin's old house only had 6 floors. From a distance, most of the surrounding buildings were relatively tall, so they often blocked the old building. Even during the day, there was very little light, so the room was always a little dark. Moreover, because of the crisscrossing roads around the old building, the nearest building was 50 to 60 meters away. It was like a corner of the city, a forgotten existence surrounded by a few winding paths. Because it was close to the main road and led to a few other residential areas with more people, the street lights were still intact. At this moment, one could see that from the far end of the path, the street lights were going out one by one. It was as if there were 2 monsters that devoured the light, and they were slowly crawling toward the old building from both sides of the path. Without the lights, the crimson moon in the sky above the city was brighter. Lu Xin nodded and returned to the living room. He sat on the sofa and watched the TV quietly. Below the old building, the wind started to become a little chaotic, probably because they were at multiple intersections. The newspapers and plastic bags on the ground were swept up by the wind, flying in the air and then silently shattering. From a distance, as the street lights went out, it seemed that 2 invisible energy bodies met in front of the old building. Ordinary people couldn't see them. They could only sense their location. When they saw that place, it seemed like the air was slightly distorted. When they saw it, they would subconsciously feel a certain fear of that area. However, as the crimson moon's light fell from the sky, it faintly caused the distorted air to appear a little blurry, light and dark. If these colored blocks were added with imagination, one could draw a picture. They were a spiritual monster in the shape of a Boston ivy, and a fat monster with a human head necklace around its body. They appeared out of nowhere and met in front of the old building. Looking up at it, almost all the windows in this old building were dark. Only one window on the 4th floor had a warm light on. Thus, the 2 monsters took different routes and climbed toward the window at the same time. The Boston ivy-like monster stuck to the wall and started to crawl up. The fat spiritual monster with a necklace of human heads dragged its fat body and squeezed into the corridor little by little. When he passed the motorcycle parked in the corridor, the dial of the motorcycle immediately flashed with a piercing red light. It was a spirit detector installed on the motorcycle. The strange red light illuminated the dark corridor, making it look dilapidated and bright. The spiritual monster seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and its forward crawling movement slowed down slightly. However, it seemed that its own intelligence was not enough for it to distinguish these so it slowly crawled forward. Wherever they passed, the air began to distort and become somewhat oppressive. Whether it was the rats in the dark corners or the stray cats in the empty houses, they were all frightened and ran away while squeaking. The big cat held the small cat in its mouth, and the mice bit their tails to form a straight line. They were extremely panicked and ran. The longer they stayed in the old building, the darker it became. It was as if it was shrouded in an even thicker darkness. Only the window on the 4th floor was still lit with warm light. It seemed to be even more heartwarming. Slowly, the creeper-like spiritual monster spread on the wall of the old building and extended upward. It had already passed through all the windows and drowned the entire building. The last thing left was the window with the light on. Under the moonlight, dark red tentacles that looked like a group of snakes approached the window from all directions. They were accumulating power, like running water, ready to flow into the window. In the corridor, the fat spiritual monster had already climbed up to the 4th floor and was slowly moving its body toward the tightly closed door. A few rays of light were shining through the crack in the door, and it was getting closer and closer. All the heads on the necklace gloated at his misfortune. It was also at this moment that a zixy laughter suddenly rang out in the air. It sounded like a cute girl was laughing. Just as the Boston ivy on the wall was about to extend into the only open window, the window suddenly opened gently. A woman in exquisite clothes, who seemed to have put on light makeup to welcome a guest, appeared at the window. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you coming in yet?" she asked with a reserved and warm smile. At the same time, in the corridor, when the fat monster with a necklace of human heads heard the girl's laughter, it saw that the light in front of it suddenly increased because the door in front of it was slowly being pushed open. The warm light in the room could no longer be turned off, and it suddenly poured into the dark corridor. However, the light immediately dimmed, and a tall figure seemed to be standing at the door. The two spiritual monsters' movements slowed down slightly. Chapter 200 A Warm and Hospitable Family 2. Chapter 200 A Warm and Hospitable Family 2. The creeper-like spiritual monster, which already had countless tentacles and was lying next to the window on the 4th floor, suddenly became a little hesitant. The mental monster in the corridor also stopped moving. All the human heads on its body had a hesitant and strange expression on their faces. In Satellite City No. 4, he had just finished 2 wontons. The high school student with a cold expression suddenly raised his head and frowned. The people sitting together all asked subconsciously. The high school student's face showed a trace of hesitation and confusion. I don't know. At the same time, in Satellite City No. 2, in the only room with a light on in the old building, the voltage suddenly became unstable. The light flickered nonstop. This flickering and unstable state seemed to spread all at once, from the old building to the side of the road. All the light bulbs, whether bright or dark, flickered at the same time and then broke with a PA sound. The crimson moon in the sky became even brighter and more vibrant. The Boston ivy that had climbed up to the window started to flow into the window bit by bit. However, if one looked closely, one would realize that it was not doing so willingly. Its body was in a tense state, and this state made its body even more clear under the crimson moon. It was like a group of snakes desperately trying to pull back their bodies. However, this pulling seemed to be in vain. It continued to flow into the window bit by bit. See. It flowed into the window faster and faster, even making the sound of steel wire rubbing against the glass. Soon, its body, which covered almost the entire floor and covered a wide area, was sucked into the window. It didn't matter if it was willing or not. In the face of such an elegant and gentle mistress, who could refuse? At the same time, the mental monster that had crawled to the door of 401 degrees suddenly turned its limited rationality, or rather, instinct, into a sense of vigilance against danger. It began to retreat desperately. The corridor was too crowded for its huge body, so it couldn't turn its head at all. It could only turn its front to its back and crawl desperately. Little doll, however, when it started to retreat, the heads behind it saw a small shadow on the ceiling. She was wearing a dirty white dress, and her messy hair was flying in the air. "Don't run if you're here." She jumped down from the ceiling, stretched out her two small hands, and hugged the monster's fat body. Then, she used all her strength and began to push with her two little legs. Unexpectedly, the monster was pushed back by her. Or rather, he wasn't pushed, but was shocked by her sudden jump from the ceiling. His huge and bloated body trembled violently and he subconsciously shrank back. With just a slight contraction, a part of its body was bathed in the warm light. Then, a large hand suddenly reached out from the room and grabbed this part of its body. The monster's body suddenly expanded and contracted violently, and all the heads on the necklace became frightened and desperate. The entire monster was instantly pulled into the room. Because it was pulled into the room so quickly, and the monster's body was unusually large and bloated, it looked as if its entire body had been torn apart in an instant, turned into a pile of minced meat, and then pulled into the room. Even the head necklace on its body was broken, and all the heads were scattered on the ground. Most of them were pulled into the room, while a small part collapsed and turned into pure mental power, disappearing in the dark corridor. There was only one intact one left, and it had a frightened expression on its face as it began to roll away. However, the head heard the laughter of a little girl. "Ah, la 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 la," as the head screamed in fear. The little girl hugged it and bounced back home. The door suddenly closed, and the corridor became dark. The window was also closed at this time, and the curtains closed automatically, blocking the warm light. The world outside the building suddenly became abnormally quiet. The voltage had stabilized, but the streetlight was no longer shining because the light bulb was broken. In the sky, a red moon was shining brightly and beautifully. Lu Xin, who had been sitting quietly and watching TV for a while, looked up and saw that the house had become much livelier. Her mother was chatting with the guest with a kind and friendly smile on her face. She was even getting ready to trim the guest's nails with a pair of scissors. His father was very enthusiastic. He had already entered the kitchen and seemed to be preparing to add another dish. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of him chopping bones was particularly loud, revealing a calming atmosphere. The younger sister had just received a new toy from a guest. At this time, she had climbed up to the ceiling and was happily playing with. "I'll make a phone call." After waiting for a while, Lu Xin felt that the 3 minutes that drunkard had given him had already passed. He stood up. Chapter 201 Chapter 201 A Warm and Hospitable Family 3. Chapter 201 A Warm and Hospitable Family 3. These monsters seemed to have been left behind by their family and would not disappear. He got up and went to the window, took out his satellite phone, and dialed a number to drunkard in Satellite City No. 4. "You guys can make your move now. I haven't found the aptitude user yet, but he should be here soon, so you don't have to worry about him. Even if he doesn't come, I can lock onto him and he won't be able to escape. Right. You guys just focus on catching the people you want to catch. Alright, I'll share any information with you guys later." After hanging up the phone, the pretty little girl in the command vehicle of Satellite City No. 4 had a heavy expression. She raised her head and looked at the fully armed captain who was staring at her nervously. She nodded and said, "LTS done." The captain, who had worked with drunkard many times, didn't ask much. Not even a word. He just immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted in a deep voice, "Move out. Take them all. In case of resistance, you are allowed to kill." Teams of fully armed soldiers rushed out from all corners at the same time. Some of them rushed into a cafe on a busy street and quickly took control of everyone inside. Some rushed into a residential house and caught the people inside who were gathered together and chatting like they were having a tea party. Some of them rushed into a seemingly ordinary company, and with 2 gunshots, they knocked out the front desk staff who were holding a gun. "All of you, stop. No movement is allowed." At the same time, in Satellite City No. 4, beside the food stall on the street, the people who were eating, shopping, and chatting all pulled out their guns and quickly approached the wanton stall. More than a dozen guns were pointed at the table, including the high school student and the little girl. The middle-aged woman cried out in panic. What's going on? The high school student looked at his companion's panicked eyes and rubbed his heart that was feeling uncomfortable. I can feel the real aura. He slowly raised his head and looked at his companion with a smile on his face. We're going home. Don't move. Don't talk. A gun was pointed at the high school student's head as he shouted. However, the high school student did not listen to him. He only smiled and slowly fell backward. He didn't move, but lost his life in an instant, his body turning stiff. The surrounding police officers looked at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. They only felt their bodies tense up. Everyone will die, but death is not the end. We will eventually return to our hometown. There, we will never have to pretend. Our home hides all of our truths. Perhaps it's ugly. Perhaps it's forgotten. But it's our original appearance. I believe in my hometown. I will stay in my hometown forever. A calming voice echoed in his mind, and the high school student who had fallen slowly opened his eyes. He saw warm light and some old but ordinary decorations. This made him feel relaxed, and the most secretive worry in his heart disappeared. It turned out that what those people said was true. After death, they would really return to their hometown. He slowly sat up. He felt that his body was very light, and his vision seemed to have widened. So, I'm back home now. As he mumbled to himself, his view moved slightly and he saw a sofa. On the sofa, a young man with a warm smile on his face turned to. Look at him. You came to my house. He answered with a smile. Chapter 202 Chapter 202 Communication is very important one. Chapter 202 Communication is very important one. So, what they believe in is a place called their true home, and not some specific evil god. Lu Xin opened his little notebook and jotted down the guest's warm hospitality and instructions for his report. From what he said, he received an oracle when his ability awakened. I feel like I'm the one chosen by heaven, and then I start to preach in Satellite City No. 4 and develop believers. I suspect that he has read too many novels. The specific development model is to let the people chosen by him also listen to the oracle, open up wisdom, and pursue the real home. If the other party agrees with your ideals, then make the other party voluntarily give up everything. If the other party doesn't agree, then force the other party to give up everything. Lu Xinting turned to look at the trembling guest who was having a heart-to-heart talk with his family and shook his head. He had never thought that such a mysterious organization would be created by such a crying guy. Looking at him, he couldn't associate him with the vicious things they had done. They'll take action to get rid of them. First, it's because they need to develop, absorb them, or have conflicts with them. They killed the boss of Silver Business Group before because they had their eyes on his assets. The Red Vest Brotherhood, on the other hand, had a conflict with them. Also, the boss of this Yin Huan business company has a daughter. She was found to have fallen to her death about half a month ago. Was she also pushed down by one of their friends? The more questions he asked, the more uncomfortable Lu Xin felt. And he frowned. The way this mysterious organization developed was really unlikable, especially after hearing their specific choice. To recruit new members, one is to see who is beneficial to you, and the other is to choose through a certain method. To put it simply, it depends on benefits and fate. For example, ordering a special cup of coffee in a certain environment. Lu Xin couldn't even keep his notes. What the hell? So he and the drunkard were two professional special operation members of the Special Investigations Department. And they weren't targeted and hunted down because they had found out some key secrets, but because they hated him and the drunkard. They hunted him and drunkard not to take their lives, but to baptize them. A complete link of the other party's missionary work appeared in his mind. They met a person who met the conditions of their missionary work, but was very cowardly and refused to listen to their guidance. They targeted this person and sent out a mental monster. This person would usually reveal his real side on the same night, and it was very likely that he would do something he would regret for the rest of his life in this real state. In other words, the person who went to find drunkard didn't want to kill her. In the beginning, They probably wanted the drunkard to be affected by the mental monster and do the darkest things in her heart. Then, when she regretted it too much, she would accept their preaching and finally turn over a new leaf and become one of them. However, the two spiritual monsters didn't find Drunkard after 2 days. Drunkard had used his ability to distort their perception, causing them to miss for 2 days in a row and disappear before they could do anything. At that time, the drunkard thought that the spiritual monster was looking for her to kill her. But in fact, these two spiritual monsters were here to preach. The people in the mysterious organization didn't even know why the two mental monsters failed to preach for 2 days in a row. They just felt that it had been a little too long. So on the 3rd day, they changed their strategy and directly let the monsters affect the drunkard's neighbor. It meant that since he couldn't show his real side, he would let him see the real world. He had found the reason for drunkards and his previous failures. Drunkard thought that the other party was very smart, so he carefully looked for the controller behind the mental monster. But in the end, not only was the other party not brilliant, but he was also a noob when he went to find the mastermind behind the scenes. Of course, he couldn't find him because he wasn't at the scene at all. Drunkard had even been analyzing how the other party had discovered the investigation and if there was any deeper meaning behind sending the mental monsters. But in fact, the other party had no plan at all. Who would have thought of such a complicated brain circuit? Lu Xun shook his head helplessly. If he were to investigate, he would probably be unable to figure out the other party's true intentions even after 10 days to half a month. Fortunately, he had another way of investigating after that. Through a friendly and cordial talk, he would directly invite the guest to share all the secrets in his heart. He would only be responsible for recording them. Of course, the customer shared the information so thoroughly that it was hard for him to write the report later. Because the other party had poured out too thoroughly, it was hard for him to explain how he had made the other party pour out so thoroughly. All investigation missions were like this. It was easy to complete the mission, but hard to write a report. After some serious consideration, Lu Xun decided to report the truth. The method of investigation should not be important. After all, the leader only cared about the results. He only needed to hand in everything honestly. Whether or not he could understand would depend on the professionalism of the people. At the headquarters, write down the real purpose and reason why the mental monster chased Drunkard, and line it down. Additional added this organization's development method is extremely unprofessional. Bracket this organization is a bar spirit, hates bar spirits, but especially likes to absorb them. After he finished writing, he thought for a while and crossed out the line especially likes to absorb bar spirits. After all, he and the drunkard weren't quarrels. Definitely not. He then recorded, this mysterious organization's ability leave a mark on the opponent. The imprint will attract a mental monster to affect the target or directly devour the target's head. Lu Xun couldn't help but frown. He had clearly explained the abilities of this guest. At that time, after he and drunkard were targeted, the feeling of being spied on in secret came from it. The problem was that mental monsters could not appear out of thin air. So how did they come about? Why did they have to listen to the words of this aptitude user? In fact, there were still many things that he did not understand. For example, this brotherhood, were there other brothers? For example, the oracle they heard, was it just a lunatic's delusion? Or was there really something hinting at them? For example, how many people had they killed with these two spiritual monsters that could be controlled by them? How many of their disciples were truly cruel on the inside and attracted their attention? And how many of them did those things that they regretted because they were affected by the mental monsters? The most important point was, did the real home they believed in really exist? With so many questions, Lu Xun wanted to continue asking. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Xun, who did not hear any movement, turned around and saw that the guest could no longer answer his questions. After a series of heart-to-heart talks, exchanges, pretending to leave, being forced to stay, and helping out with the housework, he finally finished. Now, he was already with the two mental monsters, participating in the family dinner. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. After jotting down the last piece of useful information, Lu Xun took a few photos in his notebook and sent them to Drunkard. Then, he put away his laptop and returned to his room quietly. The living room was too noisy, and he didn't like it. You did well this time. Her father and sister were so happy that they had completely forgotten about her. Her mother was the most considerate of them all. No matter how lively the living room was, she was still concerned about Lu Xun, holding a plate of cut apples. She walked into Lu Xun's bedroom and smiled at him in approval. Is it because I've started to invite guests home? Lu Xun lifted his head to look at his mother. Her mother shook her head and said gently, "It's because you've started to believe in your family, especially your father." As she spoke, she peeked through the crack of the door at her father, who was cooking in the kitchen with the guests, and the smile on her face deepened. Even though it's in this form, Lu Xun could sense that his mother was in a good mood, so he nodded his head lightly. "So, can we have a good chat now?" He raised his head to look at his mother and asked directly, "You were the one who told my sister not to help me first, right? Why?" His mother's expression did not change in the slightest upon hearing Lu Xun's question. He didn't seem to be in a difficult position when Lu Xun asked the question, nor did he feel surprised that he would ask the question. "Because you can't always rely on your sister. You'll grow up eventually," she replied with a smile. "What do you do when your family doesn't accompany you?" Lu Xun fell silent for a moment after hearing her words. A smile appeared on her mother's face as she consoled. "Of course. Your family will always be by your side. Don't think too much about it. It's just that as you grow older, you will need your friends and your own life. If your friends don't understand you and don't believe you, how can you really gain their trust and even make them help you with their hearts?" Lu Xun slowly raised his head and looked at his mother with a serious expression. "You're doing this to help me enter the second stage. Are you deliberately deceiving them?" "I'm not lying." The smile on her mother's face became a little mysterious. "It's their own business what they think. We're just giving them a little guidance." "I understand." After a long while, Lu Xun lifted his head and replied with a smile. "That's why I told them that I can directly lock onto the monster." A happy smile appeared on her mother's face. Lu Xun also smiled at his mother. This time, he and his mother had come to an agreement. See, family members need to communicate. However, she might need some gifts as a lubricant during the communication. Chapter 203 Chapter 203 Mission Rating a 1. Chapter 203 Mission Rating a 1. It's too scary. It was at Lu Xun's house, where he was warmly entertaining the guests and taking the opportunity to ask the questions he wanted to ask, that the three members of the Special Investigation Department Mission Evaluation Team put down their binoculars in a room that Chen Jing had once used opposite the old building. As the observation team, they could also see the records that Lu Xun sent to Drunkard. It was also because of these records that they were even more frightened. All they could see was the drawn curtains and the mental monster that had disappeared from Lu Xun's house. So, the two monsters with such high mental energy levels just disappeared like that. He even gave them all the results they wanted. How did he do it? The slightly chubby senior staff member's body was trembling slightly. The magnitude of those two spiritual monsters is definitely close to 2000. The spiritual radiation they carry can even affect the voltage of the street lamps on the roadside. However, these two spiritual monsters were actually single. He pulled her into the room, and then there was no more movement. Did he eat it? Also, that's not necessarily. Another staff member who was slightly taller swallowed his saliva and said, "These two spiritual monsters, after existing for a certain period of time they had disappeared." Moreover, in his records, he only wrote his own speculation about the actions and motives of this mysterious organization. There was no specific process, so could it be that they disappeared because their time was up? But even so, how did he get so many investigation results in such a short time? Also, didn't you notice the way he dealt with the two mental monsters? The chubby staff asked. It seems like he directly pulled these two spiritual monsters in. Drunkard is such a powerful ability user. It's only because her ability is more effective against monsters that she could deal with these two mental monsters and survive the time they stay. As for other ability users, if they were to fight them head-on, how many of them could last? More than 3 minutes. As for him, not only did he make the 2 mental monsters disappear, but he also quickly revealed the real purpose of the 2 mental monsters when they were looking for the drunkard, the logic of their actions, as well as the detailed information of the mastermind behind them and his ability. This is unreasonable. This is too unreasonable. As he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Why do I feel like he interrogated her directly? The taller observer was also stunned. What's there to interrogating a mental monster? It's really hard to understand. The young man who had yet to pass his internship looked at the strange expressions of the 2 seniors and could not help but remind them in a low voice. But, no matter how complicated the situation is, as professionals, shouldn't we have to show some professionalism? The 2 seniors immediately glared at him. The junior intern immediately shrank back, feeling like he was being bullied in his workplace. However, it was probably because of his reminder that the 2 seniors calmed down a lot. In fact, they also felt that their guest just now was too crazy. No matter what, after taking a deep breath, the chubby observer said, "From the point of view of the mission, there's nothing wrong with what he did. From Satellite City No. 4 to Satellite City No. 2. He worked together with Drunkard, who was working with him for the first time. He completed the disintegration of the real hometown cult and the elimination of the aptitude users very well, especially the mission to find the aptitude users of this mysterious organization. Not only did he find it, but he also cleaned it up. I didn't use any other power, nor did I cause any accidental injuries. What's more troublesome is," he sighed deeply, "we wanted to make a belated effort. We don't even know how to make it more beautiful." The medical intern was stunned for a moment, but he could not help but express his opinion. Then wouldn't this be rated as A? Logically speaking, it should be. There are 2 types of A rank missions, the chubby observer said. The first type is when you do it the best. No matter what others do, they can't do it better than you. The other type is when others don't know how to handle it, but you did. The intern nodded repeatedly. What the senior said made a lot of sense. It's not that simple. Another taller observer said in a deep voice. There's another problem. After all, we're the risk evaluation team for losing control. So, we don't just have to do the mission evaluation. We also have to evaluate the ability users. He paused for a moment, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. The name Spider Series is clearly written in bold and black on his profile. However, from his earliest mission record to what we've observed today, we discovered that he can directly see the mental monsters and determine if the target he is looking for is in the surrounding area in an extremely short period of time. It can make 2 mental monsters disappear in a small space without using standard weapons. The chubby observer interrupted with a wry smile. From his conversation with Drunkard just now, I can tell that he has the ability to lock onto the controller behind the 2 mental monsters through these 2 mental monsters. That's why he let Drunkard do it so easily. As the 2 of them spoke, they could not help but stare at each other. The Snyder family can't do this. So, what ability does he have? This question, including his own, made the 3 of them look confused. As member of the risk assessment team, their job was to observe and judge the upper limit of an ability user's ability, customize their ability level, and use it as a reference for mission arrangements. Moreover, the risk assessment they submitted would become the biggest basis for the higher-ups' understanding of the ability user. However, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. As part of the out-of-control risk assessment team, they didn't even know what the other party's ability was, let alone judge that they had lost control. An ability user usually only had 1 core and 3 abilities. Then, what did this belong to? How could they assess the risk when they did not even know the other party's ability? Actually, I think it's more complicated now, but it's clear. While they exchanged gazes, the intern raised his hand weakly and said, I have an idea about the report. The 2 seniors turned their heads to look at him at the same time. This gaze suddenly made the young man understand that whether he could pass the internship or not would depend on this. It's best to give him an A rank evaluation. The intern swallowed his saliva and mustered up his courage to say. The two seniors frowned and said, "The reason, when you do work, you have to be organized. The question is split into two. At least, judging from the mission completion rate, he has done a good job." Right, the intern said in a low voice. The chubby observer questioned, "But what about his ability?" "The problem of ability has nothing to do with us. We're just observers, not researchers. We can just hand it in as usual," the intern said in a low voice. The two seniors immediately frowned. "There's actually a more important reason," the intern finally couldn't help but blurted out. He peeked at the opposite side of the old six-story building. On the fourth floor, the lights were a little dim because the curtains were drawn. However, in the dark old building, there was still a window that was particularly conspicuous. "Seniors, don't you think that someone is watching us from behind that window?" The two seniors' hair stood on end as they suddenly turned their heads to look. The window was quiet and there was only a warm light. The curtain was a little dim, but if you looked carefully, you would find a few faint shadows on the curtain. It was as if someone was standing behind a curtain, quietly staring in this direction. The atmosphere in the temporary observation office suddenly dropped to freezing point. After a moment, the chubby observer coughed and said naturally, "Didn't we say that we would raise it a little?" "That's right," the tall observer was also very natural. "So it's an A rank evaluation." "It's too low." The chubby observer smiled and said casually, "Think we should just give him an senior? Isn't it a little too high to be above a class?" Looking at the two seniors calmly discussing the outcome, the intern knew that he should not speak at this time, but he could not help but ask, "Isn't it something that can only be given if you completely understand their process of action and logic, and handle them perfectly?" In the entire Special Investigations Department, it seems that only Team Leader Shen has received such an evaluation. The two seniors immediately glared at him. "A newbie is a newbie. Why don't you understand? We're observers, not researchers. What does his ability have to do with our work?" Chapter 204 Chapter 204 The Secret of Individual Soldiers 1 Chapter 204 The Secret of Individual Soldiers 1 The mysterious organization True Hometown in Satellite City No. 4 has been completely annihilated. An in-depth investigation is in progress in the main city of Qinggang. When Minister Shen strode into the conference room, he saw Professor Bai reporting to Mr. Su with a smile. He was slightly surprised, as if he didn't expect that Mr. Su would come here in person. He saluted and put his hat on the table, then said to Professor Bai, "If it's just for this mysterious organization, you don't need us to come here directly." Professor Bai smiled and asked Chen Jing to put away all the information about the mysterious organization. "Real hometown, then?" He nodded to Professor Chen, and Mr. Su took out a few more documents and handed them to Minister Shen and Mr. Su. He also kept one for himself and handed one to Chen Jing. He slowly said, "Of course, I've invited you here for another more important question." He gestured for them to look at the documents in their hands and then slowly said, "I believe the mystery of Shan Bing's ability has been solved." Both Director Shen and Mr. Su, who had an extraordinary bearing, were shocked. They hurriedly lowered their heads and glanced at the documents in their hands. On the first page, there was information on Lu Zhen, codename Individual Soldier, ability Spider type crossed out followed by unnamed, level C crossed out, risk of losing control 75 to be discussed. Director Shen only took a glance and said in a deep voice, 75, how can it be so low? Don't we still need to discuss it? Professor Bai sat down on a chair and put on a pair of presbyopic glasses. As she flipped through the materials, she said, "There is one thing we have to admit. We have never had any substantial basis for the risk assessment of an individual soldier losing control. Instead, we have relied on subjective feelings and judgments to set such a high data for him that even exceeds the standard. But in fact, if you look at all the information that he has handled, His completion rate and compliance with the rules are simply an anomaly. Among the aptitude users, you can't find any violation in any of the things that he handled. Actually, there are. Chen Jing adjusted the sunglasses on her face and added, after analyzing the mission report of him and the gecko, I suspect that he is giving false accounts. Of course, this amount was also very interesting. After a few times, the amount was as high as a few thousand. Mr. Su's expression was a little tense, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but hold his nose. Director Shen snorted coldly and said, continue. Professor Bai laughed and said, in short, from an objective point of view, the risk of being alone is not high. In fact, it is much lower than that of other aptitude users. It is even lower than the lizard, which we acknowledge as having the lowest risk of losing control. After all, geckos are much more ruthless than Shan Bing. Moreover, his desire for the opposite sex is slightly different from ordinary people. Sometimes, it really makes me feel uneasy. Moreover, we have to admit that there is only one reason why the risk of an individual soldier losing control has always been so high. At this point, Professor Bai paused for a moment before she continued. We don't understand him. Mr. Su raised his head curiously. Director Shen also frowned slightly. Then he slowly nodded. Shan Bing's ability is very strong, but we don't know why he's so strong. He has already exceeded our expectations several times, but we still don't know how he did it. We think we've already classified and evaluated his abilities, but there are always times when he inadvertently shows some details that break our classification and evaluation of him. Professor Bai paused for a moment before continuing. This is the reason why we gave him such a high rating for out of control. We don't understand him, so we're afraid of him. The meeting room was very quiet. It wasn't a depressing atmosphere, but rather a subtle one. Teacher Su smiled and broke the silence. He nodded and said, to be honest, I do have a little bit of it. I am indeed a little wary of people or things I don't understand. Since he had already said so, Director Shen also used silence to represent his answer. Professor Bai nodded her head slightly and said, I have the same mentality, but maybe it's because of the difference in personality. I'm more curious about things that I don't know about than I'm afraid. So, I've been trying to figure out Shan Bing's secret. I've already made many conjectures and inferences during this period, so I won't go into detail. As he spoke, he flipped to a page of the document in his hand and showed it to the people next to him. It was a copy of the report submitted by the observation team for the risk of losing control. It recorded in detail the performance of Shan Bing in dealing with the capture of the ghost and the cleanup of the mysterious organization in the 4th satellite city, true hometown. The level of detail even included every word Shan Bing had said, every action, and every suggestion he had made when he was working with Drunkard. However, what attracted them the most was the final conclusion. It can be confirmed that Shan Bing doesn't only have one ability, his overall ability is in a chaotic state. In the meeting room, everyone turned their documents to that page and stared at the sentence. What does it mean? Director Shen was silent for a while before saying, in my opinion, this further proves that our worries are correct. The report itself doesn't explain anything, but it does provide a basis for our analysis. There are two main reasons why we were worried about him before, Professor Bai said with a calm expression. First, we suspect that he's not a real spider. Second, we don't even know if he really has few family members by his side. Everyone nodded at Professor Bai's words. This was something that couldn't be any clearer. This report was compiled by the Special Evaluation Team of the Special Investigation Department and the Drunkard's report. Professor Bai placed the report on the table and calmly reported. Among the evaluation team sent by the Special Investigation Department, there are 2 senior observers and a newcomer with great potential. This newcomer is good at observation, especially the perception and detailed analysis of the changes in spiritual power. They have been observing since the single soldier captured the ghost, until the single soldier took care of the ability users of the townspeople association. In addition, when Shan Bing decided to go to Satellite City No. 4, I have also asked Drunkard to use this opportunity to observe him. In addition to the most basic assessment of the risk of losing control and the mission completion assessment, the most important question is, Professor Bai's voice became slightly heavy as she said, "It's to see if he has any family." In the meeting room, the other three people's expressions became more serious. Director Shen, in particular, had a serious look on his face, and the result was none. Professor Bai gave them the answer directly. Then, regardless of their expressions, she continued, when he was fighting the two mental monsters codenamed missionaries in Satellite City No. 4, Shanbing had used his ability within the influence range of the drunkard's ability to fight the mental monsters. Under those circumstances, if he had a family, the drunkard would definitely be able to tell. In addition, the observation team has been analyzing all the details from the beginning to the end. Besides confirming that Shanbing's ability is more complicated, they have also confirmed that Shanbing's ability was indeed displayed by himself. We can completely rule out elements such as spirit possession, the influence of strong pollutants, and the use of parasitic items. He used those abilities on his own. Looking at Professor Bale's confident expression, even Director Shen was slightly stunned. However, he didn't say anything. The drunkard was a very reliable person. Her proof was also very important in the special investigation department. As for his ability, Professor Bai paused for a moment and said, "I'm certain that he has more than one spider ability. From the current records, he can control his body like a spider, improve his agility, sense, and even heal his wounds. He could directly see the spiritual monsters. It could tear spiritual monsters apart with its bare hands and could track knights from a distance. In addition, he can even use a method we don't know to remove the mental pollution bomb, and he can even safely enter Happy Town and leave. The most important thing is that he can even directly lock onto the mastermind behind the two mental monsters and analyze the reason behind the mastermind driving them here and the reason why they attacked the drunkard." Everyone in the meeting room frowned. They felt that this was the most incomprehensible part. Their research on mental mutants had always been an attempt to find logic in chaos. But now, they couldn't see any logic and only felt a headache. Only Professor Bai's expression gradually became brighter. He said softly, "Based on the information we have, Shanbing's behavior has shown that his ability is chaotic, complicated, and different from the clear core and abilities of other aptitude users. This has made us suspicious. But in fact, it may be because we were thinking in the wrong direction. I suspect that Shanbing's ability is not spider-related." But, after a slight pause, Professor Bai looked at the three of them and answered softly, "He doesn't have any abilities." Chapter 205 Chapter 205 His family too. Chapter 205 His family too. It doesn't have any abilities. Mr. Su and Department Head Shen both frowned slightly and raised their heads subconsciously. Even Chen Jing's mouth was slightly open, forming an O shape. It was unbelievable for a top scholar like Professor Bai to say such absurd words. If even a powerful ability user like Shanbing did not have any abilities, then what about the other C and B rank ability users? That's right. However, what I mean by not having the ability is different from what you understand. We can take a look at the earliest information left behind by the observer as No. 13 Satellite City No. 2. Professor Bai said in a deep voice. At that time, the mental pollution defense system of King Gang determined that there was potential energy user in Satellite City No. 2. We observed him for a long time as usual. Later, Shen Jing rushed over personally to determine his ability and risk. However, we have observed that his mental power is strong enough to produce telekinesis and flip over tables and chairs. We don't know what kind of ability he has developed. It wasn't until later in the mental pollution incident at the street cafe that he distorted himself and used his spider-type abilities to get rid of the mental monster that we confirmed his system. But after we confirmed it, we also found that he had many characteristics that did not match the characteristics of the spider family, including himself. He also said that this ability was borrowed from a younger sister that no one else could see. This matter is difficult for us to understand. We even think that he has multiple personality disorders and have increased the risk of him losing control. Professor Bai said with a frown. But what if he's telling the truth? Commander Shen, Mr. Su, and Chen Jing were all listening to him seriously. But the more they listened, the more confused they became. Director Shen couldn't help but pat the document and said, "You just said that drunkard confirmed that he doesn't have any family. The way his family exists, or rather, the concept, may be different from what we think." Professor Bai took a deep breath and explained in a heavy voice. With the current system of abilities, when we can't explain something, it's likely that it's because our vision has become narrow due to the limits of experience and cognition. After all, we are the ones who first discovered the system of all abilities and then concluded them. In other words, this is our existing experience. And if our existing experience becomes a framework, it will easily limit our new perception. Therefore, at this time, try to open your vision. It will be easier to understand some things. My speculations about individual compatibility are based on this concept. Professor Bai gave her answer. I realized that after changing my train of thought, the abilities of a single soldier aren't that complicated. It could even be said to be very simple. After a pause, he said softly, he only has an unusually strong spiritual level, but he hasn't developed a specific direction of ability. After listening to Professor Bale's words, Shen Jing could barely keep up, but Minister Shen could not see if he could keep up. Mr. Su was obviously confused. After Professor Bai said this, he smiled and looked at the others. This gas can explain why Shanbing was able to solve the mental pollution bomb under the south wall. When the mental pollution bomb creates a mental monster that can self-destruct at any time and distort everything around it, there is only a mental power higher than it, at least twice as much. Only then can we cover it and neutralize its power. At the same time, it also explains why Shan Bing could use these two mental monsters to lock onto the existence of the mastermind behind them, since these two mental monsters were instructed to attack Drunkard and Shan Bing. They must have information about the mastermind behind the scenes. They must also have the real order given by the mastermind to attack Drunkard and Shan Bing. Then, if the level of my spirit is strong enough, I can cover these two spiritual monsters. The mental energy of these two mental monsters were both above 1,000, but preliminary speculation was that they had not reached 2,000. Therefore, if they could cover the mental bomb, they could completely cover them. Shan Bing can get these instructions from them and then give us the answers we see. When Professor Bai gave the answer, Shen Jing could not help but be stunned. She didn't even have time to think about the logic behind it and just subconsciously asked, if he can really do it, then how high is his spiritual energy level? Chief Shen's face darkened. From the report I received at that time, the mental monster that appeared at the south wall of Satellite City No. 2 was at least in the order of 4,000. If you want to say that Shan Bing's mental power is enough to directly cover this bomb, then his mental power, he didn't say the following numbers. And neither did Chen Jing. On the other hand, Teacher Su calculated in his heart and slowly said, L in terms of multiples. It's close to 10,000. This number made Commander Shen and Chen Jing's hearts tremble. Professor Bai smiled and shook her head. Shan Bing can't either. So, you don't have to be so worried. From the report at the time, there was an intense battle before he dealt with the mental monster. So, it's very likely that he weakened the mental monster first and then covered it. In that case, I think it's estimated to be between 4 to 6,000. Which is more appropriate? The meeting room was silent. For a moment, no one refuted or answered Professor Bai's words. Professor Bai, on the other hand, smiled and continued to explain his theory. Once you've accepted the fact that he has a powerful mental energy level, I can explain the following deduction to you. For the sake of understanding, you can view individual soldiers as a source of pollution. It's a powerful source of contamination. However, he's a non-polluting source of pollution, just like how pure water doesn't conduct electricity. Department Head Shen Jing, and Mr. Su were full of questions, but they listened patiently and did not try to interrupt. Professor Bai continued, Because he doesn't have any abilities. He only has the characteristics of distortion, perception, and imitation that mental power itself has. And this, when he needs it, he can use his powerful mental energy to analyze and reconstruct some of his abilities. Of course, he has to be very familiar with that ability. His voice was still lingering in the conference room, but Chen Jing, department head Shen, and Mr. Su could not interrupt. Professor Bai heaved a sigh of relief. That explains why he has 3 family members. He doesn't have multiple personality disorder, but he doesn't really have 3 family members. He smiled at the people in the office and slowly explained his speculation. I suspect that during his awakening period, he had met 3 people like this. Or rather, their abilities. We all know that he's related to the escaped laboratory, but we don't know what he's been through. If I have to guess, he saw 3 of these people in the experiment, and for some reason, he used his own powerful mental power to imitate and deconstruct the 3 abilities. The abilities that were preserved were different in nature, but of the same origin as his own mental power, so he felt that they were close but not belonging to him. It's like an actor playing another role. This is a character that left a deep impression on him. He put in a lot of effort into it. This character is him, but it's not him. It's just a reconstruction of his own understanding. Professor Bai picked up a pen and drew a big circle on the whiteboard. Then, he drew 3 small circles. He even ticked up 2 pens on one of the small circles on the left, which turned into the head of a girl with 2 pigtails, indicating that she was his sister. He said, for Shanbing, when he deconstructs these 3 abilities, he will inevitably be confused and puzzled. With his level of mental strength, he will inevitably develop a certain logic that is different from ordinary people. Therefore, in the process of tolerating and accepting these 3 abilities, he will definitely give these 3 abilities a position according to his own understanding, a position that he can understand. At that time, he was just a 12 or 13-year-old child who had lost his orphanage and lived in a chaotic era. Therefore, he gave these 3 roles the role of family. He accepted these 3 abilities as family that others could not see and allowed them to accompany him. He put down the document, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyebrows. This is my speculation on Shanbing's condition based on all the information I have so far, he said softly. A spiritual level of 6,000 to 7,000 is already considered dangerous. If you have the corresponding ability, you can often reach an unsolvable state and classify it as an S-class. But in fact, Shanbing only has the corresponding mental power level, but he doesn't have the ability to truly control himself. His power is all imitated and reconstructed by him, and he can't really exert his mental power level, so he was born 1 rank lower than a real S-class. Therefore, we can give an answer to his ability ranking now. Putting on his glasses again, he wrote down Luzin's information on the board behind him. Codename Individual Soldier Ability None or Not Awakened. Level A. Risk of losing control 65. Chapter 206 Chapter 206 The Best Solution 3. Chapter 206 The Best Solution 3. After Professor Bai's words, the conference room fell into a moment of silence. There were only 4 people here: Professor Bai, Department Head Shen, Shenjing, and Mr. Su. After listening to Professor Bai's narrative, they had different reactions. Shenjing seemed to have some questions answered, but then more doubts emerged. However, she had considered something and did not ask immediately. After a moment of silence, Director Shen looked up at Professor Bai and said with a dignified expression, "You're just guessing. Who can be convinced by such a baseless guess?" Commander Shen's words were already very harsh, and Chenjing and Mr. Su's expressions immediately changed. Even Mr. Su was tapping on the information in his hand and said slowly, "In addition to what we have just analyzed, there are still some things that we can't understand. For example, what happened to the dream creator who sneaked into Shan Bing's dream to do a psychological assessment for him? In addition, it seems that a few of old Shen's men have also met something bad." He paused for a moment. When this sentence was said, everyone looked at Director Shen, It was a matter of the city defense department, which everyone knew, but they rarely mentioned it in front of Director Shen. If the difference in mental strength is too great, spying on an ability user whose mental strength is far beyond one's own is no different from spying on the abyss. So, anything is possible. Moreover, when we were dealing with the mental bomb under the south wall, Shan Bing had already reminded us not to spy on or record it. So, the one who violated the rules at that time was actually we can't blame him, Professor Bai explained softly and said. In addition, my guess is just for you to understand. In fact, what I want to convince you is data. As he spoke, he flipped through the information. Now, Shanbing has dealt with 2 special pollution incidents in a short period of time, and the evaluation is not bad. In other words, even if we don't count the matter of him taking back the painting named The Crimson Moon's Gaze, he has already reached the standard of a level 3 special talent. According to our rules, he has the qualifications to apply for the second stage. Director Shen's face changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, if an ability user wants to go through the second stage of enhancement, it is not just about meeting the standard. There is another important standard, and that is the risk of losing control of his body must be controlled to a certain extent. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Professor Bai nodded and said, from the analysis of the available data, he has already met the criteria. Director Shen glanced at the 65 on the board and frowned. This is impossible. As he spoke, he flipped through the documents, trying to find a loophole in the absurd report. Facts and data don't lie. Professor Bai looked at him calmly and said, you have to admit a fact. Although we all thought that the risk of him losing control was high, in the beginning, he didn't lose control in the subsequent special pollution incident. He didn't lose control when he was faced with the mental pollution bomb created by the Church of Technology. When he was chasing after the night group outside the city, he did not lose control. In fact, after he entered Happy Town, he didn't lose control either. The cause of losing control is usually the instability of the body due to the increase in the level of mental energy, or the collapse of the body due to the overuse of abilities, or because of some strange induction, strong emotional impact, etc., which leads to various changes. From this perspective, Shan Bing has already withstood the test of various previous angles. The only thing he hasn't experienced is the emotional impact. When Commander Shen heard this, he immediately interrupted. However, emotional shock is one of the most common reasons for losing control, but he also has a very good habit. He follows the rules very well, Professor Bai said with a smile. After he finished, he looked at Chen Jing and Mr. Su with a smile and said, a person who abides by the rules can easily control his emotions within a certain range, because he's willing to accept things that are within the rules, and he can fight for things that are against the rules with a peace of mind. He can turn a possible emotional impact into a simple venting. Professor Bai concluded with a smile. He's such a good seedling. I think he's very suitable for the second stage. The atmosphere in the meeting room became even more tense. Department head Shen Jing, and Mr. Su all felt that they could understand every word that Professor Bai said, and even felt that it made sense. However, when he came to the seemingly logical conclusion, the 3 of them were a little confused. That was Shanbing, who had dealt with the mental pollution bomb alone. He was a lone soldier who dared to bring a pendant out of the city to hunt down a night regiment with 3 ability users. That was Shanbing, who had wandered around Happy Town once and then ran out as if nothing had happened. What are your opinions? Professor Bai asked with a smile after she finished what she wanted to say. I'm actually not confident in my heart. This time, Shen Jing was the first to answer. She paused for a moment before she said, but I believe in facts and data. Teacher Su pondered for a moment and smiled honestly. To be honest, my understanding of ability users is not as deep as yours. Sometimes, the things you talk about are more or less complicated to me. However, I always remember one thing. When we first set up the Special Pollution Clearing Department, we set a principal rate with an aptitude user, not be enemies. I think this principle can help us make a lot of decisions, he said with a smile. In the conference room, the three of them looked at Director Shen. Director Shen's face darkened. After a while, he said, I also agree with Mr. Su's principle, so I don't force all aptitude users to join the army and treat them like soldiers. I even agree to allow them to keep some of their secrets and enjoy some privileges under the circumstances where there is no threat. However, there is one thing we all understand. Aptitude users are too scary, he said after a moment of silence. You haven't read the information report about Happy Town. Of course. He was the one who brought this information back. There's actually an ability user, or rather, a source of contamination, who has turned this entire town into a honeycomb-like structure. I don't know what you're thinking, but from what I can see, I'm even feeling fear, or rather I feel despair. With his personality, it seemed to be very difficult for him to say this. However, he still said it out loud and looked at Professor Bai with rapt attention. So, are you sure you know what you're doing? Professor Bai met his gaze and nodded calmly. She said, LVE also read the information about Happy Town. Even though it's really shocking, to be honest, I'm not too surprised. Do you still remember the words of that genius researcher at the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute? He was so desperate that he jumped down from a 100-story building because of his own research. When Shen Jing heard this, she suddenly raised her head. What about the 3 curses? It can't be said to be a curse. It should be a warning, or it's a prophecy. The first one is that, with the appearance of the spiritual mutation, the social structure and order that we used to rely on for survival will likely face an unprecedented impact. When that time comes, humans may enter a different kind of living structure, Professor Bai said. Slowly, in the meeting room, everyone's heart sank when they heard Professor Bai's calm and even somewhat calm words. And the second one is, Professor Bai said slowly as she looked at the crowd. At this time, Teacher Su took over his words and replied softly, Get ready to welcome the arrival of God. In the meeting room, there seemed to be some pressure, which made people's hearts uncomfortable. Director Shen gritted his teeth, and the muscles on his face tightened. He. There's no need to mention the will of such a madman. At this moment, Teacher Su smiled and said, But we have to admit that old Shen's worries are reasonable. We really have to be cautious when doing these things. I'm actually prepared for old Shen's worries. Professor Bai seemed to understand what he was thinking, so she said, I've prepared 2 sentences for you, not just for you, but also for the other gentleman. As he spoke, he came in front of Director Shen and looked into his confused eyes. He said softly, Did you know that the Sky Blue Ocean Nation is now in close contact with deep well mining companies? Director Shen frowned and nodded. My men got hold of this information and reported it to me. Then, did you know that after they met, they talked about the cultivation fluid? Professor Bai nodded. Director Shen was slightly stunned and immediately frowned. The second thing I want to say to you is, Professor Bai continued and said softly, Do you think Shan Bing really needs to be strengthened with his current mental strength? At first, Director Shen was a little puzzled. After thinking about it carefully, his expression suddenly changed. Professor Bai met his gaze and smiled. There was a rare hint of fatigue in his smile. He said softly, The second stage of an ability user is mainly about the strengthening and stability of mental power. He doesn't need to strengthen it. So, our job is to let him it's more stable. The meeting room was completely silent. Everyone was thinking about the meaning of his words. Professor Bai gently placed the documents on the experiment table and turned around. She crossed her arms and said, LVE already said what I wanted to say. Director Shen gritted his teeth and suddenly looked up at him. It looks like you've already thought of how to convince us before you called us over. I agree with your suggestion, he continued after a slight pause. So, if he really meets all the criteria, I want to exercise my special rights to reject his application for the second stage. However, I have a question for you to answer. At this time, Shen Jing and Mr. Su also looked up at him curiously. The muscles on Director Shen's face tensed up as he said, How can you guarantee that he won't make an enemy out of us after he enters the second stage? This question made the atmosphere in the meeting room drop to the freezing point. This was a topic that could only be discussed among the few of them, and no rules could be applied to it. But it was also a real problem. There was not only the risk of losing control, but there was also the risk of the ability users becoming ambitious after obtaining great power, which would pose a great threat to the entire King Gang city. In the face of this heavy-hearted question, Professor Bale's smile was the most relaxed. I thought about this problem before, and I thought of an excellent way to solve it. Facing the curious gazes of the three people around him, he smiled, snapped his fingers, and said, "Sign a contract with him." Chapter 207 Chapter 207 Successful Guidance. Chapter 207 Successful Guidance. Mr. Shanbing, Drunkard has already submitted the complete mission report. The mission report you sent me earlier has also been polished and submitted. Regarding the investigation of this real hometown mysterious organization, there will be special people to continue to follow up, but your mission can be declared over. Moreover, the higher-ups have a very high evaluation of the mission you completed together. Han Bing, this little girl, could always make people feel better when she called. Lu Xin, who was smoking at the stairwell, couldn't help but smile when he heard her words. The head of department was also walking over with a cigarette in his hand. When he looked up and saw the smile on Lu Xin's face, his face twitched in fear. He hurriedly waved his hand and turned around stiffly, pretending that he was not here to smoke, but to go downstairs. His heart was already trembling as he thought, "What made you so happy? Did you kill a few more people? Or did you kill the boss of the opposing gang? Can I be promoted to a level 3 special talent now?" Lu Xin asked with a smile. "Of course you can." Han Bing's voice was also very relaxed. She smiled and said, "LT will take effect immediately after the Special Investigations Department's leader signs it." Drunkard gave you 500,000 yuan of reward this time because she said that you'll be the one dealing with the mysterious organization's aptitude users on your own. As for the contribution points, it's directly approved by the higher-ups, and the final result is that you and Drunkard each get 50 points. 10,000. Lu Xin clenched his fist and held himself back from jumping up. In fact, this 500,000 yuan really surprised him. To be honest, this mysterious organization was much more irregular than he had imagined. It was not worth such a high reward. However, the Special Investigation Department usually ranked missions before they were assigned to a mission. At that time, the Special Investigation Department thought that this mysterious organization was very dangerous, so they set such a high rating. Although they got rid of it easily, the rating was not lowered. To put it simply, it was a profit. Lu Xin felt a little guilty for receiving such a high reward for such a simple task. Also, regarding the second stage of the application, I've already helped Mr. Shanbing prepare it. Mr. Shanbing, do you have any special reasons to add to the application? Han Bing continued. Special reason? How do I usually tell it? In Lu Xin asked. Han Bing flipped through the information and said in a soft voice, "Usually, the reason for the application is to fill in the second stage of the application. It is to better and more stably exert one's ability to protect Green Harbor, to protect the people, and to work hard for the reconstruction of world civilization. Of course, if you really have any special personal reasons, you can also write it down. There's no need for that." Lu Xin was stunned for a moment. The reason is good enough. Han Bing dragged out a pleasant ending tone, and then suddenly became relaxed. She smiled and said, with the approval from above, "I'll hand in Mr. Shanbing's information as soon as it's changed to a level 3 special talent. Looking at the time, it should be within the next few days. After the submission is successful, Mr. Shanbing should be able to make it to the Special Investigation Department Senior Talent Training Conference." Senior Talent Training Conference. Lu Xin was stunned for a moment. He could understand what she meant, but it sounded a little awkward. Yes, this meeting will be held in the main city. It's about the training of senior talents. Mr. Shanbing, who has submitted the second stage of the application, will also be invited. He. Mr. Shanbing is coming to the main city. This. The surprise came so suddenly that Lu Xin thought for a moment before smiling. Will they be at ease letting me go? Long ago, Lu Xin had sensed that the Special Investigation Department had been on guard against him. For example, the 6 researchers' first test was held in Satellite City No. 2. However, the last time he had gone out of the city to capture the Night Order, he had heard from Lizard that he had directly entered the main city for inspection. In other words, those people were afraid of him and even sent the professors to Satellite City No. 2. It was no wonder that they left immediately after examining him. The importance of these professors and researchers was no less than that of ability users. In fact, they were also considered special talents. In terms of rank, they were likely to be much higher than him, who was about to become a level 3 special talent. Mr. Shanbing, please rest assured, we are following the rules. Hanbing seemed to be surprised that Lu Xin would discuss this matter without any hesitation. He paused for a moment before smiling. So, after your information is updated, the first thing you will do is to obtain the pass to enter the main city. In addition, you will also have the right to buy properties in some key areas of Satellite City No. 2. As for the main city, it's not enough now. Aptitude users have to be on duty in satellite cities for more than 3 years, or they have to be level 4 special talents to be able to move into the main city. Buying a house. Lu Xin didn't pay attention to the rest of the sentence. He had grown up in Satellite City No. 2. So did Teacher Lu in the orphanage. He had never thought of moving. It was the right to buy a house that Hanbing mentioned that made his heart move slightly. He thought about it carefully and said softly, in that case, I have something to trouble you with. Mr. Shanbing, you don't have to be polite with me. Just say it. Hanbing said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like you to help me find out about a property in Satellite Town No. 2. It's located in the Greenstone Mountain area of the Chandong district of the city. There are many detached villas there, and they're very spacious. There's even a small garden and a pond. Lu Xin. He was a little embarrassed. Help me ask if I can buy that kind of place and how much it costs. If it's possible. I wonder if I can give you a discount. Alright. I'll remember that. I'll help you ask in detail. Don't worry. Hanbing agreed with a light voice. Thank you so much. It should be you must have done a lot of things for me outside of work. I'm really grateful. Hee. I'm very happy. Lu Xin hung up the phone after a round of pleasantries. Lu Xin threw the cigarette away and took a deep breath. He suppressed the urge to jump up and shout. They are no longer against me entering the main city, and they didn't reject my second stage application. After the excitement, he also had a general grasp of the current situation. So, Mother's guidance was successful. Her arrangements had indeed made her friends less wary of her. From the moment the second stage of the plan was set and he saw the report locked in the cabinet, his mother seemed to have planned some things. Therefore, after the ghost capture incident, his family rarely appeared by his side, and even his sister became playful. Therefore, almost all of his actions were completed by him borrowing the power of his family. His sister would occasionally help out, but in the eyes of others, it was probably done by his own telekinesis. Her mother naturally had her reasons for making such an arrangement. There might be some suspicion of deception, but just as her mother said, this was not deception. It was guidance. Moreover, Lu Xin wanted to enter the second stage as well, because he really wanted to figure out what the secret in his body was. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xin was ready to step out of the stairwell and ask for the price of the house. However, the satellite phone suddenly rang again. You're done asking so quickly. Lu Xin picked it up and realized it wasn't a landline, so he picked it up out of curiosity. Crooked brother. That's great, I'm so touched. As soon as he picked up the phone, Lizard's excited voice, which sounded like it was crying, came through. You know what, the headquarters has finally approved me to attend the senior talent training conference. Haha. Linda will be there too. My God. I can finally meet Linda. Calm down. Calm down. If we have a good chat after meeting, we can basically confirm our relationship. Then, he'll be able to live in the main city after another year, buy a house, marry Linda, and have 3 children. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I've been watching over my wife and child every day. If I'm free, he'll have an affair. Ha ha ha. Lu Xin was dumbfounded by Han Bing's words. He only just realized that Han Bing had mentioned it as well. Previously, the higher-ups had agreed to let Lizard attend this meeting and told him that Tai Kui would also attend. Was this the meeting? In that case, Han Bing. That's good. That's good. Congratulations. I might be going too. Lu Xin congratulated the Lizard with a smile and explained his situation. You're going too. The Lizard seemed to have calmed down a little, but it quickly became excited again. Then aren't we going to appear together? Where's the beauty queen of your group? Will she go? Lu Xin was a little uncertain. She was too happy to ask Han Bing about this. However, it was normal for her to go since Tai Kui was there. Right. However, Tai Kui was obviously older than her, so it was possible that her level was higher than hers. Tai Kui could attend such a senior talent training meeting, but Han Bing might not. But on second thought, Han Bing had specifically mentioned this meeting. Was she also hinting to him that she would attend? If this was the case, Lu Xin furrowed his brows. What should I wear when I go? Lu Xin hung up the phone and returned to his office to think about this important question. Just as he sat down in the cubicle, he suddenly saw the department director, who had gone downstairs for some reason, come up to him with a kind smile and said, "Little Lu, you're off work tonight. Don't be in a hurry to go home. You have something to do." What's the matter? Lu Xin was a little confused. When there were no cleanup missions, he would go to the guard hall every night to continue his training. If it wasn't something particularly important, he wouldn't interrupt. After all, he had a 200 yuan allowance every day. It's our company's vice president who came down for an inspection. The head of department looked at Lu Xin with a smile. As the model of this month and a candidate for the supervisor, we have to have dinner together tonight. Hearing this, Lu Xin immediately agreed. All right. Hee. Take my car after work, the director said with a smile. Then, he looked a little embarrassed and lowered his voice. But I have a small request. After all, he's the vice president of the group. During dinner tonight, can you? Don't bring your gun. Lu Xin furrowed his brows. Chapter 208 Chapter 208 A young man with a bright future 1. Chapter 208 A young man with a bright future 1. When Vice President Zhou comes in later, everyone knows what to do. Right. I know. The place where the vice president was treating them to dinner was the Old Sailor, a rare high-end restaurant in Satellite City No. 2. The name was Western, but the decoration style was very stylish Chinese. There were hollowed-out red wooden window lattices, calligraphy, and paintings, as well as a pond built in the hall. Lu Xin and the head of department were not the only ones at the party. There were also the leaders of several other companies under the corporation, as well as young people who were ready for promotion or had already taken on the position of a supervisor and above. Like Lu Xin, this vice president was very generous. He directly booked a small hall in the Old Sailor's restaurant. There were 4 tables in the hall, and at the top, there was a small pink stage. At this time, Lu Xin and the other young core employees of the company were standing at the side of the hall under the command of an older-looking leader. He was giving them instructions on how to perform and how to warmly welcome Vice President Zhou. Everyone, including Lu Xin, was very enthusiastic about this. Today's banquet is very important, since the young vice president had yet to arrive. Lu Xin and the others were waiting at the door. A woman in her 30s, dressed in a black business suit, with her delicate makeup and brand new black stockings, showed that she had carefully prepared for this dinner party. She smiled and said, "Our Vice President Zhou is one of the richest young men in the city. If we can leave a good impression on him today, our future work will be much smoother." She was rather reserved and didn't directly say things like meteoric success. Lu Xin could tell from their tone that they all knew their leader well, and he was the only one who had been dragged here at the last minute. How old is this Vice President Zhao? He asked, feeling uncertain. A fat man with greasy hair thought for a moment and said, saw him not long ago. I think he was 27 or 28. Vice President Lu Xin was surprised. She's so young, yet she's already a vice president. There's a reason why he's able to take the position of vice president. The woman in the exquisite business suit said, I heard that Vice President Zhao is very capable. He's young, handsome, and knowledgeable. He's only 20 years old, but he's already in charge of a big project that costs millions. This year, he even got into a university in the main city. Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh. Such an outstanding person was indeed. The fat man who was combing his greasy hair added, the most impressive thing about him is that our boss is his father. Lu Xin retracted his emotions. President Zhao is here. At this moment, the door of the hall opened. A young man in a casual suit, who looked very elegant, was escorted in by a few leaders, including the director. He even smiled and reminded everyone, please welcome him. The young people standing by the door all applauded enthusiastically. At the same time, they shouted in unison, welcome, President Zhao, to your guidance. Welcome, welcome. The atmosphere was very lively. Lu Xin was also standing among the group of colleagues. Whether it was clapping or shouting slogans, he was on point. In the crowd, only Director Liu, who was seated slightly to the right of the young vice president, looked at Lu Xin with a gratified expression. He didn't want to invite Lu Xin, but the vice president had said that he would invite all the people who were supposed to be promoted this time for a gathering so that he could get to know the young backbone of the subsidiary company. He had no choice but to let Lu Xin come along. After all, although the head of department was afraid that Lu Xin would come and provoke the vice president, he was more afraid that Lu Xin would find out that he had not made him angry. Now, it seemed that Lu Xin's performance was surprisingly good. He even welcomed her with the others. Thank you, everyone. Please don't do these things for show. Please sit. The young vice president did not look old. He was about 27 or 28 years old and was wearing a fitting suit. He was thin and had a different temperament from the ordinary young people on the roadside. His attitude was also very friendly, but he did not look very energetic. After everyone had taken their seats, Lu Xin, the lady in business attire, and the grease-haired fatty sat at a table by themselves. This vice president looks like good person. He doesn't put on airs, but he has that spirit. He the signature dark circles of a playboy. After the group of people sat down, the topic of conversation naturally could not leave Vice President Zhao. Lu Xin, who had not done his homework because he had been pulled over at the last minute, took the opportunity to catch up on his studies. After listening carefully, he realized that this Vice President Zhao was the young vice president of the King Yuan Group, the headquarters of their companies. He was also the eldest son of the old President Zhao. It was said that he had been working in the company for a few years and had just been admitted to a university not long ago. He would soon be going to the main city to further his studies. The university threshold in the main city was very high. Many people in the satellite city would be like him, working for a few years before taking the exam. After everyone was seated, another round of applause broke out. Lu Xin followed suit. At the leaders' table in front, someone urged Vice President Zhao to speak for everyone. This young man hurriedly declined. Seeing that he couldn't decline, he didn't go on stage. So he directly stood up, pressed his hands slightly, and said to the people in the hall, "Won't be going on stage. It's too formal. Let's have a private gathering today." Everyone here is either the company's old employees or the young backbone of the company. I have to thank everyone. Not bad. The people at Lu Xin's table complimented him, their faces full of yearning. The woman in a business suit, who was sitting opposite Lu Xin, took off the ring on her ring finger and stuffed it into her pocket. Then, she crossed her fingers and looked in the direction of Vice President Zhou with a smile. What do you guys think he likes? I don't know what he likes. But I'm sure there are a lot of girls who like him. Right. The grease-haired fatty moved his mouth and said with a smile. Haha. Vice President Zhou will personally come over to propose a toast later. He'll save some for now and want drink with everyone. A young man with slightly swollen eyes and a very lazy temperament clasped his wine glass and was eager to try. This Vice President Zhou was able to get into a university in the main city. He's young and promising, so his taste must not be bad. An older man in his 30s undid his cufflinks, revealing a black watch. Even though they rarely participated in such events, Lu Xun could tell that everyone was well prepared for today's drinking session. Moreover, those who were able to sit here were indeed people who had made great achievements in their respective companies and had unique skills. At this time, they were all prepared to leave a good impression on Vice President Zhou. Thinking of this, he was a little panicked. Everyone had their own specialty. What were his characteristics? He gave it some serious thought. The advantage of being able to get a promotion was honest, hardworking, serious, strict, friendly, and positive. The dishes had been served. The people at the table were not familiar with each other, and their minds were all on the vice president. So, they only chatted. Occasionally, someone would say a few words, but they would praise that Vice President Zhou looked young, promising, and had a good temperament. After about 5 minutes of eating, the door of the living room opened, and a person who looked like a nanny brought the two children in. One was a boy and the other was a girl. The boy was about 10 years old, while the girl was only 5 or 6 years old. The nanny sent them to Vice President Zhou's side. He immediately smiled and carried them over, saying something with a smile. This Vice President Zhou has a child. The woman in business attire was stunned and somewhat surprised. Haha, how did you find out? The fat man next to him laughed and said, that's his younger brother and sister. Our old President Zhou's former wife passed away in the previous disaster. He married another person and gave birth to a boy and a girl. However, Vice President Zhou is very good to these two half-brothers and sister of his. I guess the reason why old President Zhou is willing to hand over the business to him is that he is a person who values relationships. The woman in business attire glanced at the fatty and raised her glass with a smile. Let's exchange contact information later. We can work together in the future. Lu Xun didn't expect them to have such a deep understanding of their leaders, and he was instantly filled with respect. She looked at Vice President Zhou from a distance and saw him letting the little boy sit on her right and placing the little girl on her lap. He was playing with her while laughing and talking to the leaders around him. He did seem to love them very much. Lu Xun wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he noticed that just as the man was about to pick up a piece of rib, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the ribs and then at the little girl sitting on his lap. He pretended to cover his mouth and cough inadvertently, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 209 Chapter 209 My name is Lu Xun 1. Chapter 209 My name is Lu Xun 1. There won't be any problems. Right. Lu Xun thought of his other job and paid a little more attention. After thinking for a while, he remembered his mother's ability and tried to feel it in his heart. When he calmed down, he soon experienced the same thing he had experienced at Drunkard's place. His vision started to change. Lu Xun was surrounded by many people. Some of them were drinking, some were eating, and some were chatting. However, in Lu Xun's field of vision, he felt as if they had all changed. Different colors appeared on their bodies. Lu Xun could clearly sense that they were all experiencing different emotions, and the state of their spiritual bodies was also different. He saw that there was a strange red patch on the lower abdomen of the woman in the business suit opposite him. As for the fat man, blue kept appearing in his mind. The young man's eyes were puffy. He had been holding back from drinking, but his eyes were fixed on the wine glass. His eyes were a little green. As for the man in his 30s who kept looking at his watch, he had a faint purple color. Lu Xun slowly analyzed what he had seen. It was a wonderful feeling. As an individual, he could feel it directly. However, because he could sense too many things with just a glance, he needed to slowly analyze it for himself. The big sister opposite me is a little sentimental at this time. Desire. What's that chubby guy with the unique hairstyle thinking? Oh, he's probably trying to calm himself down. This is so that when Vice President Zhao comes over to propose a toast, you can perform better. The one who's the same age as me probably wants to drink more. He's already craving it, but he's holding it back. The big brother wearing the watch seems to be very intoxicated. He feels that he is not the same kind of person as the people around him. He has more taste. Lu Xin slowly turned his head to look at Vice President Zhao. At this time, Vice President Zhao was toasting to an old leader. He raised his glass and drank. The little girl in his arms did not seem to like him drinking. She was raising her little hand to cover his mouth. The people around them laughed, and Vice President Zhao also laughed when the little girl's tender little hand was on his mouth. He seemed to want to tease the girl, so he opened his mouth like a puppy, barked, and bit the little girl's hand. The little girl giggled, and the people around her were very happy. However, Lu Xin suddenly frowned. He saw that Vice President Zhao's body was trembling slightly, but he forced himself to calm down and let go of the little girl's hand. It was also at this moment that his appetite was filled with a strong green light. This was 10 times more intense than the glutton who had held back his alcohol. Lu Xin looked away after a few seconds. He suddenly thought of how to please the vice president like his other colleagues. After eating in silence for a while, he took out his notebook, wrote a few words on it, and then tore it off. About 40 minutes later, the vice president stood up and began to make toasts. Table by table, they toasted each other according to their rank. It was obvious that he was indeed very friendly. When he drank with the leaders at every table, he clinked glasses with them one by one, and even chatted with them with a smile. From the expressions of those who he toasted to, they were all in a good mood. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was very harmonious, filled with anticipation. Vice President Zhao finally arrived at Lu Xin's table. Lu Xin noticed that a female secretary in a suit and a short skirt took Vice President Zhao's glass and seemed to want to change the wine. No need. You have to be sincere. Vice President Zhao rejected the offer and walked over to Lu Xin's table to fill his glass with wine. I'm sorry, I only came now. When he came to the table, he saw that the backbone of the company had already stood up nervously. Vice President Zhao smiled and said, "Actually, I had planned to come earlier to have a good discussion with everyone. But my grandfather and auntie are in the main city, and the 2 little ones were just sent over for me to take care of. I was just tutoring them in the hotel, so I was delayed for a while. I hope everyone doesn't mind." No. Everyone laughed in a hurry. The woman in professional clothes raised her glass and laughed. Vice President Zhao is so kind. Haha. Not really. My younger brother and sister are young and always like to pester me. He didn't drink every cup, but he drank a mouthful of real wine in each cup, and he didn't give them any special treatment. Every time he drank with a person, he would seriously ask for the person's name and position, and then say some encouraging words. Vice President Zhao is so young and handsome. You must be very popular with girls. Facing the woman's closeness, he smiled and pulled his arm away without a change in expression. I was busy with work, so I didn't have time. Haha. President Zhao, you're young and promising. If we can work for you, it'll be our great fortune. Vice President. In the face of the fat man's compliment, he quickly smiled and waved his hand. Please don't say that. I should be the one thanking you for your efforts. President Zhao, do whatever you want. You'll do it. The young man with slightly puffy eyelids poured a large cup and drank it in one go. Vice President Zhao was also a little busy. He drank it up in one gulp and smiled. Drink as much as you want, but take care of your health. President Zhao, your watch, eh? You didn't bring your watch. I don't like those things. But, Brother Wang Tao, your watch is quite pretty. He toasted each and every one of them before finally making his way to Lu Xin, who was rather quiet. It was at this moment that Lu Xin realized that the others had already chosen their seats. The seat he was sitting at was the most inconspicuous, and the most difficult to be noticed by the leaders. The others did not sit down, but instead turned to look at Lu Xin. It could be seen that the expressions on several people's faces were slightly regretful. It seemed that everyone was chatting happily with this vice president, but he did not treat anyone differently. His purpose of wanting to leave a deep impression on others could be considered a failure. However, what made him feel more comfortable was that he had failed, but the others had not succeeded either. "Hello, you look very young. How should I address you?" Vice President Zhao held a glass of wine and smiled at Lu Xin. Lu Xin also raised his glass and answered honestly. Lu Xin. I did this in the depth. All right. Thank you for your hard work. The smile on Vice President Zhao's face remained unchanged as he raised his glass to Lu Xin. However, Lu Xin didn't clink his cup with his. Instead, he extended his left hand to reveal a note. This Vice President Zhao was stunned for a moment, but he still took it and opened it. The other people at the table were also a little surprised. They didn't know why this little brother suddenly handed a note to the leader. Just as they were wondering, Vice President Zhao saw the contents of the note and his expression suddenly changed. He was so nervous that he even dropped the cup in his hand. His entire body fell backward, knocking down a chair. His facial features were filled with a frightened expression, and one could even hear a deep ho-ho sound coming from his throat. President Zhao, you. Everyone was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to help him up. The gazes of the entire hall also turned over. The secretary was even more surprised and hurriedly tried to read the note in his hand. However, Vice President Zhao clutched the note tightly and refused to let her read it. Then, he struggled to stand up. He raised his head and glared at Lu Xin with the ferocity of a wild beast. It made people shudder. The secretaries around him seemed to have felt his terrifying aura, and did not dare to get close to him. The entire table, or rather, the entire hall, turned to look at Lu Xin. Lu Xin blinked his eyes as he stared at the cold and terrifying gaze. In fact, this person's reaction surprised him. He had thought of writing him a note in order not to attract too much attention, but he had not expected such a big reaction. However, probably because he was borrowing his mother's vision, he was very calm. This Vice President Zhao's frightening gaze did not scare him. Instead, it made him feel even more interested. He slowly raised his glass. A smile appeared on his face, which was very gentle and even a little elegant. He looked at Vice President Zhao and said, "Do you want more?" The secretary didn't care about him. He was already planning to help Vice President Zhao leave and call the security guard in. However, to his surprise, the sinister look in Vice President Zhao's eyes disappeared the moment Lu Xin turned to look at him. His expression turned calm, but he was even a little flustered. Instead of leaving, he nodded and took a new cup from the side. Then, he filled it up and slowly raised it to Lu Xin. "I wonder if how should I address you?" Lu Xin smiled and touched his hand. "Didn't I just say it? Lu Xin. I work at your family's company." Chapter 210 A Scary Background 1. Chapter 210 A Scary Background 1. Little Lu. Just now. What did you do just now? Lu Xin felt that the party was a success. He had indeed stood out among all the young backbone and had gotten the attention of Vice President Zhao. What he was more concerned about was that after he imitated his mother's ability, there seemed to be a slight change in his emotions. He remembered that when he was at the drunkard's house, after borrowing his mother's power, he used his father's power immediately. After that, he felt that for a short time, he was entangled by the anger that had not dissipated, and it almost scared his sister. However, perhaps it was the combination of the two abilities, so he did not notice any other emotions. Until this time, he felt a slight change in his state of mind. It seemed that he would become a little petty then. On the contrary, Lu Xin was a little dissatisfied that Vice President Zhao did not toast him after he fell. Of course, it was a good thing that he still forced himself to drink with her. Director Liu, who was driving Lu Xin home, was scared out of his wits. He was sweating profusely as he sneaked a glance at the rearview mirror and saw Lu Xun sitting quietly in the back seat. His face was calm, and his eyes seemed to be out of focus. No one knew what had happened at the banquet just now. They only heard that Vice President Zhou had suddenly fallen to the ground. When they hurriedly went over to help him up, they found that this young, but extremely calm Vice President Zhou seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Even if he pretended that nothing had happened, it could be seen that his body was slightly trembling. Vice President Zhou apologized to everyone and quickly left. The rest of the people didn't have the mood to continue eating. They forced themselves to sit for a while and then left in a hurry. Everyone's heart was filled with astonishment. Many people had guessed that this had something to do with Lu Xun, but if Vice President Zhou didn't say anything, who would know what was going on? Faced with Director Li's question, Lu Xun took a moment to react before he smiled and replied, "Nothing. I was just discussing food and drink." Director Liu was stunned for a moment before he glanced at Lu Xun through the rearview mirror. Lu Xun, who was sitting in the back seat, flashed a smile at the director. Under the dim light of the car, his row of white teeth appeared. The director shuddered and didn't dare to ask any more questions. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed toward the moon platform. He really wanted to leave Lu Xun here, but he did not dare to. Who is this person? The rumors in the company say that he's from the underworld, but how scary is his background to be able to scare Vice President Zhou like that with just a note? Vice President Zhou isn't simple man. How could he not have some connections in the underworld to be able to build such big business for the Zhou family? He might even have private armed forces outside the city. Why is the young master of the Zhou family so afraid of him? Department Director Li's mind was in a mess. Although he was very curious, he did not even dare to ask any more. "Thank you, Director. Sorry for the trouble." Lu Xun stepped out of the car upon reaching the moon platform and thanked the director politely. The distance was so far. Logically, she could have just taken the subway back. But the director insisted on sending her back. This was really? No need to thank me. Please don't say thank you to me. The director didn't even stop the car as he spoke. By the time he finished speaking, the car had already slid off. With a beautiful drift, the car disappeared from Lu Xun's sight. I didn't expect the director to be able to drive so well at such an old age and not even an ability user. Lu Xun couldn't help but praise as he shook his head. He didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he thought about it seriously, then took out his phone and made a call. After Lu Xun handed the note to Vice President Zhou, his reaction surprised Lu Xun. First of all, his reaction was too big to Lu Xun's expectations. Second, after such a big reaction, he immediately acted as if nothing had happened. He also held the note tightly and stuffed it into his pocket. This meant that this Vice President Zhou was hiding something. There was a big problem. He couldn't just sit by and watch. He had to report it to the higher-ups. "Good evening, Mr. Shanbing." Han Bing's voice sounded very happy, but it was not very clear. "Good evening, what are you doing?" "Halulu pfft I'm brushing my teeth." "Hee. It's nothing. If Mr. Shanbing is calling, he must have something important to ask me." Han Bing's voice became relaxed again. "One's it about the house. It's not that important." Lu Xun quickly denied it and told him about Vice President Zhou. Han Bing's voice immediately became a little solemn when she heard that. She said, "Is he an ability user?" "I don't think he has the ability," Lu Xun said, shaking his head. Lu Xun was able to see a lot of things through his mother's vision. Although he had not carefully compared an ability user to an ordinary person, he felt that Vice President Zhou was no different from any other ordinary person. Han Bing was silent for a moment. If that's the case, then the problem is little troublesome. If Mr. Shanbing only saw that he had the desire to eat people, then this criminal case, to be precise, it's a potential criminal case that has yet to happen. So it's not under the jurisdiction of our Special Investigation Department. I can only report this to the security department and ask them to pay more attention. But, if the other party hasn't done anything yet, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for the police department to intervene, she said after a pause. Lu Xin thought about the logic behind this and nodded. I understand. But don't worry, Mr. Shan. I'll have the security department pay attention to him and check if he has any other problems. Especially tonight. No matter what, I'll find an excuse to ask him. This way, even if he really has a problem, he won't dare to make a move immediately. This way, we can at least guarantee that the two little ones won't be hurt. Han Bing quickly sorted out her thoughts and replied softly. Lu Xin, on the other hand, felt a little more at ease. Han Bing's mind was indeed more meticulous than his. He didn't even consider the possibility of an accident happening tonight. Mr. Shan Bing, you have to be careful too, Han Bing said softly. Be careful. If that person is really abnormal. And Mr. Shan Bing has reminded him. I'm afraid he will, Han Bing said. Oh, I see. Lu Xin finally came to his senses. I'll be careful. All right. Good night, Mr. Shan Bing. Lu Xin could hear the sound of running water into the bathtub from the other end of the line. All right. Good night. After hanging up, Lu Xin let out a silent sigh. The current him seemed to be little different from before. He might have met a perverted killer who would eat people. And this killer knew that he already knew his secret. However, when Han Bing reminded him, he actually didn't react. It was as if he didn't feel any threat at all, in the face of such a terrifying guy. I seem to have forgotten to ask if she will attend the senior talent training meeting again. Lu Xin thought about it, but he decided not to call her back since she was probably already in the bathtub. When Lu Xin arrived at the office the next day, he could clearly feel that his colleagues were even more nervous when they saw him. There was a little girl who was eating an egg pancake with sausages. After he looked at her, she immediately handed the egg pancake to him with a bitter face. Of course, Lu Xin didn't take it. She had already eaten half of the food, so how could he take it? What kind of person did he think he was? After he sat down in the partition, Lu Xin suddenly heard a commotion before he could even start working. He turned around and saw the director walking in with a young man. It was Vice President Zhao. He was wearing a well-fitted black suit and sunglasses. It seemed like he was alone. Even the female secretary from yesterday was not with him. The director hurriedly shouted to the people in the office. Everyone, stop working for a while. Vice President Zhao of the group has come to see us. Welcome, welcome, swish. Everyone in the office was stunned and looked at Vice President Zhao in a daze. After a long time, someone finally reacted and hurriedly began to clap. Lu Xin also clapped along. Clap, clap, clap. Okay. It's nothing. Don't affect everyone's work. Let's go to the office and talk. The young vice president waved his hand at the people in the office. He looked around the office with his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. And finally, his gaze fell on Lu Xin. However, he did not say anything and maintained a smile on his face. He entered the office one after another with Director Liu. At this time, the surprised and excited feelings of the surrounding colleagues had not disappeared. They were all staring at him with dumbfounded expressions. Quite a few people secretly turned to look at Lu Xin. The news of Lu Xin's words at the banquet the day before had already spread like wildfire. Many people now believed that Lu Xin's underworld background was even more powerful than Vice President Zhao's. Little Lu. Not long after, the head of department ran out of the office with a nervous look on his face. In the eyes of all the colleagues in the office, he jogged to Lu Xin, his face covered in sweat. Vice President Zhao, I want to see you. The attention of many people around them, who had been listening attentively, immediately turned to him. However, her hands were still busy with her work. Some were typing, some were sorting out documents quickly, and her back was straight. See me. Lu Xin was also a little confused. She had just reminded him yesterday, but he suddenly came to the company today and even asked to see her. What was he doing? Lu Xin thought about Vice President Zhou's unique fetishes and gave it some serious thought. The perverted killer's business was not under his department's jurisdiction, so there was no need to call his sister over. He had an idea. He took out his revolver in front of the department director, checked the bullets, and reloaded it. Then, he said to the director with a calm face, "Let's go." Chapter 211 Chapter 211 Chapter 202 The Nightmare of Eating People. Chapter 211 Chapter 202 The Nightmare of Eating People. The head of department's legs turned to jelly as he watched Lu Xin calmly stand up and walk toward his office. He wanted to shout at Vice President Zhou to run, but he didn't dare to. He wanted to pounce on Lu Xin and pin him to the ground so that he could make a great contribution to Vice President Zhou. But he did not dare to do so. He trembled as he watched Lu Xin walk to his office, knock on the door, push it open, and close it silently. He couldn't help but shiver. With all his might, he turned to a male colleague and asked, "Little Yin, I heard that you have a relative who is doing well outside the city. The situation outside the city isn't like before, where people are caught and hired as illegal workers. Right, now that I'm working outside the city, do I get any insurance?" The moment Lu Xin entered the office, he saw Vice President Zhou sitting on the sofa in the director's office. He had not taken off his sunglasses, nor had he touched the tea beside him. He had been rubbing his face with both hands. But when he heard Lu Xin's voice, he immediately looked up and stared at Lu Xin with a strange vigilance and seriousness. "Hello, Vice President Zhou." Lu Xin greeted him before taking a seat on the chair opposite the sofa. Although he wasn't sure why the man who wanted to eat him had called him over, and he was prepared to shoot him if something went wrong, he still had to show the due respect to the leader before he showed any malice. "You're Lu Xin." Vice President Zhou's gaze never left Lu Xin's face. He stared at Lu Xin for a long time before he slowly said, "I've checked on you. You've been doing well in the company recently. It seems that you have some background. My father's secretary once called here to hand over a project to you, but I don't know why he did it. You've been in this company for more than 3 years and have been the model employee several times. But last time, I heard that you had a conflict with someone when you went to discuss a transportation business. And you even fired a gun." Lu Xin furrowed his brows as he listened to the man's list of names. He then nodded his head and said, "Yes." Vice President Zhou didn't seem to expect him to agree so easily, and he didn't know how to continue. "Who are you?" he asked after a moment of silence. Lu Xin noticed that the man's eyes were narrowed under his sunglasses, as if he was hostile to him. This kind of question was completely meaningless. Thus, Lu Xin merely looked at him quietly and did not reply. Vice President Zhou looked at Lu Xin in silence. As a leader, he was naturally good at using this method to exert pressure on others. But this time, he looked at it for a long time without even blinking. Then, he realized that Lu Xin's expression did not change at all. He was just looking at him quietly. This made him feel as if he had just punched air. If he had to describe it, it was like he closed his eyes and waited for his girlfriend to kiss him. He waited for a long time, and when he opened his eyes, his girlfriend had run away. In the end, he gave up on this method. He rubbed his face hard and sighed. "Forget it. I won't ask you about this. But I came here today to ask you something. What was the meaning of you giving me this yesterday?" As he spoke, he took out a ball of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and spread it on the coffee table. There was only one sentence on the paper. "Humans shouldn't, and even more so, shouldn't think of eating humans." He actually left this note. Lu Xin thought about it for a moment. The fact that he kept the note meant that he valued it a lot. In other words, what he said was right in his heart. The fact that he came to find Lu Xin early in the morning meant that there was still hope for this person. It's actually very simple. It's what the higher-ups want. Really? Don't you ever try to taste this? Whether it's the law or morality, it's not allowed. Seeing Lu Xin's serious expression, Vice President Zhou almost lost his temper. However, he held back his anger and glared at Lu Xin. "I'm asking you, why did you write me this note? Why would a normal person suddenly write a note to someone and say such things? Hearing his words, Lu Xun felt that it was really tiring to communicate with them. It would be better for him to directly reveal his perverted killing intent, and then kill him in self-defense. After all, if he didn't reveal his perverted side and didn't commit any other crimes, then he was a normal person. Although he had a gun, he couldn't shoot at normal people. But you waited the whole day, and only came to me with the note today. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly and concluded, "So, you're not normal either." Vice President Zhou glared at Lu Xun and suddenly stood up. Lu Xun silently opened his backpack. Then, he saw Vice President Zhou walk to the door. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping, he closed the door and walked out. Instead of sitting down, he looked at Lu Xun and said, "Did I have a dream related to you?" Dream? Lu Xun was taken aback by this. Then, they saw Vice President Zhou take off his sunglasses. His eyes were bloodshot. It looked like he had not slept the entire night. This pair of eyes made his somewhat handsome face look somewhat distorted. "The nightmare that has tormented me for a whole month. Is it related to you?" Lu Xun realized that things might not be as he had imagined. "What kind of dream is it?" he asked after some thought. Looking at Vice President Zhou's vigilant face, he forced himself to show a kind smile and said, "It's okay. You can tell me. I have some experience in dealing with these things that usually look strange." Looking at his expression, Vice President Zhou was obviously stunned for a moment. Some people were good at telling whether someone was lying or not from their expressions, and Lu Xun was the most accurate answer. He took a deep breath and slowly sat down. He said weakly, "Tell me first, why did you write me a note? I can tell that you really want to eat it." Lu Xun said. His words were very gentle, and he deliberately paused so that he could observe Vice President Zhou's reaction. However, he soon realized that he didn't need to observe at all, because Vice President Zhou's reaction was simply too big. His face revealed a strange expression of fear, and his body began to tremble. After a while, he nodded his head lightly and said in a strangely dry voice, "I do. Or rather, I've already eaten, and I've been eating it for a month." Lu Xun's curiosity was piqued. Vice President Zhou heaved a sigh of relief, picked up the glass of water next to him, and drank it in one breath before saying, "A month ago, I began to dream of some strange scenes. In this scene, someone killed my younger brother and sister, and then made them into, you're forcing me to eat." A terrified expression appeared on his face, as if he couldn't even finish his sentence. His Adam's apple kept rolling. "Can you imagine that picture?" He placed an exquisite silver plate in front of me, then pried open my mouth and forced me. Lu Xun imagined the scene and nodded. "It's quite scary." Vice President Zhou glanced at him and seemed a little anxious. "You don't look like you're scared at all." "I'm used to it." Lu Xun nodded. He wanted to say that he was used to people talking about things that were relatively dull, but his words made Vice President Zhou's hair stand on end. However, Lu Xun was the first person to see through his thoughts, and he had been suppressing it for a long time. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "After I woke up that night, I vomited for a long time due to disgust, and the first thing I did was to run to see my brother and sister even though we don't have the same mother. I really liked them. I'm fine. My brother and sister are fine. Only my father asked me what's wrong. I didn't dare to tell Dad about such a weird and scary dream, and I didn't take it to heart. I just thought that I was under too much pressure." Vice President Zhou paused for a moment before continuing, "But I didn't expect that I would have the same dream the next night." His eyes became a little empty. "It's still the same place. It's still the same person. I can't see his face clearly. I only saw him kill my younger brother and sister. And then, he brought a red jar to me. I realized that I was in a dream, so I struggled with all my might. But no matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't wake up, until I still ate that. After that, he came over every day." The muscles on Vice President Zhou's face trembled, and his voice was a little shaky. Lu Xun could tell that he was nervous. so he took out a cigarette and offered it to him. However, Vice President Zio waved his hand and took out a silver flat box from his pocket. When he opened it, he found that it was filled with cigarettes, and the filter was golden. He pulled out a cigarette and placed it near his mouth. Then, he lit it up with the lighter beside the box and handed it to Lu Xun. Lu Xun accepted the cigarette and gestured for him to continue. I've had such nightmares for a long time. That person would appear in my dreams every day. And every time. I can only wake up after I finished eating. Lu Xun looked at him curiously. Didn't you tell your family? What do you mean? Vice President Zio raised his head and looked at Lu Xun with a strange expression. Just say that I dream of eating my younger brother and sister every day. This does seem little awkward. Is that all? Lu Xun nodded. After a while, Vice President Zhao nodded. Yes. Only such dreams are repeated every day. My younger brother and sister are all fine. Other than not sleeping well. There's nothing wrong with me. Except, he paused for a moment before raising his head to look at Lu Xun with reddened eyes. I am addicted to it. Chapter 212 Chapter 212 Impact Type Ability User 1 Chapter 212 Impact Type Ability User 1 Are you addicted? When Lu Xun first heard Vice President Zhou's story, he didn't feel anything special. If it was just a nightmare, he could still accept it. However, when he heard Vice President Zhou's last sentence, he suddenly realized what the problem was. Vice President Zhou helplessly grabbed his hair when he saw Lu Xun's gaze. His hairstyle, which looked like it had been specially washed and styled in the morning, immediately became a little messy. Then, he heaved a long sigh of relief and finished a portion of the cigarette in one go. I'm forced to eat by that person every day. Eat that thing. Although it was an extremely terrifying dream, I was still forced to change my taste. It's said that we don't have any sense of taste in dreams. But it's lie. We rarely think about our sense of taste in dreams when we're awake. But when we're really in dream, no matter how absurd the dream is, everything feels real. I'm in a dream. And eat in different ways every day. After eating that, you will taste an indescribable delicacy. You won't be able to forget it even after you wake up. During that time, I started to eat meat like crazy. I tried all kinds of meat. But it won't work. He finally came to a stop after saying all that. He stared at Lu Xun with bloodshot eyes and said in a low voice, There's no food in reality that can compare to the taste I've tasted in my dreams. Compared to the food I've eaten in my dreams, everything in reality is so bland and tasteless, like chewing wood. So I in fact am even looking forward to entering the dream as soon as possible. Lu Xun nodded his head calmly. It's indeed a little scary. Vice President Zhou looked up at Lu Xun. She wanted to say something, but she could only sigh. I'm no longer afraid of everything in my dream. But one day, I was scared by myself in reality. Vice President Zhou's eyes became a little frightened, because I eat that kind of thing in my dreams every day. But I can't eat it when I wake up. This desire seems to be able to stack, and it gets stronger day by day. One day, when I went home to eat with my father and the others, my younger brothers and sisters came to play with me. When I was hugging them, a terrible thought suddenly came into my heart. He jerked his head up to look at Lu Xun, his face filled with anxiety and panic. But in this panic, there was a trace of unusual greed. I have a strong urge to. Lu Xun nodded his head calmly, knowing that he had not eaten. After discovering this thought, I was very afraid, seeing that Lu Xun had no intention of talking to him. Vice President Zhou could only continue slowly. Since then, I've been going home as little as possible. I used to go home almost every day. But now, I try my best to stay in the company. Even if I really have to go back, I'll try my best to avoid my younger brothers and sisters. I really can't stand that feeling that suddenly gushed out in my heart. You did the right thing, Lu Xun praised. But this can't solve the problem. Vice President Zhou's agitated emotions began to slowly fade away, and only more and more fatigue remained. I can't hide from my younger brother and sister forever. After all, You might know my family's situation. My mother has passed away. But Auntie is very good to me. Father is old, and he actually loves my younger brother and sister very much. What he's most worried about is that we won't get along in the future. I'm much older than my younger brother and sister. If they really had selfish motives, they wouldn't be able to win against me. And if my father had split up his family business in advance and distributed it to us, in this fierce environment, the competitiveness of my family's business would be weakened. So, Father also values whether I really know how to take care of my younger brothers and sisters. To be honest, my career in the company has been so smooth because my father and auntie believe in me. They know that I love my younger brother and sister and that it's impossible for me to be bad to them. Otherwise, auntie might have already started to make things difficult for me. I'm actually very grateful to her, and I like the harmony in our family. But I keep having such dreams, and I feel like I'm becoming more and more abnormal. I don't even dare to tell them about this. I don't dare to tell anyone. I'm just worried that if I accidentally leak it out, I might immediately fall into eternal damnation. As he spoke, he seemed to be finding it difficult to speak. He was silent for a while before he sighed. This time, if it wasn't for Father and going to the main city together to settle the matter of the entire family moving in, and my younger brother and sister who are still studying in Satellite City asking me to take care of them, I wouldn't have allowed myself to get so close to the two of them. And just yesterday, I was really scared. I didn't even dare to stay in their hotel. The more they wanted to mess with me, the more afraid I was. Fortunately, I don't know what happened, but the police came to investigate some problems. I just happened to stay at the guard station for a night. Vice President Zhou kept talking. His face was pale and his hair was messy, and his complicated eyes were full of despair. Lu Xin wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him, so he quietly thought about the problem he had just mentioned. He had the same dream every day, eating his younger brother and sister, and even gradually became addicted. What kind of question was that? What kind of contamination source had he encountered? However, was the influence of the source of the pollution on the surroundings really limited to one person, or could it be their entire family? In this case, Lu Xin thought about it for a while and remembered a power called dreammaking. Could someone with such an ability be influencing him? Why aren't you saying anything? Vice President Zhou spoke for a while, but Lu Xin didn't reply. Raising his head, he saw Lu Xin frowning in deep thought. Am I beyond saving? No, I'm thinking about something else. Lu Xin shook his head. Vice President Zhou looked at him with a pleading face. You said that you have experience in dealing with this kind of thing. Then, give me a moment. I'll make a call. Lu Xin said after some thought. After that, he picked up his bag, turned around, and walked out of the office. As soon as he stepped out of the office, countless eyes fell on Lu Xin. All his colleagues were staring at him in a daze, their eyes full of curiosity. This was especially so for Director Liu, who had to sit in Lu Xin's small partition because his office had been occupied. He looked up at Lu Xin, then back to the office, afraid that there would be blood or a dead body inside. Just now, he had been waiting for the sound of gunfire in the office, and he had been waiting anxiously. Lu Xin was preoccupied with his own thoughts, so he ignored them and headed straight for the stairs. Lu Xin took out a cigarette from the metal box that Vice President Zhou had given him, and lit it up. He then dialed a number. Mr. Shan Bing. Good morning. Han Bing's voice just sounded so nice. Oh, good morning. Lu Xin hurriedly greeted her, and after a moment of shock, he blurted out, Have you had breakfast? I've already eaten. Han Bing replied with a smile and added, One ate some mini wonton. Good. It's pretty good. Lu Xin took a moment to compose himself and dropped the topic of breakfast. He lowered his voice and said, Vice President Zhou, who I told you about yesterday, came to the company to look for me today. Don't worry. He doesn't seem to be a perverted killer, and I haven't dealt with him. He became like this because he has been having a strange dream for the past month. Every night, he would be forced to eat He tried to describe it as briefly as possible, then slowly said, What do you think is going on? A dreamier. Han Bing reacted very quickly and said calmly. He seemed to have received a strong psychological hint, which created a distorted desire. I think so too. So I have a question. Lu Xin said. Mr. Shanbing. Han Bing said softly. If it's really Dreammaker who's influencing him, it means that the situation is serious. Moreover, Dreammakers are different from others. They are the type of influence that's very difficult to deal with. Impact type. He vaguely felt that he had heard it before. This is also part of the training for aptitude users. You'll learn it very soon. Han Bing quickly explained. After the Red Moon incident, there were more and more aptitude users. One of the ways we did it was to record. Every time we discovered a new ability, we would record it and give it a name, then share it among the Alliance. However, due to the scarcity and distortion of many abilities, our records are also very difficult to be complete. Sometimes, it's difficult to record it if you can only capture one of its abilities or some of its characteristics. Therefore, we'll also classify certain abilities of similar nature into groups. This way, even if we can't find out the complete ability of certain opponents or strange creatures, we can make a general speculation and reference based on their category. The Dreammaking and Hypnotizing series are classified as the influence type, because their main abilities are to influence the opponent. As for the Princess system and the Puppet system, they are both for the control and control of others. So they are the dominant type. Other than that, there are also distortion, horror, hell, and so on. So complicated. Only then did Lu Xin come to his senses. At the same time, he remembered that these words seemed to have come from Qin Ran from. Then what's the destruction team? Han Bing was startled for a moment before she smiled and said, What destruction team? There doesn't seem to be such a group. Oh. Lu Xin thought that he might have remembered wrongly, but he didn't care. After a moment of surprise, he said, But that's not what I wanted to ask. On the other end, there should be a small question mark above Han Bing's head. Lu Xin blushed in embarrassment, but he still asked, That if I accept this task, it will also be considered a mission. Right. How much is the reward? Han Bing paused for a moment, then smiled and said happily, Mr. Shanbing, dealing with criminals is different from dealing with sources of pollution. If these criminals are not restrained, they will often use their own abilities to cause great chaos in Qinggang City. So, dealing with matters related to them will cost at least 50,000 yuan. Lu Xin flicked away the long cigarette ash and smiled. All right, he said. Chapter 2113 Chapter 2113 Dream Maker 1 Chapter 2113 Dream Maker 1 I can help you? When Lu Xin returned to his office, he saw Vice President Zhou fidgeting restlessly, patting his pockets and rummaging through the sofa, seemingly looking for his cigarettes. Lu Xin sat down without saying a word and kindly offered him one of his cigarettes. He even lit the cigarette for him with his Zippo lighter. Under Vice President Zhou's grateful gaze, he calmly stated his decision. Vice President Zhou immediately choked and coughed. One reason was that he was not used to the cigarette, and the other was that he was too excited. He snuffed out the cigarette and opened his teary eyes. He looked at Lu Xin in surprise and said, You can really help me. Lu Xin looked at the cigarette that he had snuffed out after taking a single puff. He frowned and nodded. Good. Vice President Zhou was so excited that she stood up abruptly. However, after she stood up, she did not know what to do. Her body was trembling slightly. If you can help me, then I'll give you 50,000 no. 100,000. Vice President Zhou was shocked and said guiltily. Then add a little more. Lu Xin's heart was filled with excitement, and he was filled with regret. Why did he make this call to Han Bing? However, when he thought about how he had already made the phone call, and how Han Bing had also helped him submit the application, this was already official business. He couldn't take money from others for work. He felt a sharp pain in his heart and looked at Vice President Zhou with dissatisfaction. He said in an unhappy tone, We have our own principles. We don't take money for no reason. Vice President Zhao was shocked by the look in his eyes. She thought to herself, "Did I offend him by mentioning the money?" That's right. He did look like he had a unique skill and a temperament that regarded money as dirt. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he composed himself and asked again, "What time?" Lu Xin's anger had yet to subside. He let out a heavy sigh and stood up to leave the office. "Let's talk about it after work." Vice President Zhao nodded, but because she was too concerned, she still asked, "Why?" Lu Xin turned around and looked at him. "Because I have to go to work." Vice President Zhao stared blankly at Lu Xin as he walked out of the office. He sat back down in his cubicle, picked up the documents beside Lu Xin's hand, and began to work on them seriously. He was in a daze. Perhaps it was because he had not slept well for a long time. His brain was not working well. Lu Xin was an employee of her company, so he had to work for her and help her earn money. In fact, he didn't lack money. He was willing to spend a lot of money to solve the most difficult problem at hand. Lu Xin didn't care about money, so she couldn't use money to move him. Therefore, she had to wait for him to get off work before he came to help her deal with the problem. There seemed to be something wrong, but the logic was quite self-consistent. Director Liu did not return to his office for the entire day. Because Vice President Zhao had occupied the office, he did not dare to go back and fight for the space with him, except for going in a few times to ask him if he needed anything and how to arrange lunch. He could only stay in the lobby area, because the lobby was full. He could not find a place to sit. Since Vice President Zhao was in the company, he did not dare to find an excuse to leave. And because Director Liu had been in the office the whole time, the others did not dare to leave. They didn't dare to leave as there wasn't any extra space in the hall. And because there was no extra space in the hall, Director Liu had to squat next to the toilet for a long time. Lunch was ordered in a lunchbox and was on Vice President Zhao. Vice President Zhao had originally considered taking Lu Xin out for lunch, but seeing that Lu Xin was busy helping him with his work, he did not dare to disturb him. So, he simply asked Director Liu to go out and order a lunchbox with chicken legs, so that everyone could have one. Lu Xin's expression visibly relaxed when he received the lunchbox, and Vice President Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. When it was finally time to get off work, Vice President Zhao looked at the clock. When it was finally 6 o'clock, he jumped up and rushed into his office. He looked at Lu Xin with a longing gaze. Director Liu, who had squatted next to the toilet for a whole day until his legs were numb, and everyone else in the office were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Lu, Vice President Zhao wanted to ask, but he did not know how to address Lu Xin. He answered vaguely, "Can we have dinner together?" Lu Xin glanced at the time on his computer and said, "One still have something on tonight." Vice President Zhao suddenly became nervous. "Then why don't I send you there and wait for you?" Lu Xin thought about it seriously and replied, "That's fine too." Then, in the eyes of the entire company, he carried the bag and left with Vice President Zhao. When they went downstairs, the entire office was in an uproar. What's going on? What did Zhao Lu do? He actually scared Vice President Zhao to that extent. Oh my god. Did he kidnap the chairman? He issued a death warrant to Vice President Zhao. Are you all thinking of such a bloody thing? Why do I feel that Vice President Zhao is chasing him? Only Director Liu looked at their figures as they went down the stairs one after another. He pondered quickly in his heart for a long time, then told his secretary, "Little Wank, call the renovation workers over tomorrow to break through the partition and renovate an office." "Forget it. I'll call him over tonight. I'll change it overnight." Vice President Zhao drove Lu Xin to the security office, and Lu Xin walked up to him. Seeing Lu Xin enter the guard station with such familiarity, Vice President Zhao's suspicions toward him increased. What was he doing in the guard station? Could it be that he was actually a strange person specially hired by the guard bureau? Now that he's here, is he here to make some arrangements to deal with the problems I'm facing? Lu Xin was actually here for training. There was a 200 yuan meal allowance for the training every night. If there was nothing too important, it was best not to miss it. There were two reasons for Vice President Zhao to come. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xin shouldn't have let others know that he was working in the Special Investigation Department, not to protect himself, but to protect others. However, Vice President Zhou had already encountered such an incident, so the confidentiality agreement was temporarily invalid. Secondly, if they let him go back alone, no one could guarantee that he would not come into contact with his younger siblings during this period of time and cause any accidents. If he followed them, it would be easier to take care of them if something happened. Let's skip a part of it tonight and focus on the dreammaking series, Lu Xin said to Han Bing through the slightly after he went upstairs and sat down. Alright, I've already prepared the relevant information after Mr. Shan Bing informed me this afternoon. Han Bing's soft voice was heard from the slightly. At the same time, the corresponding information appeared on the screen opposite the meeting room. Hearing the word notice, Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh. He felt a little down. Of course, he couldn't blame Han Bing, but he inexplicably had a little more resentment towards Vice President Zhou downstairs. The ability to create dreams is one of the abilities that we have done more research on. We have recruited 2 people with the ability to create dreams. One of them died in the line of duty, and the other one is still in charge of cleaning up special pollution in the main city. However, I have to admit that even though the research on dreammaking is more detailed, dreammaking ability users are publicly acknowledged to be one of the strangest and hardest to deal with. The core of their abilities lies in the ability to enter other people's dreams and guide them through their dreams. Through this core, there are 3 abilities that can be extended out: forced entry into dreams, dream travel, and control of dreams. The combination of 3 abilities can allow them to do many incredible things. Lu Xin took notes as Han Bing explained the situation to him. Occasionally, he would sigh, as if he was disappointed. Mr. Shan Bing, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. Han Bing caught a few sighs and couldn't help but think to himself, "Ls it because I didn't do my supporting job well today." While Lu Xin was studying, a thought kept popping up in his mind. 100,000. Chapter 2 Advort Chapter 2 Advort Chapter 2 Advi No Physical Performance 1. Chapter 2 Advort Chapter 2 Advi No Physical Performance 1. Lu Xin had already eaten a bowl of red braised pork noodles and was ready for the mission when he walked out of the guard station. Not only did he get as much information as he could on the Dreammaker, but he also applied for 2 special bullets. He was now a level 3 talent and could apply for such bullets. Through the intensive training in the ability of dreammaking, he learned L-influence type ability users were difficult to deal with because they rarely fought with people face to face. Their unpredictable and strange abilities made them extremely terrifying existences. Many times, the other party was tortured to death by them without knowing where they were. According to the rules of the Special Investigations Department, the Spider Branch would not be exposed to such matters alone, as it would be too disadvantageous. Even if they were to receive it, they would definitely be equipped with special bullets to make up for their shortcomings. Lu Xin's acceptance was probably due to the fact that his information had changed. Although many people already knew that he was not a pure spider, it was still better to prepare special bullets. As soon as he got down, he saw Vice President Zhou sitting on the front of the car, munching on a piece of bread. He then remembered that he had eaten upstairs. But Vice President Zhou was still hungry. He was really sincere. After waiting for so long, he still refused to leave. Buying bread to make do with a meal, however, Lu Xin soon realized that the bread was different from what he had expected. Not only was it soft and brown, but there were also dried fruit slices on top, which were covered in cream and had a sausage. He felt calm all of a sudden and walked straight to the car. "Master Lu, do you have a solution?" As soon as Vice President Zhou saw Lu Xin, he quickly stuffed the rest of the bread into his mouth and ran to open the door for Lu Xin. "A master?" Lu Xin turned to look at him with a strange expression. Vice President Zhou liked the appropriate form of address that he had just thought of. "Don't you know how to deal with that kind of thing? There are no ghosts in this world." "So," Lu Xin explained seriously, "the thing that you're thinking about is definitely not the same thing that you've encountered. Vice President Zhao was stunned for a moment and felt that he seemed to understand. So, what should we do now? He sat in the driver's seat, showing Lu Xun a lot of respect. He didn't accept his money, and after hearing that he had something to do, he immediately ran to the guard station. He was definitely here to check for information, and after checking for so long, he probably didn't even eat. How could such a person not be worthy of his respect? The only thing she felt a little guilty about was why such a person would work in her own company. Where will you be staying at night? Lu Xun asked Vice President Zhao after some thought. Don't call me President Zhao. My name is Zhao Yuan. You can just call me Little Zhao. Vice President Zhao hurriedly introduced himself and then said, one used to live at home. But because I wanted to hide from my younger brother and sister. So I made an excuse that I was busy with work and booked a suite at the Blue Mountain Hotel. However, because my parents went to the main city to handle some matters these few days, my younger brother and sister who were still studying were sent here again, so I was considering whether I should go back home to stay. Let's go to a hotel today, Lu Xun said after some thought. Vice President Zhao was a little nervous and said in a low voice, because what we're going to do has something to do with younger siblings. Lu Xun shook his head and looked at Vice President Zhao with a strange expression. No, but your brother and sister came to the hotel to look for you, but you left them and ran home. Aren't you worried that your father and aunt will think that you left them behind on purpose? Zhao Yuan didn't expect Lu Xun to be so human-like in his thinking, so he nodded hesitantly. Even if he returned to the hotel, he would never stay in the same room as his brother and sister, in case something happened. Moreover, with Lu Xun by his side, he was more at ease. The car started and drove straight to the Blue Mountain Hotel. Lu Xun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he arrived. He had often passed by this place in the past, but he had never thought that one day he would be able to stay in such a grand hotel. He also did not expect that someone would use work as an excuse to stay in such a hotel every day. Could the money they earned be more than the hotel room fees? He looked at Zhao Yuan's car and confirmed another question. He should have. In the satellite town, one only needed to look at a little bit of money to see if a person was rich. The less practical the car was, the richer it was. It was just like the steel monster that he and the lizard drove out of the city. Although it was practical, he and the lizard should not be as rich as it was. Young President Zhao, you're finally back. Yuo and Tonton have been looking for you. When Zhao Yuan and Lu Xun walked into the hotel, his secretary came up to him and asked him where he had been. He had a lot of work to deal with, and his younger brother and sister had been making a scene the whole day, so he had to go out with them. However, Zhao Yuan was not in the mood to talk to them. He only said that he had important things to do and that he would wait until tomorrow to deal with everything. In addition, after walking a few steps, he asked someone to send some food and 2 bottles of red wine to the room. Chapter 2 out of 15. Chapter 2 out of 15. Chapter 2 out of 5. No physical performance 2. Chapter 2 out of 15. Chapter 2 out of 5. No physical performance 2. He was still considering that Master Lu had not eaten yet. However, his actions immediately caused the secretary to cast a suspicious glance at Lu Xun, and his eyes flickered. Don't tell me this. It can't be. You actually. To make you feel at ease, I'll show you my identification now. He went upstairs and closed the door. Lu Xun was surprised to find that the hotel room was divided into 2 rooms. There was a luxurious living room, a high-class bedroom, a walk-in closet, a shoe cabinet, a refrigerator, a television, and even a set of brand new data electronic game machines. It was only one of the rooms in the hotel, but the living room was bigger than his own home. However, he did not make a fuss about it. After sitting down, he showed his identification to Zhao Yuan according to the standard procedure and said, what you're facing now should be a case of mental corruption. I don't have enough time to explain to you what mental pollution is, but you just need to know that I'm the one who deals with this kind of thing, and all you have to do is to cooperate with me. Can 1. Looking at the bright red stamp on Lu Xin's identification documents, Zhao Yuan was filled with deep respect. Lu Xin's serious and calm expression dispelled all of his concerns. He nodded his head vigorously, and his forehead was covered in sweat. "I know. You can lie on the bed," Lu Xin said as he kept the documents. "Yes," Zhao Yuan replied hurriedly. He put on his clothes and lay on the bed, his body tensed up. Lu Xin retrieved his revolver from his bag and inspected it before putting it back. He then took out the documents he had retrieved from the guard station and began to read through them one by one, reviewing them in detail to avoid any trouble. Zhao Yuan was as stiff as a rod on the bed. After 5 minutes, he asked in a low voice, "Master Lu, what happened after that?" "And then you sleep." Lu Xin looked at him in surprise. "Sleep?" Zhao Yuan was dumbfounded. Lu Xin didn't expect the vice president to react so slowly. "How are you going to dream if you don't sleep?" Zhao Yuan sat up straight and looked at Lu Xin with a dumbfounded expression. "So, Master Lu, what you mean is for me to quickly go to bed and sleep, and then when I do that again when I had that particularly scary dream, you could have thought of a way to help me. If you already know, why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Xin asked with a frown. Zhao Yuan's face turned red, but he did not dare to explain anything. He quietly got up and said in a low voice, 111 clean up. As Lu Xin continued to read through his documents, he ran into the bathroom and took a shower, brushed his teeth, changed into his pajamas, and sprayed some water on himself. Then, he kicked off a pair of fluffy slippers and ran to the bed. She snuggled under the blanket, smacked the pillow, and drank a glass of water. Then, he pulled the quilt with both hands, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. "Is the life of all the rich so troublesome?" Lu Xin cursed in his heart before turning back to his documents. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Xin went to open the door, and was greeted by the sight of a waiter pushing a small silver cart. On top of the cart were a few large and small cups and plates with stainless steel covers. There was also an ice bucket with 2 bottles of wine inside. Zhao Yuan's secretary followed behind the waiter and tiptoed to look inside. When she saw that Zhao Yuan was already lying on the bed, her face turned green with anger. Lu Xin thought that if he were to work late at night, he might be able to have some supper, so he agreed. After all, because she had made the call so quickly, even the reward he had intended to give her was it too much to eat supper? Lu Xin pulled the food cart in and closed the door to his secretary's despairing eyes. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw Zhao Yuan curled up under the blanket, looking at him with blinking eyes. Lu Xin suddenly thought of how embarrassing it would have been if he had directly opened the plate. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" he asked helplessly. Zhao Yuan's voice even sounded a little aggrieved. "No, I really can't sleep now that I'm lying down." "How am I supposed to observe your condition if you don't sleep?" Lu Xin frowned. He quickly walked to the dining cart and nodded to Lu Xin. "He'll be relying on you." Then, he grabbed a bottle of white orchid from the ice bucket. He nimbly pulled out the cork of the wine, raised his head, and began to pour it into his stomach. Lu Xin's eyes widened as he watched the man gulp down the entire bottle of wine before stumbling a little. "He'll be relying on you." Zhao Yuan shook the bottle and tried his best to straighten it on the table. After adjusting its position, he walked back to the bed. She didn't even cover herself with the blanket. She just lay there. And soon, soft snoring sounds could be heard. Lu Xin turned around to look at him. He was considering an important question. Was the red wine he drank from the expensive bottle? Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief when he was sure that the vice president had fallen asleep. After looking at the documents for a while, he took out his cigarette box and took out a cigarette with a golden filter. He first turned on the exhaust, then stood by the window and started smoking. As he drew, he thought about the information he had learned about the Dream Creator ability and his own plan. Early preparation was very important, and he had to try his best not to leave anything behind. He just wanted to see when the vice president began to enter that dream, and something strange happened. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. His heart trembled and he immediately turned his head. Then, he saw that Vice President Zhao had actually gotten up again. She was about to ask him why he was still awake, but she stopped and watched him quietly as he got up and walked barefoot to the table. When he reached the table, he reached out to pick up the silver lid, while his other hand raised high. Then, he chopped down on the lid with force. Once, twice. His palm hit the lid, making a muffled PFFT sound. After cutting one, he showed a happy expression and picked up another one, continuing to cut down. After a short while, he had finished cutting both. He slowly squatted on the ground and slowly moved his palm down. Then, he extended both hands down and made a look as if he was taking out something. His right hand turned to the side as if he was turning on a switch. His two hands made a gesture of washing, and at the same time, he took a deep breath, and his face showed a very happy expression. Lu Xun furrowed his brows slightly. He knew what he was doing. He remained silent as he watched Xiao Yuan carefully cut up the parts after he had cleaned them. Then, he placed the parts on the plate. In the middle of the plate, he even twisted open a small tube to squeeze something out. It was like a performance without any real object. Finally, he sat on the edge of the bed, his face showing an excited and satisfied expression, his two hands gently clasped together. Then he picked up the knife and fork, slowly picked up something, and stuffed it into his mouth. His face revealed an excited and satisfied expression. Eat raw. Lu Xun furrowed his brows as he observed quietly. From what Vice President Zhao said, he was forced to eat these at first, but now, he's happily processing and enjoying it, and his actions seem very skilled. So, did he lie from the beginning? Or did he get addicted to it and went from passive to active? Chapter 216 Chapter 216 What a Dirty Mind Part 2 Chapter 216 What a Dirty Mind Part 2 Lu Xun took his time to think about these questions, and decided not to disturb Vice President Zhao. Lu Xun turned his chair around and watched Xiao Yuan's realistic and detailed performance. He studied Xiao Yuan carefully, but after a while, Lu Xun was sure that there was no mental monster in Xiao Yuan's body. There were no other threads or anything else on his body that extended to other places. Even from his perspective, Vice President Zhao looked very normal. The normal here meant that all his thoughts and modes were under his own control, and there were no external influences. Then, Lu Xun decided to borrow his mother's power after some consideration. He first calmed himself down and recalled his mother's appearance. Gradually, the scene in front of him changed. When he looked at Vice President Zhao again, he immediately saw a different scene. There was a green light on Vice President Zhao's body that was becoming stronger. It was his desire to eat. Logically speaking, in the dream, he was eating what he wanted to eat at this time, so this desire should be satisfied. However, because there was nothing in the dream, it was only a false satisfaction. This desire, in essence, was constantly accumulating. He would only become more and more greedy. In addition to this desire, Lu Xun also gradually noticed something unusual about him after careful observation. It was the spiritual body in Vice President Zhao's body, hidden in Vice President Zhao's body. Other than his own spirit, one could vaguely see traces of faint white lines that did not belong to him. They outlined the shape of his body, and attached themselves to the surface of his spirit. It was like a shadow that overlapped with him. The white spiritual form was extremely faint, but it was so deeply integrated with Vice President Zhao that it was almost impossible to tell them apart. Even with his mother's vision, Lu Xun could only barely distinguish the two. This was when Xiao Yuan was still under its influence, having the same dream day after day, and the power was more obvious. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Xun were to use his mother's vision, he wouldn't have been able to detect its presence. This is the power that affected him. Lu Xun furrowed his brows in realization. Even if he could see the problem with his body, how could he help him cut it? In the beginning, his plan was to observe Vice President Zhao. He wanted to see if a mental monster or something similar to a mental thread would appear around him when he was having that dream. No matter which one it was, as long as it appeared, he could follow the clues and directly get rid of the mental monster. Or, He could follow the spiritual threads to find the dream creator and get rid of him directly. But now, after eliminating those two possibilities, the problem would be slightly more difficult. The white shadow fused with Xiao Yuan's body. If she were to help him take it out, she would hurt him. He didn't know if his mother would be able to help him get rid of the influence without affecting him. It was a pity that Lu Xen had already made a promise with his mother. Before he successfully completed the second stage, he would not let his family help him. The main city had already agreed to the second stage of his plan. If he asked his family to come out now, it would be easy for accidents to happen. Since that was the case, Lu Xen pondered for a moment before coming up with an idea. He planned to ask Han Bing over the phone. Because this was not an urgent special pollution incident, he did not keep in touch with Han Bing. However, when he encountered a problem that he felt was difficult, it was normal to ask for information support or directly ask for help. It was normal to let the right person. However, in that case, he might have to give away a portion of his reward. Although his heart ached, saving people was more important. As he thought of this, Lu Xen had already picked up his bag. However, at this moment, a soft electronic voice suddenly came from outside the hotel. It was the sound of someone using the hotel room card to open the door from the outside. Immediately after, the hotel door was pushed open, and two noisy children came in. They laughed and rushed toward Xiao Yuan, shouting, "Brother, brother, I finally caught you. Why didn't you come back?" Lu Xen furrowed his brows. He turned to look outside the door, and saw Xiao Yuan's secretary hiding not far away from the corridor. When Xiao Yuan's younger brother and sister rushed in noisily, Xiao Yuan was clearly in the middle of his meal. The more he ate, the stronger the temptation, and the stronger the desire to accumulate, and the more he couldn't get rid of it. When his younger brother and sister rushed to his side, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Without any physical performance, he suddenly stopped. He subconsciously sniffed, and his expression suddenly became fanatical. He pulled the little boy into his arms and bit him hard. Although the little boy was in pain, he thought that his brother was just playing with him as usual. So he closed his eyes and smiled. The little girl hugged her brother's arm, seeing that he only hugged the boy and not her. She was a little jealous. Lu Xen stood up from his chair and strode over to Xiao Yuan. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Yuan's chin. Although he could only borrow his sister's ability at this time, his movements were still much more agile than ordinary people. As she reached out to grab Xiao Yuan's chin, her other hand reached down and lifted the little boy from between Xiao Yuan's tightly held arms at a clever angle. Then, she threw him out. He threw it at the head of the bed where the pillow was. At the same time, he kicked open the closet next to him and pushed the little girl into the closet with his legs. Haha. Xiao Yuan could feel his younger brother and sister's aura leaving him. He stood up angrily and pounced toward the cabinet. Lu Xen's body leaned back slightly, and at the same time, he kicked Xiao Yuan, causing him to fall to the ground. Then, Lu Xen lifted his foot and stepped on a spot slightly below his spine. Despite using all his strength, he was still unable to get up. It was only then that the two children reacted and started to cry. Outside the room, the female secretary, who was standing in the corridor, did not expect such a scene to happen. When she saw Lu Xen throw the little boy out of the room and step on Xiao Yuan, she immediately panicked and ran over in her high heels. "What are you doing, security? Security, come quickly." Surprisingly, she was also the tough type. As she ran in, she picked up the ashtray by the door. Lu Xen furrowed his brows as he reached into the bag. Before the ashtray could hit her, Lu Xen had already pulled out a gun and pointed it at her face. The secretary was shocked. The gun's existence was beyond her expectations. Wasn't this person a small staff member under the branch company? Why was there a gun? At this moment, 3 to 4 tall security guards rushed over from the corridor. They were Xiao Yuan's bodyguards and had been staying in a room on this floor. As such, the moment the female secretary's voice rang out, they immediately appeared. When they saw Lu Xen stomping Vice President Xiao to the ground, they were even more shocked. As they ran over, they each took out a rubber bat with a fierce look on their faces. At her feet, Zhao Yuan's eyes were red as he tried his best to open the cabinet door. He had already pulled the door of the cabinet open. It was less than 10 centimeters in front of his hand, and it was the scared little girl. The bodyguards ran faster and faster and immediately rushed into the room. Lu Xun furrowed his brows. The situation was extremely tense. If the bodyguards had barged in, Lu Xun would not have been able to finish them off without being affected. He would have been able to control Zhao Yuan from hurting the little girl with just one leg. Without hurting him, he couldn't explain it in a short time. Normally, he would have been a little frustrated. But now, he was in the state of borrowing his mother's vision, to a certain extent. When he borrowed his mother's ability, he was calmer than usual, so he made a quick decision. Lu Xun's gentleness seemed to have relieved the pressure on the secretary. With a threatening expression, she shouted, "How dare you?" However, before she could finish, Lu Xun suddenly smiled at her and said softly, "Did you give them the room key?" The secretary was stunned by his words. Lu Xun shook his head at her, as if he could read her mind. "Are you jealous? Your thoughts are really dirty." As he spoke, he lowered his gun and pulled the trigger. The shot landed on the secretary's leg. The violent sound was exceptionally ear-piercing in this narrow space, and everyone was shocked. The two children were so frightened by the gunshot that they suddenly stopped screaming. The anger and curses that had just accumulated on the secretary's face disappeared completely. The bodyguard who had just rushed to the door was so frightened that he almost fell down. He rolled and crawled to the sides of the matter was handled perfectly. Lu Xun lowered his head and looked at Zhao Yuan, who was still lying on the ground, as if alarmed by the gunshot. Zhao Yuan, who was struggling with all his might, had also stopped struggling. "Things have been interrupted." Lu Xun's face revealed a look of dissatisfaction. It was also at this moment that a pale white hand suddenly grew out of Zhao Yuan's back. The pale hand appeared strangely. It reached out from his back and grabbed his calf. At the same time, Lu Xun felt his consciousness falling rapidly. Chapter 217 Chapter 217 Chapter 207 Forced into a Dream 3 Chapter 217 Chapter 207 Forced into a Dream 3 The world around him began to collapse. Like a huge screen that kept flashing, Lu Xun felt as if the entire world had collapsed on him as he was pulled down by the hand that was grabbing his leg. As the surrounding scene kept changing, he felt that he was still in the hotel room, and then he felt that he was in another world. It was like a person who was about to fall asleep, but he fell into a dream and woke up again. Is it a dream creator who is affecting me? Lu Xun's expression was calm, and he even seemed to be taking his time to consider this question. He first observed his surroundings to make sure that there were no other powerful polluting sources or aptitude users affecting him. He then confirmed that the problem was indeed the hand that had extended out of Zhao Yuan's body. This should be the power left in Zhao Yuan's body by the dream creator. It seemed to have sensed that Zhao Yuan was at a critical moment in completing the dream hint, but was stopped by an external force. Thus, this power appeared on its own and tried to pull me into the dream. Lu Xun's thoughts were clear, and he analyzed the situation with great efficiency. After he understood the logic, he bent down and reached for the hand on his leg. Although he wasn't as good at tearing things apart as his sister, he should be able to deal with this hand. Just as Lu Xun was about to grab the hand suddenly disappeared. The flashing lights around him had also disappeared, and Lu Xun felt as if he had returned to the real world. He was still in the hotel room. Zhao Yuan was lying on the floor, and the female secretary was hugging her legs and crying. The bodyguards outside the door had already rushed to the door. It was only after the secretary fell that they saw Lu Xun holding a gun. This shocked them, and they quickly took out submachine guns from behind their clothes and fired at themselves. A series of bullets flew toward Lu Xun. Lu Xun furrowed his brows. At this moment, he had the chance to dodge or return fire, but he didn't move, letting the bullet hit his body. The bullets pierced through his body, leaving countless bloody holes. He felt an unimaginable pain. Lu Xun could feel his life force draining away from his body along with his blood. He didn't even have the strength to stand, but just as he was about to fall, he lowered his head and looked at his body. He looked at his body carefully and found that there were no bullet holes in his body. The pain had also disappeared. He was dreaming. When he tried to pull the pale hand, the hand suddenly disappeared, but it didn't really disappear. It was because it had finally pulled itself into the dream at that time. A dream based on the real world. So, how should I break this dream? Before Lu Xin could finish his thought, he suddenly saw Xiao Yuan's body twist and turn. Xiao Yuan's face twisted, and he opened his mouth to bite Lu Xin's leg with his fangs. Xiao Yuan looked at Lu Xin with an eerie glint in his eyes. This sudden turn of events made Lu Xin have the urge to shoot him. However, Lu Xin did not respond. He merely frowned as he looked at Xiao Yuan, who was biting his calf. He did not say a word, nor did he smile, as if he was embarrassed by his stare. Xiao Yuan slowly loosened his mouth and returned to his original position. Is this the Dreammaker's forced dream? Lu Xin thought to himself as he scanned his surroundings. He was not in a hurry to move, because he knew that when faced with a dreamer, moving would make him more passive. The first rule when dealing with a dreamer was not to trust them. Any reality that he believed in could be an attack from the dream creator. On the contrary, when one didn't believe it, the power of the attack would be weakened to the extreme. At first glance, the surroundings seemed very real, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were hazy lights and shadows everywhere. This kind of unreal light and shadow could only be discovered when one looked at it intentionally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Furthermore, the more he looked at it, the more clear his mind became. Lu Xin, who had spent the entire night reading up on the Dreamer's information, naturally knew that Dreamers had an ability called dream forcing. The core ability of a dreamer was to modify a person's dream. But there were two ways to modify the dream world. One was to sneak into the dream of the sleeping person when they were asleep. Under such circumstances, the sleeper would not be able to detect the dreamscape's surrealism. The other was to forcefully enter a dream. The specific effects of this would depend on the will of the dream creator and the affected person. Those with weak will would still be unable to tell if the dream was real or not. Those with strong willpower could retain some of their consciousness and quickly discover the flaws and wake up. This was exactly what Lu Xin was experiencing right now. Even though he had been forced into a dream, he was able to maintain his consciousness and quickly realized that the dream was not real. At this point, a dream that he knew was not real would no longer be able to keep him trapped. The time he experienced in the dream was much longer than the outside world. The flow of time in dreams and reality was different. Usually, the attack that a dreamer used on the person who forced them into a dream would cause the same flow of time. Just like how he had imagined the scene of the bodyguards rushing into the room and firing at Lu Xin. The time he needed to do that would be the time he had spent in his dream. In reality, less than a second had passed. Under normal circumstances, the first stage of the dream maker's ability could only extend the time in the dreamscape, but not accelerate. The hazy light and shadow around him began to fade, and the dream was about to be broken. It was at this moment that Lu Xin heard a faint laugh, and he felt a little dizzy. This laughter seemed to have some kind of ability. Following the direction of the laughter, Lu Xin saw a pale hand slowly reaching out from the wall. Then, a disheveled head and a body in white clothes slowly peeked out from the wall. Its head was lowered, and its hair was scattered. Its face could not be seen, and only its laughter that seemed to echo could be heard. Is this the materialization of the mental power left behind by the dream creator? Lu Xin thought back to the hand that had pulled him into the dream. It was obvious that the hand belonged to it. In that case, would killing it be considered as eliminating this force? Lu Xin stuffed a black bullet into the revolver's cylinder. This was the special bullet that he had applied for to deal with this dream creator. Lu Xin slowly raised his gun. However, it was also at this moment that more laughter rang out. Lu Xin saw a pale hand reach out from the wall next to him, and a person grew out of it. It looked exactly the same as the person who had grown out before, with disheveled hair and a white dress. Then, from the TV, the ceiling, the glass partition in the bathroom, and even the bed, white shadows grew out one by one, like mushrooms. They grew out and covered the entire room, laughing at the same time. Lu Xin's mind was assaulted by a cacophony of laughter from all directions. There was only one special bullet, so Lu Xin had no idea which one of them he should aim at. But their laughter continued, intertwining in the room. In the midst of the laughter, a series of images suddenly appeared in Lu Xin's mind. He didn't know if they were real or fake. These images flickered and occupied all the space in his mind from time to time. Some of them were like windows. Some were like lamps. And some were like long, endless corridors. It was as if countless fragments of worlds kept appearing in his mind and occupying his vision. Entering a dream subconsciously. Lu Xin recalled the information he had read. Subconsciously entering a dream was already a relatively powerful performance of dream-creating ability users, although it was also in the category of forced dreams. However, he stimulated the opponent's subconsciousness and made the opponent create a dream. This kind of dream realm was the most difficult to break. Moreover, it often hid the deepest level of the opponent's past, the deepest secrets, and it was the easiest to make the opponent collapse. Before Lu Xin, the Special Investigation Department had used this method to test if aptitude users could be recruited. One could understand the risk of losing control by directly checking the subconscious of a person with a mental mutation. This places, when the images that didn't seem to belong to him appeared in the depths of his mind, Lu Xin was slightly confused. At this moment, his consciousness was still very strong, and he still had a chance to break free. However, those scenes inexplicably attracted him. When he saw those scenes, his heart beat faster. He was even a little excited and a desire welled up in his heart. Therefore, not only did he not resist the appearance of these images, but he also subconsciously wanted to pursue them. Under such circumstances, the remnant shadow of the dream creator felt a strange sense of ease. Entering a dream subconsciously was the most difficult thing to do, because when breaking through the subconscious, the person affected would subconsciously resist. But now, he could feel Lu Xin's unusual cooperation. He had completed the construction at an unimaginable speed. In Lu Xin's field of vision, the images became more and more realistic and larger. One by one, the fragments pieced together. In the end, all of the fragments suddenly came together, and his head began to spin. Then, he saw a completely different world. Lu Xin's eyes flew open as if he had just woken up. Then, he saw that he was in a strange place. It was a corridor. The corridor was about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. It seemed a little cramped. Above them, there was a white light that hid the light source and illuminated the corridor. There were some strange instruments scattered on the ground around him, as well as all kinds of surgical equipment. The walls were made of white tiles, without any patterns or colors. The entire corridor seemed to be unusually pale. Ding ding ding. In the depths of the corridor, the sound of a hammer hitting a metal rod came. Sigh sigh sigh. It was the faint sound of an electric shock. Kai kai kai. It was like the sound of a sharp knife cutting flesh. There were also faint, weak moans, as if they were screams from far away. Chapter 218 Chapter 218 Chapter 208 Pale Laboratory 1. Chapter 218 Chapter 208 Pale Laboratory 1. Where is this? He couldn't describe his emotions. He felt that this place was familiar, but he could not remember when he had seen it. The only thing he could be sure of was that he had a very complicated feeling in his heart. The calmness he felt when he borrowed his mother's vision seemed to have disappeared completely. He felt a sense of fear that he had not felt for a long time. The emotions were suppressed to the extreme, and he couldn't help but want to take a deep breath to keep his calm. He looked up and saw that the corridor led all the way to the front. About 7 or 8 meters away, there was a light green wooden door. The door was tightly closed, and through the narrow window on the door, he could see what looked like a wide experimental area. Behind the door, Lu Xin's heart was suddenly filled with curiosity. He didn't know where the impulse and desire came from, but he especially wanted to find out what was in this dream. He lifted his heavy feet and slowly walked forward. However, he had just taken a step when he suddenly felt a force pulling him. A series of crisp sounds rang out in his ears. It was someone snapping their fingers continuously to give him some sort of hint. At the same time, the world began to tremble, and cracks appeared, like a television that was about to break. Glass-like cracks appeared on the painting. Lu Xun raised his hand and saw the white figure. It appeared in the air behind him, its head raised up suddenly. Under its loose hair, one could see that it was also showing a frightened and puzzled expression. Then, it retreated with all its might, as if it wanted to leave this world at all costs. It didn't seem to have expected that its subconscious would create such a place. It should be the time for it to attack. But it subconsciously felt afraid. That was why it was struggling and trying to escape. And because it was about to leave, the world began to become unstable. After all, this world was created from its own power and Lu Xun's subconscious. Just as the world was about to collapse, Lu Xun suddenly turned around and reached out to grab it. He was very far away from the shadow. But when he reached out, he grabbed it tightly. Then, he ignored its struggle and doled it in front of him with all his strength. He had never used as much strength as he did now, holding onto something so tightly. The white shadow was caught by him, and he could feel the fear on its body. Since you're here, stay with me for a while longer, Lu Xun said to the shadow in his hand. Although he was gentle, he didn't allow it to reject him. After capturing it, the world began to stabilize again. Lu Xun didn't care what he was holding in his hand. He just made sure that it couldn't escape before he continued forward. The white shadow in his hand was trembling and twisting. It had never felt as scared as it was now, and it had never seen such an absurd scene. Even if it was only a remnant of its spiritual power, it could still remember that anyone who was affected in the past would try their best to leave the dream and return to the real world. That was the instinct of life. But this time, it was actually itself who wanted to leave. But the person who entered the dream insisted on staying. The most important thing was that the will of the dreamer was too strong, and he was not his match at all. It was being suppressed in the dream it created. Or rather, he had been kidnapped. Lu Xun didn't have the time to care about what his companion was thinking. He was eager to see the world. He didn't know if it was because this was a dream or for other reasons. The surrounding air seemed to be filled with countless contorting forces, causing his vision to become blurry. Gusts of cold wind came from the depths of the corridor and swirled around Lu Xun. It was as if there were many things that he could not see surrounding him. The corridor was not wide, and the surrounding space was not big. However, Lu Xun could clearly sense that there were countless eyes staring at him from somewhere he couldn't see. They weren't hostile to him, but they were afraid. Lu Xun could sense that the owners of these gazes were trembling in fear. They were looking at him with extreme fear, but they didn't dare to escape. They were also wailing in pain that Lu Xun couldn't hear. In contrast to him, it was in Lu Xun's hand, being stared at by countless eyes. It felt an indescribable fear, or perhaps torture. Its body was like a human shadow under countless moving light sources. Under the illumination of the light sources, it kept on distorting and disintegrating before returning to its original state. Every time it changed, it seemed to decrease a little. As Lu Xun strolled along, he felt the emptiness of the corridor. All sorts of sounds strangely disappeared as he approached. However, it would suddenly appear when he wasn't paying attention. When he reached the end of the corridor, he slowly pushed open the unlocked door, and the light behind the door suddenly lit up. Lu Xun could even hear the buzzing sound of the electric current flowing through the incandescent light. As soon as he pushed the door open, Lu Xun saw something black on the floor. His heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a person with a twisted body. His body was covered in a black substance, and his original appearance could not be seen. One could only see that he was wearing a white coat. He was a man, and his body was twisted into a strange shape. His mouth was wide open, and one could still feel the fear he felt before he died. Lu Xun looked at him for a while and saw a badge on his chest. On the badge that was not completely covered, the words Crimson Moon Project, Research and so on could be vaguely distinguished. Lu Xun didn't try to pick it up. He lifted his head slightly and saw a row of tightly shut doors in front of him. It looked like a prison, or rather, a hospital ward. However, many of the doors were already open, blown away by the wind. Some of the doors had metal shelves with medicine scattered all over the floor. There were also some doors with blood splattered on them, and there were even scratch marks on the doors made by fingernails. Lu Xin felt a little lost. He tried his best to look further, and he saw 3 more doors. They weren't opened, but were tightly shut. The excitement in her heart, or rather, the nervousness, grew stronger. Lu Xin strode forward. He could feel his legs trembling uncontrollably. He walked to the first door that was closed. Then, he stuck his face to the window and suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart as he looked inside carefully. The room was dark. With the light from the corridor, he could see that there were many instruments and operating tables inside. In the corner of the room, he seemed to see some torn plush toys, which were scattered on the ground. The strange emotions were like flames, rising with all their might. Lu Xin could feel the fear of the cruel shadow that he had been forcing to stop him from reaching its peak. It was struggling and rolling around in an attempt to escape. However, Lu Xin used all his strength to pull it back, forcing it to help him stabilize the dream. Then, he stood on his tiptoes and continued to look into the world behind the closed door. As if he was looking for something. He felt that there must be something in this room. It was at this moment that a pair of eyes suddenly appeared out of the window that Lu Xin was looking at. It was a pair of eyes that were hanging upside down, and they were completely white. It was also at this moment that Lu Xin felt a strange sense of familiarity. There was even a strange sadness that gushed into his mind and drowned his consciousness. However, it was also at this moment that Lu Xin's hand suddenly became empty. At the same time, his head began to hurt, and the world around him began to collapse inch by inch. He was returning to the real world. The shadow that he was forcefully pulling had completely disappeared. Creating such a dream seemed to have taken a toll on the spirit. Furthermore, Lu Xin had forcefully pulled it in and prevented it from leaving. As a result, Lu Xin had to borrow its power to stay in the dream for about 20 seconds. During these 20 seconds, he had to use up its energy to maintain the dream. Finally, when Lu Xin saw the pair of eyes, its mental energy had been completely depleted. Lu Xin's ears began to ring with the sounds of crying, women's yells, and the bodyguard's coaxing. He looked to his left and right and realized that he had returned to reality. He subconsciously looked at his watch and realized that less than 3 seconds had passed. Just now, when he was grabbed by the pale hand, he had fired a shot at the female secretary. In less than 3 seconds, the female secretary was lying on the ground, crying loudly and falling into a semi-conscious state. Naturally, she couldn't do anything to him. Outside the door, the bodyguards heard the gunshot and quickly hid on both sides of the door in fear. They shouted outside, "Please, control yourself. Shooting in the city is illegal. The people from the security department have arrived. You still have a chance to turn back. Don't get too excited." Everything was still under his control, but Lu Xin suddenly felt a sense of loss. After a while, he sat down on the chair in a dejected manner. Although what he had experienced was only a dream, and the time was especially short, that feeling had always shrouded him. After sitting for a while, he finally reacted and felt that his eyes were a little strange. He subconsciously reached out and touched the corner of his eye. He found that his finger was stained with a crystal-like liquid. It turned out that she was already crying. Chapter 2 in the other half of the problem 1. Chapter 2 in the other half of the problem 1. This is what's going on. After Xiao Yuan had gotten used to it and regained his consciousness, he immediately saw that the room was in a mess. His younger brother was sitting on the bed and crying, while his younger sister was sitting in the cabinet in front of him and rubbing her eyes. He didn't know what they had experienced, but they were trembling in fear. He was now lying on the ground, feeling pain in his back, as if his bones had fallen apart. As for his female secretary, she was hugging her thigh. The blood on her thigh soaked her silk stockings and she fainted. The bodyguards were hiding outside the door, not daring to show their heads. Only their voices could be heard. "Sir, please don't do anything stupid for love. We understand all forms of true love. Really? There is no discrimination in King Gang. He turned around in shock and saw Lu Xin sitting on a chair at the side. He was holding a gun in his hand and his head was slightly lowered. His face could not be seen, but one could only feel that he was very disappointed. Master Lu. What's going on? Xiao Yuan's head ached badly. He had just drunk a bottle of brandy and was jolted awake. He was still a little dizzy, especially when she saw the mess in the room. A mass of panic gushed out of her heart. Lu Xin finally reacted to the situation and slowly raised his head. Xiao Yuan saw that he seemed to have gotten used to it for a moment before he woke up from his daze. And his eyes were focused. Don't call me master. Lu Xin looked around him and slowly put his gun away. He let out a long sigh. Xiao Yuan was shocked and scared. Brother Lu. What on earth happened? I'm younger than you. Actually, nothing much happened. Lu Xin replied softly. The matter is almost resolved. This what it looks like when the matter has been resolved. Xiao Yuan was stunned. He looked at his brother and sister who were crying loudly. Then at his unconscious secretary who was bleeding. Beside him, he had no idea how things had turned out this way. He only felt that things had gotten worse. When I was helping you solve your problem. Your secretary. Lu Xin seemed to have regained his composure as he slowly explained to Xiao Yuan. She probably liked you all along and misunderstood something. So at the most critical moment, she gave your room card to your brother and sister. So, when you had that nightmare, they rushed in and almost turned your nightmare into reality in order to solve your problem. I had to make a response. As he spoke, he glanced at the gunshot wound on the secretary's leg, and his expression did not change. He only paused for a moment before he said, I think I went a little too hard. Although you said that you've hit me too hard, I don't think you really feel that way. The thought flashed across Xiao Yuan's mind, but he quickly understood what Lu Xin was trying to tell him. He still had a deep memory of the dream, when he thought about how he had almost hurt his brother and sister when he did those things. Just now, he was frightened and scared. The muscles on his face twisted and he looked at the secretary fiercely. However, he did not have the heart to say anything when he saw her unconscious on the ground with her injured leg. Instead, he immediately shouted to the door, Come in quickly. She's fine. Take her to the hospital quickly. Hearing Xiao Yuan shout, one of the bodyguards peeked his head out. Seeing that Xiao Yuan had woken up and Lu Xin was sitting in his chair with his gun put away, he mustered up his courage and rushed in. He then picked up the female secretary and ran out. Xiao Yuan shouted again, 4 people carrying 2 more men. Bring Y and Tong Tong out. The bodyguards hurriedly cleared 2 more people to come over and take the crying younger brother and sister. Seeing that they were really frightened, Xiao Yuan was also anxious. He wanted to make a face at them to make them laugh. But when his sister saw his face, she was so frightened that she screamed and cried even more miserably. Xiao Yuan was both anxious and helpless. He slapped his forehead hard. Lu Xin furrowed his brows at the sight of the 4 bodyguards in a mess. The support team was still the one who handled it swiftly. The 4 bodyguards were so nervous that they seemed to have no hands. He calmed himself down and looked out the door, only to see a mess. Many of the hotel's guests had been alerted, and at this time, they were secretly sticking their heads out of the door to take a look. Many of the waiters and hotel security guards below also rushed up and watched from a distance in a panic. Outside, the faint sound of an alarm could be heard. Although he was also in a state of extreme confusion, he could only brace himself and prepare to deal with these things. Lu Xin adjusted his emotions and turned to Xiao Yuan, who was clearly panicking, and said, There will probably be some trouble later, and I'll need your help to clean up. But I'm sure you won't have any more nightmares tonight. When Xiao Yuan heard the news, his face finally revealed some excitement. Just like this, it's been resolved. I should say, I've solved half of it. Lu Xin nodded at him. There's something more important, but I need to make a call first. Looking at Xiao Yuan's nervous expression, he forced a smile and said, You deal with the rest first. As he spoke, he picked up his bag and walked out of the door. After making sure that no one was around to overhear him, Lu Xin made a call. It's been confirmed. He has indeed been contaminated. Or rather, affected. The effect of an energy user and a source of contamination on a person was essentially the same. However, one was intentional and the other was unintentional. So it was better to distinguish them when explaining. The sound of typing came from Han Bing's side. And then she said, Mr. Shan Bing, why is it so chaotic over there? There was a small problem, so I fired a shot. Lu Xin explained. Mr. Shan Bing, are you all right? Han Bing suddenly felt a little nervous. I'm fine, Lu Xin said. How's the other party? Han Bing asked. She's slightly injured. Han Bing heaved a sigh of relief and said, all right, I'll handle it. Soon, she heard noises from the other end of the phone, such as typing and a file transfer. After 4 or 5 seconds, she picked up the phone again. I've already communicated with him. Mr. Shan Bing, you can now give me a brief summary of what happened. I followed the previous plan and observed to stay after he fell asleep. Lu Xin slowly explained what had happened. This is the strange part. When I stopped him, the mental energy left behind by the dream creator on his body seemed to want to affect me and pull me into the dream. But it disappeared very quickly. After a pause, he added, there's no trace of mental power left in Vice President Xiao's body. Disappeared. Han Bing listened attentively without any interruption. When Lu Xin was done, she said, did you clean it up? I didn't hurt it. Lu Xin denied. If that's the case, then it's its own power that's dissipating. Han Bing didn't suspect anything and slowly analyzed. Normally, the power that a dreamer left in the victim's body to give him a continuous suggestion is extremely weak. The level of mental energy usually doesn't exceed 100, or even 10s or lower. Therefore, when it tries to affect the ability user, it will speed up its consumption process. Lu Xin pondered for a moment and felt that Han Bing's analysis was wrong. He slowly said, he doesn't seem that weak. He shook his head and said with regret, forget it. He's indeed quite weak. On the other end of the phone, above Han Bing's head, there was an obvious small no. Lu Xin didn't want to dwell on this issue. After some thought, he said, this ability user is a little strange. There are some things that I'm not sure about. So the report can wait until I fully understand the strangeness of this ability user. Han Bing could sense Lu Xin's caution. Mr. Shan, how do you plan to investigate? Of course we're going to find him and ask him face to face. Lu Xin replied. Even though they had been working together for a long time, it still took Han Bing some time to understand Lu Xin's simple and crude method of solving the riddle. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, this can indeed solve all problems. Did Mr. Shan find any clues? That's what I want to say now. Lu Xin shook his head and realized that Han Bing couldn't hear him. Elle didn't find the dream creator just now. What's affecting him now is only a remnant mental power. After the mental power was completely exhausted, I can't even see any traces on his body. If that's the case, it means that the dream creator is very skilled in controlling his own power. Han Bing's voice paused for a moment before she said, this is also where the problem is more complicated. The ability to create dreams is rather strange, and it's hard to find any traces. Furthermore, they can use psychological suggestions and so on to distance themselves from the target in time and remotely kill. If the traces left behind are relatively shallow, we can't even tell if it's the victim's own dream or if it's under his influence. It won't be easy to find him. Lu Xin could understand what he was trying to say, as he had already familiarized himself with the information of Dreammaker's abilities. It was like poisoning. Curing the poison was one thing, but finding the poisoner was another. Mr. Shan Bing, your mission can be considered completed. Over the phone, Han Bing paused for a moment before continuing. Finding the dream creator will be a very complicated and cumbersome task. It may require a large amount of data investigation, so I suggest that we hand it over to the headquarters and let the investigation team do it. Lu Xin hesitated for a moment before coming to a decision. I'll do it. Han Bing's voice was slightly puzzled. Mr. Shan, do you have a solution? I have some ideas. It should work, Lu Xin said slowly. Chapter 220 Chapter 220 Find it and capture it 1. Chapter 220 Find it and capture it 1. Mr. Policeman, please believe me. We really didn't do anything. Yes. We are exercising evil. No. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's not a relationship dispute. Gun what gun we didn't shoot. We didn't shoot any guns. In front of the hotel door, Zhao Yuan was trying his best to explain to the police officers who had just rushed over the shooting. However, even if his status was not low, he could not convince the other party about such a serious incident as shooting. The two police officers had already checked the hotel room by force. Then, they looked serious as they checked the surroundings thoroughly. However, just as he was sweating profusely and unwilling to betray Lu Xin, two police officers took over the walkie-talkie and said a few words to him. By the time he returned, his expression had changed and he whispered something to the police officer beside him. At this time, Lu Xin returned from a distance. The two police officers were a little nervous and quickly bowed to him. His tone had also changed from questioning to respectful. Do you need any help? Zhao Yuan was dumbfounded. Why did the attitude of the two police officers change so much? No, thank you. Lu Xin also expressed his gratitude to the two of them. The two of them immediately nodded and saluted again before leaving. Zhao Yuan was dumbfounded by this scene. Even though he was sure that Lu Xin was helping him, he still felt that it was a little unreal. This was a vicious incident of shooting someone, and it was over just like that. After seeing Lu Xin's casual entrance into the guard station, she could guess that his identity wasn't simple. But now, he still felt that this world was a little absurd beyond his expectations. It wasn't because his own company's employees were so capable, but because of why he had to work for his own company. Lu don't know. Little Lu no. Brother Lu. After switching between a few forms of address, Zhao Yuan finally felt more comfortable. He asked nervously, what should I do? I'm really younger than you. You're the leader of my company. You can just call me Zhao Lu. Lu Xin glanced at him. I'm not that kind of leader. Zhao Yuan's scalp went numb. Helpless. Lu Xin decided to take a step back and let the matter go. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, now that you've solved the problem of having nightmares every night, you can have a good sleep tonight. However, there's still one more problem, which is how to find the person who gave you the nightmare. I'll help you deal with this matter. The person who gives me nightmares. Zhao Yuan was shocked at first. Then his eyes widened. There's someone is trying to harm me. That's right. I'm sure you had a nightmare because someone made you have a nightmare. Lu Xin nodded. For now, I've only solved the problem of your nightmare. What I need to do next is to find him. Zhao Yuan's heart trembled with gratitude when he heard this. He couldn't even tell if he was more afraid or angry. Initially, the continuous nightmares had pushed him to the brink of mental collapse. He had even suspected that he was a real pervert. However, when he learned from Lu Xin that he could help him, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. His biggest goal was to stop having those nightmares. Now, when he heard that his nightmares were designed by someone, he became angry again. I'll have to trouble Lu, I'll have to trouble you. Brother little Lu, you must. His face was twisted. You must help me find him. He really couldn't understand who was so vicious that he would eat his younger brother and sister over and over again. He would rather endure someone pointing a gun at him. I'll definitely find him. But I need your help with this. Facing Zhao Yuan's twisted face, Lu Xin remained calm as he massaged his temples. First, you have to tell me the truth. Did someone force you to eat it in your dream? Or Lu Xin looked up at him. You're eating by yourself. However, the calm expression on Lu Xin's face put a lot of pressure on him, and he didn't dare to lie. After a long while, he stammered. Zheni, in the beginning, she did dream of a weirdo. He's forcing me. But a few days later, actually in fact, I'm the one. I'm doing those things. In the dream, I seem to be. Her lips trembled slightly, and she hesitated for a long time before she said, LTS, as if I've become another person. I really enjoyed the process. His face was twisted. You must help me find him. I didn't want to say that because I really feel that the person in the dream isn't me. Zhao Yuan seemed to be trying his best to explain. The one in the dream was a pervert. That wasn't me. It seemed to be extremely difficult for him to say these words. Surprisingly, Lu Xin didn't say much. He only nodded and said, I understand. You don't have to worry. It's not really because you have such thoughts in your heart. It's just that you're deeply affected. But you have to tell me the truth about what's going to happen next. Understand? Yes. Yes. Okay. I swear. Zhao Yuan nodded his head repeatedly and even raised his hand. There's no need to be so nervous. Lu Xin gestured for him to put it down as he reflected on his actions. Wasn't he a little too serious? Look, he had scared the leader. However, after hearing Vice President Zhao's words, Lu Xin was even more certain of what he had been thinking about. This aptitude user should be more powerful than he had thought. Or rather, the situation was more complicated. The problem that Zhao Yuan had encountered seemed to be caused by an ordinary dream creator, and Han Bing's analysis was correct. However, there were some details that seemed a little strange. For example, the mental power that was left in Zhao Yuan's body might seem friendly and easy to deal with, but Lu Xin felt that it was definitely not the kind of mental power that only had a few dozen or 100 points. Like Han Bing had said, it was probably a few times higher than that. This was the strange part. A normal aptitude user would not be willing to leave such a large piece of their mental energy in the victim's body. This was equivalent to a division of his own spiritual power. Even if he wanted to harm people, he had to consider the cost. The difference between an ability user and a source of contamination was that they had a will. A source of contamination would contaminate anyone who fit its logical chain, while an ability user would make their target fit their own logical chain. Therefore, the contamination of a source of contamination was not directional, and it would not control the degree of contamination. However, when aptitude users influenced others, they would be calculative and try to maximize their benefits. Lu Xin's problem was, from the looks of it, he seemed to be affected by the source of the contamination. Hence, he was deeply affected and his remaining mental power was very strong. However, judging from the way he was affected, it seemed that he had been chosen by an ability user, and it was extremely accurate. If you want to find the person who harmed you, you need to do some things first. Lu Xin looked at Zhao Yuan and said slowly, if you started having this nightmare a month ago, then I need you to find out who you were in contact with a month ago. Anyone who is dissatisfied with your family and wants to destroy the relationship between you and your family, and the person who will benefit the most if something happens to you, of course. That's only if I've come into contact with you more than once, and it's easy to get close to you. Gather them all, Lu Xin said slowly. Zhao Yuan's eyes were a little dazed as he listened. What is this for? Lu Xin looked at him without saying a word. Zhao Yuan immediately reacted and said, it's a little troublesome, but I'll try my best to do it. The only problem is that my family has been handling the procedures to move into the main city. Now, my parents and servants are all staying in the main city. I'm going to the main city too, Lu Xin answered. He paused for a moment before continuing. One need to see them and then filter through them one by one. One by one. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Ran and then, to capture him. Of course, Lu Xin replied. Zhao Yuan was stunned for a moment. To say such words so calmly for a moment. He felt that this employee of his was cold and confident to the extreme. This was Lu Xin's plan. He had already come into contact with the remaining power of the dream creator on Zhao Yuan's body. Furthermore, he had sensed it at a close distance and remembered it. Since he could not ask his family for help directly, he had to gather all the suspicious people and look at them one by one. As long as he found someone with similar mental power, he would naturally find the person who secretly harmed others. Regardless of whether the other party was a dreammaker or a source of contamination, he could use this relatively stupid method to find out. This was an inspection method. Other than helping Xiao Yuan solve his problem, Lu Xun had another hidden motive for finding this person. The remaining power of the dream-making system in Xiao Yuan's body helped him stay in the corridor for more than 20 seconds. As for the main body, of course, he couldn't think that way. The Dreammaker class wasn't a consumable. However, it should be fine to sincerely ask him for a small favor. Right. The mental power that he had left in Xiao Yuan's body was very enthusiastic. In order to help him, it had consumed itself. Presumably, his original body should also be a warm-hearted person. Right. Of course. Even if he didn't want to help, Lu Xun didn't mind reasoning with him and using his sincerity to move him. After all, this person was an ability user who had broken the law. With this thought in mind, Lu Xun's tense face finally revealed a calm smile. Chapter 221 Chapter 221 Chapter 2111 V made it 1. Chapter 221 Chapter 2111 V made it 1. The next day, Lu Xun arrived at the office early in the morning. He didn't sleep well last night, so he didn't look very energetic today. As he was affected by the remnant powers of the Dream Creator, his usually relaxed mood was affected. Even when she got home, her family was already asleep, probably because it was already very late. Hence, she ate some packed supper and went back to her room to rest. After sleeping for 6 hours, he opened his eyes on time and rushed to work. Struggling to open his eyes, Lu Xun came to his cubicle and was suddenly wide awake. Where's my stuff? What he saw was an empty partition. His office supplies, his computer, and even the trash can he was used to using were all gone. Lu Xun was instantly reminded of the time when Lu Cheng had almost snatched his job away from him, and he instantly felt depressed. He thought of many bad things. Was it because he had shot Vice President Xiao's secretary yesterday, and she was unhappy and fired him? Could it be that after Vice President Xiao asked him for help, he immediately turned his back on him? No, they hadn't even crossed the river yet. Just as Lu Xun was in a daze, not knowing where to put the bag, a weak voice rang out beside him. Manager Lu, your office is over there. Lu Xun came back to his senses and saw that the person who spoke was Brother Zhang, who had been running errands for him. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Lu Xun noticed that the layout of the office had changed. In front of Director Li's office, a few opaque frosted glass walls were erected, making the original Director Li's office a little cramped. The original layout of the office was that everyone would work in the living room, and only Director Li's office was located at the end. But now, there were two offices, sitting opposite each other, as if they were on equal footing. Mine? Only then did Lu Xun snap out of his daze. He pointed at his own nose in shock and said, "You're calling me supervisor? Yeah. Didn't you already get promoted?" Brother Zhang was also a little surprised. Yesterday, right after we got off work, Director Liu ordered a few renovation workers to come over. They removed the boards overnight and circled out a new office. He said that now that you've been promoted to a supervisor, you can't work in the lobby like before. Not only did he work overtime to add new tables, chairs, and office supplies, but he also sent your old things over. Lu Xun was flabbergasted. The director was so good at executing his orders. He went over to take a look with some suspicion and saw the sign at the door saying manager's office. He pushed open the glass door and saw the small office, which was about 4 or 5 square meters. His old computer was placed on the brand new desk. Even the swivel chair that he used to sit on was replaced with a new one. His own pen holder, documents, and the little used trash can were all here. It was actually prepared for me. Lu Xun felt a little dizzy from the sudden rush of happiness. Of course, they are all new. Brother Zhang followed over and leaned against the door to look inside. He said, "Initially, we also needed to get a new computer, but the department director considered that our computers right there will always be some of our own private things, that's why he'll be using this one for now." As he spoke, he shot Lu Xun a look that said, "The director is giving you time to transfer the information. Our company is so considerate." What else could Lu Xun say? He could only sigh with emotion. Brother Zhang blinked his eyes and agreed with him. LT might be. It didn't take long for his colleagues to arrive at the office as it was almost time for work. They were surprised to see the new office and, after asking around, they all ran over to Lu Xin's office to greet him. Congratulations, Manager Lu. Supervisor Lu. We'll have to work hard under your leadership in the future. Good morning, Supervisor. Manager Lu. After a series of adaptive changes, everyone began to address Lu Xin as Supervisor Lu. They were all very enthusiastic. Some congratulated Lu Xin for having his own office, and even joked that he would treat them. Some of them took out the fruits that they had just washed, and asked Supervisor Lu to quickly try them. Everyone knew that Lu Xin was a famous person who could hang out with the vice president. Lu Xin was in a good mood as well. He smiled in response to each of them, but he didn't agree to treat them. It was not to save money, but mainly because he had been too busy recently. Another half an hour later, the director also came to work with dark circles under his eyes. It seemed that he had been here to supervise the work last night. Even though he looks tired, he was in good spirits. The fat on both sides of his cheeks that were about to hang down were glistening with a kind oil. He first came to meet Lu Xin and encouraged him to continue working hard. After that, he returned to his office in high spirits. Now, I don't have to squat in the toilet for the whole day. Right. Everyone has worked hard. However, before Director Liu could sit in the office for 2 minutes, a polite voice suddenly came from outside. Director Liu, who had just relaxed, was suddenly shocked. He shakily stuck his head out of the office, and what little hair he had was all puffed up. What he saw was Vice President Zhou, who was even more relaxed and friendly than him. At this time, he was standing in the office and greeting the employees. Department Director Liu rushed out in a hurry. His brain was about to explode. The referee is here again. When he rushed out, he saw all the employees looking at him in a daze. Director Liu was about to go crazy. Everyone, quickly let's welcome Vice President Zhou to guide our work again. Hee. No need. No need. Everyone is busy with their own things. Don't be so formal. All the employees had just reacted, and amidst the scattered applause, Vice President Zhou hurriedly stopped them with a smile. Director Liu didn't know how to respond to these words. After all, the company belonged to him. If he had to treat him as an outsider, he might become an outsider. However, he could not understand what was wrong with the vice president. Don't you have to work? Vice President Zhou didn't say much. He went to the office with Director Liu and asked Lu Xin if he had come to the company. After staying in Lu Xin's office for about 10 seconds, he came out and sat in Director Liu's office with a smile. He even took out a pen and paper and started scribbling, as if he was organizing some confidential documents. Department Director Liu did not dare to ask, nor did he want to stay there. 5 minutes later, he took the initiative to leave the office. So, today's working state was like this. Yesterday, because Director Liu's office had been robbed, he had to squat next to the toilet for the whole day. Today, he had spent the night in an office. But Vice President Zhou and Lu Xin had taken one each. Thus, he sat in Lu Xin's partition for the entire day. Everything was very reasonable. Little Lu. When it was almost time to get off work, Vice President Zhou knocked on Lu Xin's office door again. First, he shouted 2 words loudly. Then he rushed in and added 1 word in a low voice. Brother. After a whole day of thinking, he had almost accepted the fact that Lu Xin was a hidden expert in his own company. What is it? Lu Xin closed the computer page and asked calmly. I've sorted out the name list you wanted, Vice President Zhou said in a low voice, as he quietly handed it over to Lu Xin. The list was densely packed with names, time, and details of their interactions. There were also messy arrows in the middle. You don't even know how to make a form, Lu Xin asked with a frown. Vice President Zhou suddenly felt a little guilty and said awkwardly, Usually, it's all done by the secretary. Where's your secretary? Lu Xin asked. Vice President Zhou immediately felt even more guilty. Lu Xin didn't know what to say, so he waved his hand and said, Let's leave it at that for now. It's fine as long as you understand. The most important thing is to gather them together. In fact, he didn't know why Vice President Zhou had to make such a form for him, but he couldn't refuse. There was indeed a form that seemed more professional. Vice President Zhou nodded and promised. Yes. I'm already thinking about how to arrange it. Alright, you can go back to your work. I'll leave the form here. Lu Xun said with a nod. Vice President Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Brother Little Lu, do you need me to help you book the tickets? It's fine. Lu Xun shook his head. I'm sure someone has already booked it for me. Vice President Zhou was in awe. He was actually hinting at Lu Xun to ask if he had a pass to enter the city. He didn't expect that not only did Lu Xun have one, but he even had someone to help him book the tickets. The shock in his heart was magnified to the extreme, and he completely accepted the fact that Lu Xun was in seclusion. We can leave for the main city the day after tomorrow. After Vice President Zhou left, Lu Xun turned on his computer again. This was probably the benefit of having personal space. No one would know that he was playing Russia during work hours. He had already received a call from Han Bing at noon, telling him that the application for the level 3 special talent had been approved and that the information had been successfully updated. Soon, the corresponding compensation for dealing with the real hometown matter would be transferred to his account. The most important thing was that with the change in the information at the level 3 special talent, the corresponding contract and the pass that should be issued to him had already been sent to the guard hall. He only needed to go over after work and sign the official document. Then he would be able to get the pass. With this pass, he would have the qualifications to enter and exit the main city. In Green Harbor, being able to enter and leave the main city freely was a symbol of one's status. Lu Xun had never thought that such a day would come. At the same time, the Qingding Advanced Talent Training Conference would be held in 3 days. He would be able to leave for the main city the day after. Lu Xun understood what this meant. The fact that he was allowed to participate in the Advanced Talent Training Conference represented the attitude of Green Harbor. There shouldn't be any problems with his second stage strengthening application. Everything was going smoothly, and for the first time, Lu Xun felt that the direction of everything was so clear. After the second stage, he would be able to see the document locked in the TV cabinet and understand some things he wanted to know. In addition, he could also use this trip to the main city as an opportunity to help Vice President Zhou find the dream-creating ability user who was causing trouble. Furthermore, he had requested for his help when he resisted. Chapter 222 Chapter 222 Remember to Come Back 1. Chapter 222 Remember to Come Back 1. Since there was only 1 day left before they set off for the main city, Lu Xun decided to make some preparations. He didn't have many things to pack. He only had 2 sets of clothes to change into. They were both very clean but had been worn for a long time. Then, he packed up his toiletries: a toothbrush, half-used toothpaste, a bar of soap, and a towel. His bag had only become slightly bloated. He simply put them together and could carry them up and down at any time. As for the set of combat uniform and combat boots issued by the Special Investigation Department, they were stored in a special flat box. Since he did not need to drive the motorcycle over, Lu Xun decided to send it to the guard station and get someone to keep an eye on it. After that, the rest of the things were naturally simpler. One was to apply for leave from the company. He had asked Han Bing in advance, and she said that the meeting would take 3 days. However, to be safe, he should prepare for 7 days. Lu Xun understood what she meant by safe. It was very likely that he would be able to complete the second stage of his plan as well. So, he went to Director Liu and reported to him. Lu Xun did not expect Director Liu to be so surprised. Not only did he approve her leave, but he even made it clear that it was a paid leave. The chief was really nice. The second thing was to visit the Red Moon Orphanage. He had not seen Teacher Lu since he came back from the city last time. This time, he was going to stay in the main city for about a week. Of course, he had to let Teacher Lu know, in case there was an emergency and he could not find him. Lu Xin rode his motorcycle to the orphanage near the guard station and slowly made his way upstairs. At the corner of the third floor, he met the security guard who was sitting on a small folding stool and reading the newspaper. He lifted his head from behind the newspaper and glanced at Lu Xin. He nodded and continued to read the newspaper as if he had not seen Lu Xin. However, he subconsciously leaned his body to the side. Lu Xin saw a small potted plant on the wall behind him. Inside, there was a lonely little flower that was in full bloom pitifully. As Lu Xin walked up the stairs, the two children who were playing with glass balls on the platform raised their heads. When they saw Lu Xin, a naughty smile appeared on their faces. Before Lu Xin could say anything, they had already run upstairs. As she ran, she shouted, "My boyfriend is here, boyfriend is here." Lu Xin's face turned red. Seeing that they had dropped a glass ball at their feet, he picked it up and put it in his pocket. He was not going to return it to them. Lu Xin walked into Teacher Lu's office, surrounded by a group of curious little faces. This was the first time he had come to this place, but the gazes of those little fellows directly pointed him the way. Teacher Lu was eating from a lunchbox. When she saw Lu Xin enter, she put the lunchbox down. Lu Xin peeked at the lunchbox and saw that it was filled with stewed winter melon and tofu with a little rice. It was the same as the bowl of rice used by the other kids outside. There was still some meat in the little ones' bowls, but there were only winter melons and tofu in Teacher Xiolu's lunchbox. "Why did you come today? Don't you have to work?" Teacher Xiolu turned the wheelchair with a smile. Then, she picked up a book and closed the lid of the rice box. "I'm going on a business trip tomorrow, so I took the afternoon off," Lu Xin explained with a smile as he scanned the small office. "Another business trip? Where are you going?" Teacher Xiolu was slightly surprised. "Actually, it's not really a business trip. I'm just going to the main city for about a week. The main city is very safe," Lu Xin explained with a smile. Main city? He had thought that Lu would be at ease, but she seemed to have thought of something after listening to Lu Xin's words. She did not look happy. Nor did she ask Lu Xin how he suddenly got the opportunity to enter the main city. Instead, she remained silent. "There are many things in the main city. Is there anything you want to bring?" Lu Xin broke the silence with a smile. Teacher Xiolu shook her head slightly and said, "No, just come back soon." Lu Xin nodded, not knowing what else to say. Usually, he did not talk much in front of Teacher Xiolu, but Teacher Xiolu was the one who spoke a lot. But this time, Teacher Lu seemed to have something on her mind. She spoke less and the atmosphere was naturally more silent. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you," Lu Xin suddenly said to Lu after some thought. Teacher Lu raised her head and looked at Lu Xin. Then, she smiled and nodded. "All right," he said. Lu Xin thought for a while and pushed Teacher Lu to the corridor. Looking at the long steps, he bent down and picked her up. "Hug! Hug! Hug!" The people behind him started to cry out. Lu Xin's face was red, but he held her steadily. Teacher Lu, on the other hand, was red in the face and glared at Lu Xin from his shoulder. The jeers and jeers immediately dispersed and became much less. "Uncle Zhang, if I come back late, keep an eye on them for self-study. Copy the madman's diary 3 times, and I'll come back to check." When they passed the 3rd floor, Teacher Lu told the security guard, He. All right. There's no need to rush back." The security guard chuckled and agreed. He folded the newspaper and went upstairs to get her wheelchair. Chapter 223 Chapter 223 Remember to come back too. Chapter 223 Remember to come back too. Lu Xin went downstairs first and carefully placed Teacher Lu on the back seat of his motorcycle. At this time, the security guard had also carried Teacher Lu's wheelchair down. Lu Xin folded it carefully and hung it on the other side of his motorcycle. There was a metal box that looked like a robot dog or something hanging in this place. Since he didn't need it for the time being, he would tear it down and let the security guard look after it for him. Lu Xin started the car and drove into the streets of Qingyang City with Lu. Although Lu Xin was driving very slowly, Lu was still very nervous and held onto the corner of his shirt. They did not speak along the way and went straight to the east of the satellite city. In the direction of Greenstone Mountain, Lu Xin found a place to park his car, opened the wheelchair, and sat down with Lu in his arms. Slowly pushing the wheelchair, they walked along the small path. Look, how big are the houses here? As he walked, he said with a smile, I've been in one of them. There are many rooms inside, and the living room is spacious. It can be used as a classroom. There is a garden outside and a pool. You can dig the garden, plant some vegetables, raise a few chickens, and so on. Moreover, this place is quite far from the west of the city, and there are few people around. Even more, it's quieter. What he wanted to say was that it would be safer if a large-scale mental pollution incident happened in a place with fewer people. However, very few people knew about the mental pollution incident, and he was afraid of scaring Miss Lu, so he did not say it directly. Hey, you're different from before. You're even considering a house in the villa area. Teacher Lu was in a much better mood. She turned around and looked at Lu Xin with a smile. I've been working very hard during this time, and I've also saved some money. Lu Xin chuckled in embarrassment. And I've already asked around. The price of the houses here seems to be 5, although it's a bit expensive. I think it'll be better to build our orphanage here. Teacher Xiaolu could hear the hesitation in his words and said, 5 to 600,000. Do you think I'm an idiot? The houses here? At least $1 million, she said after some serious thought. Yes, almost. You can move in after I buy him. Lu Xin nodded with a smile. Teacher Xiaolu did not answer. After a moment of silence, she said, will you be living here too? Lu Xin didn't know how to answer her question, so he could only push her slowly. Teacher Lu seemed to have thought of something. After a while, she said softly, why are you so nice to them now? Didn't the dean tell us all about it back then? Lu Xin asked after some thought. Although we are young, we represent hope. As long as we have expectations for civilization, we can return to the kind of life he said. We can eat meat every meal, watch movies, listen to songs, play games, and don't have to do so much homework. Now, those children are the same. We have to treat them as well as the director did to us, he said slowly. Elder Lu listened to Lu Xin's words and did not reply for a long time. Lu Xin suddenly realized that her shoulders were trembling slightly. Startled, he turned to face her and saw that her face was already covered in tears. He quickly knelt down and said nervously, what's wrong with you? Teacher Lu wiped her tears away with her sleeve and looked into Lu Xin's eyes. You, come over. Lu Xin quickly inched closer to her. Teacher Xiaolu looked at him seriously. Her eyes were red and her expression was serious. Tell me, what are you going to do in the main? It's just a meeting. There's really nothing else. Lu Xin explained hurriedly. It's really safe. He'll be back in a week. Teacher Xiaolu was silent for a while before she said, is it true? Lu Xin thought of the second phase and fell silent. He did not tell her about it, but instead, he nodded his head. Actually, I knew it would be like this. Teacher Xiaolu did not say whether she believed him or not. After a while, she said softly, one of your colleagues came to find me before. She's a nice person. I was worried about what you were doing, but that person made me think that maybe they are. It's different. So, I don't want to stop you. But, she suddenly looked up and grabbed Lu Xin's hand tightly. You have to promise me one thing. Seeing how serious and nervous she was, Lu Xin nodded his head. Don't put all the pressure on yourself. I was the one who helped you fight with someone with a brick in kindergarten, she said softly. Do you remember? Lu Xin couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He also vaguely remembered that Teacher Lu was very tough when she was young. Most of the children who grew up in disasters were like this. Also, you never owe anyone anything. Understand? Teacher Xiola's voice slowly lowered as she spoke. Her voice sounded slightly nervous, but she was serious. Her clear eyes looked at Lu Xin's face with determination. You don't owe anyone, including me. I've carefully recorded the money you've sent over the past few years. You didn't do anything wrong, she repeated firmly. Lu's eyes were so determined that Lu Xin felt a little dizzy. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the gray sky. At this time, The shadow of the crimson moon was already in the southeast sky. I don't know what will happen to you in the future, and where you will go. Her hand was held by a soft and warm little hand, and Miss Lu's voice became gentler. But, he whispered into Lu Xin's ear, you must always remember how to come back. Okay? You can't forget about us. Okay? Lu Xin's dizziness worsened. In fact, he did not quite understand why Teacher Lu was telling him this. However, just as this feeling of dizziness was about to be magnified, he suddenly felt a figure stick close to him. Soon after, his cheek was touched by a soft and slightly moist thing. Then, the figure quickly retracted as if he had escaped. Plop! Lu Xin's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Lu in surprise and his face turned red. Teacher Xiola's face was also red, but she still pretended that nothing had happened. This kiss is for the children. Don't think too much. Lu Xin opened his mouth and wanted to say a lot, but the words that came out of his mouth were, can I kiss her back? Teacher Lu's face turned red and she tried to keep a straight face. Elle can't. All right, Lu Xin nodded his head regretfully. Chapter 224 Chapter 224 The Main City's Passageway. Chapter 224 The Main City's Passageway. Brother Lu, do you want to eat something? Brother Lu, do you want a drink? There's orange juice and hawthorn juice. Brother Little Lu, are we having lunch in the car or out of the car? Brother Little Lu, do you need me to help you ask for the flight attendant's number? You've already looked at it a few times. On the high train that led to the main city, Vice President Xiao asked eagerly. In the end, Lu Xin couldn't take it anymore and said, no, there's no need for anything. Oh, Vice President Xiao was honest for a while and couldn't help but say, are you sure you don't need me to do anything? I need you to be quiet for a while. Lu Xin said with a sigh. Vice President Xiao shrank his neck and sat back down obediently. Lu Xin couldn't bear to see him like this. This was his leader. He shouldn't treat him like this. After a moment of silence, he said softly, have you prepared everything that needs to be prepared? When Vice President Xiao heard this, he immediately became a little excited. He quickly nodded and looked around vigilantly. Then, he said in a low voice, as if he was discussing some secret, I've already compiled a list of all the people who can come into contact with me since a month ago, as you said. But you want me to gather all of them together? That's not easy. After all, some of them are in the main city, some are in the satellite city, and there are too many people from all walks of life. However, I still came up with an idea. I used my father's name to invite everyone over to celebrate since I am going to study at Qinggang University in the main city. Most of them will be here. Alright. Lu Xin nodded. Give me the list of names of those in the satellite town. Also, give me the names of those that you missed out. He had already seen the list and confirmed that most of the people on the list were in the main city. After all, a month ago, it was this Vice President Xiao who went to the main city to receive the notice. Moreover, the whole family had played in the main city for a few days, including submitting some information on the application to live in the main city and contacting the company's major clients. He could take this opportunity to meet them. As for those who were missing from the list, he would also pass them to Han Bing and let her make the corresponding arrangements to prevent them from being missed out. If not for the time constraint, Lu Xin would have tried his best to meet everyone on the list. But now, he could only choose the one with the greatest possibility. When is the time? Lu Xin turned around and asked after he had gone through all the details in his mind. It's tomorrow night. Xiao Yuan was so nervous that his Adam's apple was moving up and down. Do you think we should come up with a plan first? Should we prepare some weapons also? If necessary, we should call for some help. I know a few monks from the occupied mountain temple and some big brothers from the underworld. Can't you act more like a leader? Lu Xin sighed. Vice President Xiao was stunned. After all, this was the first time in her life that she had been criticized for not having the airs of a leader. If the staff disliked the leader, then there must be someone who was wrong. After Vice President Xiao finally shut his mouth, Lu Xin closed his eyes to rest. It could be seen that Vice President Xiao was really nervous. In fact, He also felt a little strange about the dreammaking ability user who was most likely hiding, besides Xiao Yuan. One was the dreammaker, who did not seem like an ability user in many aspects. The other reason was that it dared to harm people in the main city. As far as he knew, the main city's management in this aspect was much stricter than that of Satellite City. Back then, the ghost that could live in different people's brains was clearly difficult to detect, not to mention catching it. Even finding it would take a lot of effort. However, when he tried to enter the main city, he was immediately detected and was so scared that he immediately ran back to Satellite City. No. 2. The main city's supervision of aptitude users should be much stricter than that of the satellite cities. How could such a terrifying person be hiding here? The rumbling of the train and Xiao Yuan's long-winded chatter gradually drew closer to the main city. The first thing they had to enter was a tall platform entrance that looked like a monster that was devouring trains. The platform of a main city was different from that of a satellite city. The 5 satellite cities surrounded the main city, and there was a high-speed train network that could pass through each other. However, there were only 2 entrances to the main city. The trains from the 5 satellite cities would all enter the west station and then enter the city. Brother Little Lu, I've already arranged for a car to pick you up. Are you sure you don't need me to arrange a hotel for you? Xiao Yuan didn't act like a leader who was considerate of his subordinates, but more like an attentive secretary. No need. I have someone to pick up. He took off his backpack and said with a smile, All right. Xiao Yuan swallowed his saliva, not knowing what to say. At the beginning, when he said that he wanted to enter the main city, he was a little worried because he knew how difficult it was to obtain the pass to enter the main city. What he didn't expect was that not only did Lu Xin have a pass to enter the main city, he even showed his identification when he was going through the security check at Satellite City No. 2 and directly got into the car through the military special passage. He, on the other hand, had to queue for a long time before he could enter the station. Who on earth was this employee? Especially when he thought about Lu Xin's payslip. He felt uneasy. Such a person had worked in his own company for more than 3 years and had never been late or left early. He had won the role model employee title many times, but the salary was only 1,000. He was already reflecting on himself. Was his company too capitalist? Lu Xin and Xiao Yuan followed the flow of people into the station. They came to a passageway in front of the station. In front of them was an iron gate. The paint on the gate was mottled white. Perhaps it had been a long time. The paint had peeled off, revealing the rusty iron surface. A row of words was sprayed on the door. Entry passage. 2 rows of words were sprayed vertically. No noise and maintain order. There were armed soldiers standing guard on both sides. They did not move, and their eyes under the protective masks were coldly watching the crowd. There were more and more people on the platform, and there were still people getting off the bus. However, the iron box was still tightly closed. It would only open when there was enough traffic. About 5 minutes later, when there were already a few hundred people on the platform, a green light flashed on the iron box. With a heavy blow, the iron box shook slightly and was slowly lifted up. The crowd immediately swarmed into the tunnel. Lu Xin also tightened his bag and followed the crowd into the tunnel. He was actually very curious. With so many people entering the tunnel at the same time, how would the main city be able to differentiate? Then would there be an existence like the spirit ability users among these people? Under normal circumstances, the more people there were, the easier it was for an aptitude user to cause trouble. The train station was undoubtedly the place where it was easiest to gather a large crowd. However, after entering the tunnel, Lu Xin felt a little more at ease. The moment he entered the tunnel, Lu Xin felt a strange gaze on him. He looked around curiously and saw that there were many spray paintings on the wall beside the passage. It looked like the doodles of some street artists, with bright colors and exaggerated designs. Some of the spray paint was letters or characters that had been artistically processed. Some were the images of strange animals that looked like humans. Some were clowns wearing red and green with exaggerated smiles. And some were bright-colored snakes that were spitting out words of condolence. There were also some women who were dancing. They lifted their skirts and were full of passion. The red shoes on their feet were unusually bright. The colorful spray paint concealed the strangeness of these gazes, and the snakes hiding in the spray paint formed a different kind of artistic sense. It didn't make people feel uncomfortable, and the overall layout was very clever. Is this how the Special Investigation Department observes people entering the main city and forms a security check? Lu Xin thought to himself. Is this some kind of ability or a special sensor? Chapter 225 Chapter 225 Chapter 214 It's her. Chapter 225 Chapter 214 It's her. He still hadn't trained enough on spiritual mutation, so he couldn't get the answer from what he saw. However, seeing that the passage was deep and long, it was reassuring. The longer the pedestrians walked in the passage, the more time the main city would have to discover people with mental abnormalities. Among them, after walking for a full 5 minutes, they finally walked out of the passage, and the front suddenly became clear. Walking up the stairs, they arrived at the main city's train station hall. In front of the crowded crowd was a row of sentry posts. Rows of tall detectors were connected to each other, and behind them were uniformed staff members. Behind the staff were special police officers in black uniforms, slowly patrolling. All the people who came to the checkpoint consciously formed a long line and passed through the final security check one by one. Brother Little Lu, my parents should be waiting for me outside the bus stop. Do you want to go over with me to say hello? Zhao Yuan was carrying a huge suitcase, and his movements were a little clumsy. Lu Xin had considered helping his boss carry his luggage, but Vice President Zhao was shocked when he expressed his thoughts. He felt like he had suddenly come to his senses, and insisted on helping Lu Xin carry his luggage. Lu Xin had to spend a lot of effort to reject him. It wasn't that Lu Xin didn't want to fulfill the leader's request, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass the security check with his. After hearing Vice President Zhao's words, Lu Xin hesitated for a moment. The parents he was talking about should be the real boss of the company. Logically speaking, he should go and greet them. However, Lu Xin's gaze shifted to a short-haired woman in high heels, who was already waiting for him at the small door on the far left of the checkpoint. She was wearing a black suit and a white shirt. She stood quietly in the crowd. Whether it was her height, appearance, or even temperament, she had an outstanding feeling. At this time, the eyes under the sunglasses were looking at him with a smile. It was his other leader, the leader of the Special Operation Team of the Special Pollution Cleaning Department, Shen Jing. Comparing the two, this leader was more important. I'm not sure. Lu Xin shook his head and said, well, talk about it during the gathering. I'm going to report myself. Reporto. Okay. Zhao Yuan raised his head in shock and saw Lu Xin walking toward a woman who stood out from the crowd. So mysterious. Zhao Yuan could not help but shake his head. He struggled to carry the large box and walked toward the exit. Team leader Chen. Hello. Lu Xin came up to Chen Jing and greeted her. Seeing this leader who used to be a soldier, he subconsciously wanted to salute. But considering that he was not a soldier, he decided not to. The person who came with you is the one who was haunted by the nightmare. Shen Jing nodded at Lu Xin with a smile, then looked at Zhao Yuan's back. As the team leader of the Special Operations Team of the Special Investigation Department and Lu Xin's direct superior, she had access to Lu Xin's current missions. She knew everything about Zhao Yuan's situation and Lu Xin's plans for the city. However, she only knew that Lu Xin was planning to use this opportunity to investigate the mastermind behind Zhao Yuan's nightmare. Yes, he's also the vice president of our company. He's my boss. Lu Xin answered Chen Jing's question honestly, but he felt that something was amiss after he said it. Chen Jing was his direct superior, and Zhao Yuan was his superior's superior. Why did it feel like Chen Jing's position was suddenly low? As he thought of this, he subconsciously looked at Zhao Yuan. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was already greeting an old man and a middle-aged woman standing opposite the checkpoint. The two of them were well-dressed and had their secretaries following them. They did not look like ordinary people. They must be the CEO of their own company and Zhao Yuan's stepmother. Lu Xin paid a little more attention to them. and he was slightly surprised. His gaze fell on Xiao Yuan's stepmother, and he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Lu Xin had a strange feeling when he saw Xiao Yuan's stepmother. The woman looks to be in her 30s, and she still looked young, compared to the old man beside her. Xiao Yuan, who was moving in front of them with a suitcase, looked more like a couple with her. She was wearing a black knitted sweater with a stand-up collar and a shiny silver necklace. Her hair was tied up. With a smile on his face, he appeared to be wise and generous. However, it could be clearly seen that she seemed to be in low spirits. Even the slightly smoky style of makeup could not hide the fatigue in her eyes. There was nothing wrong with her smile, but it was obviously piled up. However, what made Lu Xin's scalp tingle was not her expression. Instead, it was the other side of her that he saw. She stood beside the old man with a smile on her face as she waited for Xiao Yuan to come over. Lu Xin saw a red spine protruding from her back, and on top of that spine was another face. That face was unusually sinister, and it carried a strange and cruel smile. It licked its lips as it looked at Xiao Yuan, who was walking toward her. Chen Jing was about to lead Lu Xin out of the stage, but she noticed that there was something wrong with Lu Xin's reaction. She followed his gaze and looked at the woman. Her face revealed a slightly surprised expression. "Is she the person you're looking for?" Just from the look in Lu Xin's eyes, she had already guessed Lu Xin's mission and the woman's identity. He was more or less surprised. At this time, Lu Xin had already examined the woman again. Then, he nodded. This time, he used his mother's vision. When he looked over again, he saw that the woman had changed. She no longer had her red spine, nor her second head. The second head was still standing there quietly, smiling at Xiao Yuan. However, at this moment, Lu Xin could see that there was a light brown-gray color in her body. This meant that she was very nervous. In addition, Lu Xin was able to confirm one thing after comparing her mental strength. Her spiritual power was the same as the one she had seen in Xiao Yuan's body. He even vaguely remembered that the woman with long hair who tried to pull him into the subconscious dream looked just like her. Lu Xin was both surprised and confused. How could it be her? Xiao Yuan was haunted by this nightmare. Not only did it almost drive him crazy, but it had also put his ignorant younger siblings in danger several times. In the past few days, Xiao Yuan had received Lu Xin's reminder and had come up with countless names and guesses. Who would be so vicious to think of such a way to destroy his family? Who could have thought it was actually this completely impossible person? Xiao Yuan did not want to say this in front of his family because he was worried that it would make his stepmother worried. Upon hearing Lu Xin's confirmation, Chen Jing was surprised. This woman doesn't look like an ability user. It's definitely her. Lu Xin nodded. He had never been so sure. How could he not be an ability user when he looked like this? As he spoke, he was about to walk forward. Since he had found the truth behind Xiao Yuan's nightmare, he had to help him catch this woman. Only by capturing her would he be considered to have completed this commission. Although Lu Xin felt a little regretful that he had discovered this woman at this time, he had originally hoped to capture her at a more serious occasion, or even fight her to ask for her help. In the end, it was a coincidence that he found her in front of the leader. Just as Lu Xin was about to walk toward the woman, Chen Jing suddenly pulled him back. Shaking her head slightly, Chen Jing explained with a smile, "This area is not under our jurisdiction. The city defense department is in charge of it." As she spoke, she pulled up the headphones on the corner of her shirt and said softly, "Let the guard dogs come over." Chapter 206 Chapter 206 Chapter 215 It's over before it even started. Chapter 226 Chapter 215 It's over before it even started. Guard dog. Lu Xin's curiosity was piqued by the special title. Lu Xin raised his head subconsciously, and immediately felt a burning gaze coming from the direction he had just come from. He turned his head subconsciously and saw a faint sense of oppression coming from the passage he had just passed. Then, a tall figure wearing a black leather jacket slowly walked out of the crowd. Bang 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 bang. The man's heavy footsteps seemed to be stepping on people's hearts, making their hearts beat at the same time. Lu Xin raised his head and saw a man walking toward him from the passageway. He looked extremely intimidating. He was probably more than 2.5 meters tall and wore a pure black leather trench coat with a wide collar. He also wore heavy riding boots that were pure black. He was wearing a black cowboy hat, a black mask, and a pair of black sunglasses. He walked out of the crowd, and he was half a body taller than everyone else. Like a moving fortress, there were countless people walking back and forth in the surroundings. At this time, they could subconsciously feel the pressure and slightly moved away. There was an obvious curve in the line of people waiting to get out of the station, as if it was suppressed by his temperament. However, for some reason, none of these people, who clearly felt the pressure, subconsciously turned back to look. It was as if they could feel the pressure from this person, but they didn't notice his existence. Even Lu Xin was surprised. He didn't notice this person when they were passing through the tunnel. Logically speaking, he should have been able to spot him no matter where he was since his body was so conspicuous. The man, who was like a safeguard, came in front of Lu Xin and Chen Jing. He spoke in a low voice, his voice echoing strongly. While Lu Xin was looking at him curiously, Shen Jing had already taken out a tablet and was flipping through it. She then looked up at the man and said, "You should have missed out on one person. There's something strange about a woman who entered the city a week ago. You didn't notice her until today." When Shanbing from the Special Investigation Department found out, the black mask and sunglasses covered the man's entire face, and no one could see his expression. He did not have much reaction to Chen Jing's words. He just said quietly, "That's impossible." "It's true." Lu Xin turned around and looked at Zhao Yuan. "It's that woman. The one in the gray windbreaker. When I came over, I already saw you guys paying attention to her." The man in the black suit didn't even look in that direction and said coldly, "She's not an ability user, but she did do something that affected others." Lu Xin raised his head and explained patiently, "So you must have misjudged." The man didn't say a word and only looked down at Lu. With his nearly 3-meter height, he did have to lower his head to look at Lu Xin. This man was covered from head to toe in black and cold clothes. One could not see his true appearance at all. However, it was obvious that he gave off a strong sense of oppression, especially when he looked at her up close. It was as if she was shrouded in darkness. It was as if he had some kind of shadow that could directly block all light and cause people to fall into panic. For a moment, Lu Xin felt his heart skip a beat. However, it was only for a moment before Lu Xin came to his senses. "This person is also my colleague. Why should I be afraid of him?" So he showed a polite smile and looked at the man. He even gave him a friendly nod, then reached out his hand to the man. "Hello, I'm Shanbing." The man in the black trench coat fell silent as he looked at Lu Xin's outstretched hand. After a long while, he also extended his hand and shook Lu Xin's. Shen Jing smiled as she watched the guard dog and Lu Xin's eyes locked on each other. She seemed to have seen this kind of thing more than once. She had even seen more wonderful things than this. So she was not flustered at all. She also noticed that Lu Xin did not seem to feel the heart-stopping aura that the guard dog had. This made her feel even more amused. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw Shanbing shaking hands with the man in the black trench coat. "All right, there's no need to argue. As an ability user, it's stupid to argue over such a thing." As she laughed, she looked at the woman. "Which one of you is right? Why don't you just go over and ask?" "All right." Lu Xin nodded. Since the leader had spoken and what he said made sense, how could he not agree? The guard dog was also silent for a moment before turning around and walking forward. Lu Xin noticed that the man had lifted his hand slightly as he walked forward. The moment his palm landed, many fully armed people in black uniforms appeared in the crowded square of the station. They came from all directions and quickly tightened the net surrounding Zhao Yuan's family. The main city has always put a lot of effort into its defense, Shen Jing explained as she followed Lu Xin. There are strong security measures at the east and west entrances. There are also aptitude users who are directly under the city defense department on duty. Last time, Spectre was discovered by the guard dogs when he was trying to sneak into the main city. However, before he could catch him, he got scared and did not try to enter the main city again. Instead, he immediately returned. Let's go and take a look. As he spoke, he and Lu Xun walked forward. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's family had already planned to leave together after regrouping. However, at the exit, they were surrounded by armed men in black uniforms from all directions, facing the rows of black muzzles. The family was so scared that their faces turned ashen. This what's wrong? Zhao Yuan's family was shocked and terrified. Zhao Yuan even raised his hands and shouted, "One don't have anything in my box. At most it's just a few comics." The guard dog didn't say anything. It just watched quietly from a few meters away. Among the armed men, a man who looked like the captain took a step forward and pointed his gun at Zhao Yuan's stepmother. He said in a deep voice, "Don't be nervous. We just have some things that we need your cooperation to deal with." Zhao Yuan and his father's faces were filled with fear as they turned to look at her. This beautiful but haggard-looking woman's body swayed slightly. Lu Xun was already holding the bag in his hand, ready to charge at the woman as soon as he realized something was wrong. She looked very scary, and he believed that she wouldn't be easy to deal with. To Lu Xun's surprise, the woman's face suddenly turned pale as she faced the black muzzles. The red spine and vicious head on her back had disappeared, as if what Lu Xun had seen was just an illusion. She only felt a little weak and swayed a little. She muttered, as expected, "It's here. I knew it. I knew I couldn't hide after all. That kind of thing." As she spoke, she had already raised her hands and held them behind her head. She was also sobbing softly. Not far away, he watched the woman being handcuffed by the people around her, then put on an ability suppressor and a protective mask, and then taken away. What was going on? He hadn't done anything yet, and the matter was already over. "Let's go," he said, seeing Lu Xun's eagerness to try. Shen Jing turned around and smiled. It doesn't matter if she's an aptitude user or not. She can't escape. Now, the city defense department's interrogation is much tougher than ours. We just have to wait for the results. However, Lu Xun was still not satisfied with the way the woman was being taken away. After some thought, he suddenly walked toward Zhao Yuan and met his gaze, which was filled with doubt and anticipation. Lu Xun walked past him and stood in front of Zhao Yuan's father. The old man was panicking. What's the matter? Lu Xun looked at the old man and was slightly disappointed. He took the old man's hand and shook it. "Hello, President Zhao. I'm very happy to see you. Goodbye, President Zhao." Then, he turned around and walked out of the station with Chen Jing. At this time, old President Zhao was already dumbfounded. He watched in a daze as someone took his wife away. And then he saw a young man he didn't know come over to shake hands with him in a friendly manner. He turned around and left. At this time, he only asked one question subconsciously. Who is he? Zhao Yuan was also dumbfounded. This series of events had made it difficult for his brain to process. After a long while, she stammered, "What if I say that he's just a small employee in our company? Can you believe that?" Chapter 227 Chapter 227 She Fell from the Sky Part 1 Chapter 227 She Fell from the Sky Part 1 How did this happen? Lu Xun followed Chen Jing into the jeep that she had parked outside the train station. He was still a little confused. Why would Zhao Yuan's stepmother be the one who gave him nightmares? Did she harm Zhao Yuan or her own two children? Are you trying to understand their thoughts? Shen Jing turned the car key that she had left in the car. After hearing Lu Xun's words, she could not help but laugh. We are not professional detectives, psychologists, or researchers of social phenomena. We're just a group of people in charge of cleaning up the source of the pollution. So, what we need to do is to arrest the source of the pollution and those who use the characteristics of the pollution to break the law. That's all. There will be professionals who will be more professional than us in their interrogation and psychoanalysis. For example, the thing that you're curious about right now. A report will be handed to us soon. But I don't even support you to read this report. Because in theory, when you find that woman, your work is over. If you really want to see it, He'll give you a piece of advice. Through these reports, you can always see lot of dark sides beyond your imagination. If your mental capacity is not enough, you may even be affected by those dark thoughts. Then, she paused for a moment and added with a smile, actually, that could be considered a form of contamination. However, we can't even use our abilities to resist it. As expected of a leader, you have a good way of speaking. Lu Xin thought to himself. He was actually just curious. Zhao Yuan's stepmother was the one who gave him nightmares. This was beyond his expectations. But now, Lu Xin was more confused by the weakness she had displayed. When he was dealing with Zhao Yuan's remaining mental energy, he did not think that she was so obedient. Things were still a little unexpected. However, since Chen Jing said that the results of the interrogation would be handed over, it was better to wait and see. Seeing that Lu Xin had stopped talking, Chen Jing chuckled and said, 0h right. You still haven't told me how you could tell. Compare her spiritual power. Yes. Lu Xin answered honestly. I also saw a mental monster in her. A spiritual monster. Chen Jing seemed to be a little curious and asked. Yes. It's like a second head. It looks the same, but very sinister. Lu Xin explained in detail. As a good listener, Chen Jing did not interrupt him. After listening to his full description of the spiritual monster, she subconsciously looked back through the rearview mirror and said without batting an eyelid, Did your family come to the city this time? Lu Xin understood the hidden meaning behind Chen Jing's words. He pondered for a moment and turned to Chen Jing. My sister. Chen Jing subconsciously looked in the direction he was looking at, and her face was slightly tense. My sister isn't with me. Lu Xin replied. Chen Jing immediately turned to look at Lu Xin. Actually, I haven't seen my family in a while. Lu Xin said with a smile. Chen Jing's gaze lingered on Lu Xin's face for a while, but she could not see any signs of lying. She recalled Professor Bale's analysis. If Shanbing's family is actually a form of recognition of his reconstructed abilities, then as he becomes more and more skilled in using these abilities and adapt to the characteristics of these abilities, his family will slowly disappear. She nodded and didn't say anything else. She just started the car. Lu Xin was slightly taken aback as he suddenly recalled something. Wait, there are still people. Chen Jing turned her head and looked at him curiously. Lu Xin looked toward the train station and said, The lizard isn't here yet. He asked me to meet him at the train station. Lizard? When Chen Jing heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. He took the first bus here this morning. Where's he? Lu Xin asked. Startled. He said he would wait here and go over together. Chen Jing pursed her lips and held back her laughter. But when I told him that his information analysis specialist was working as the conference organizer and had checked into the hotel a day in advance, he immediately took a taxi and went there. Lu Xin was dumbfounded. He didn't wait for me, yes. Chen Jing nodded and said, he didn't even think about waiting for you. Lu Xin was at a loss for words. He had a beardless expression on his face. Chen Jing started the car with a smile and said, I'll send you directly to the East Ocean Hotel where our meeting will be held. During the meeting, you can walk around the main city and have a meal with your colleagues. My mission will be completed once I send you to the place. But it's your first time in the main city. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Although I don't like to be a guide. Lu Xin agreed. But after some thought, he was a little confused. Then should I ask or not? At this time, the car had already driven out of the complex roads beside the station and entered a brand new road. Looking out from the front passenger seat, Lu Xin immediately felt a completely different environment. It was clean, tidy, crowded, and distant. The buildings here were tall and clean, and the glass outside the building reflected the sunlight, which seemed to make the world a little brighter. The pedestrians on the road were also well-dressed, and the flow of people intertwined into a sea, each walking towards different places. With his face pressed against the glass window, Lu Xin looked out at the crowd of people who seemed to have different temperaments. He suddenly realized a problem that he had thought about a lot. Back then, the headmaster had always mentioned what the world before the red moon was like. Could it be that it was like this? In essence, There didn't seem to be any difference between a main city and a satellite city. There were also many roads and vehicles in Satellite Town, and it was even more chaotic than here. However, the neatness and order in the main city had a strange magic that made people subconsciously respect and feel close to it. Do you like the environment here? Shenjing asked with a smile when she saw that Lu Zhen had not spoken for a long time. Shenjing was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. What are you thinking about now? Will Satellite City know to end up like this? Lu Zhen asked after some thought. Our goal is not just to make Satellite City know to look like this. Also, can you see the difference between this place and the satellite town, as well as the outside of the city? Shenjing replied with a smile. The people here usually wait for the traffic lights to turn green, and they'll use the pedestrian lane. Lu Zhen replied after a while. Shenjing nodded and turned to Lu Zhen. This is called order. A professor I respected once said that when people don't have to worry about food and clothing, they will yearn for love. When a city doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, it will hope for order. After the Red Moon incident, although the world had collapsed for a period of time, order would be restored sooner or later. It's that simple. Lu Zhen quietly listened to Shenjing's words and took note of them before he began to think about other things. He felt that the feeling of coming to the main city was very precious. He should leave it for a quiet time to slowly experience it. And he was about to have a meeting in the East Sea Hotel, since the information analysis specialist of Gecko, Tai Kui, was already in the hotel. Where was his information analysis specialist? Han Bing. He couldn't help but be curious. After working with Han Bing for so long, he had already sketched out the appearance of a young, lively, lovely, and understanding little girl. In his mind, it was just that sometimes, he did not know what kind of hair this little girl would comb and what clothes she would wear. Looking at his anticipation and silence, Shenjing only showed a faint smile. She quietly drove through the tall and orderly city with Lu Zhen in her car, heading straight for the hotel in the Chengdong district. As the car approached their destination, the surrounding buildings began to change. There were no longer rows of neat and warm residential buildings. In their place were tall silver buildings that seemed to have a natural and fierce temperament. There was also a lush garden, a square paved with neat and clean stone slabs, and a wide, flat road filled with sentry posts. Lu Zhen knew that they were about to reach their destination. When Shenjing was not paying attention, he secretly tidied up his clothes. Very quickly, the jeep drove into a wide square with no obstacles along the way. In the center of the square, there was a tall building that seemed to be more than 30 stories high. Many well-dressed people were going in and out of the building. Lu Zhen turned around and saw a familiar figure at the entrance. It was a gecko wearing a very flamboyant gray suit, and his hair was neatly combed. At this time, he twisted his body in a shy and exaggerated posture, smiling and saying something to a tall and calm girl beside him. The girl was about 20 years old, wearing a cool-colored windbreaker, and rolled her eyes at the lizard. Beside them, there was a long-haired girl in a white down jacket. She looked sweet and obedient. She held a cup of coffee in her hand, and stood beside them, smiling. From time to time, she would look into the distance, as if waiting for someone. Shenjing slowed down the car and looked at Lu Zhen with a smile. We're here. Lu Zhen nodded. After the car came to a complete stop, he opened the door and stepped out. He didn't know who he would meet this time, but he was already looking forward to it. Hey, we're here. The lizard standing at the entrance turned around and saw Lu Zhen getting out of the car. It immediately laughed. As he laughed, he waved his hand at Lu Zhen and walked over with the two girls beside him. The two girls looked at him with different expressions. One was curious, while the other was shy. Lu Zhen forced a smile onto his face and waved at the lizard as he prepared to make his way over. It was also at this moment that a slight sound of glass shattering was heard from above. Some of the glass shards fell to the ground. The glass shards seemed to have fallen into water, and they fell very slowly. Facing the sunlight in the sky, the broken glass shards even reflected a strange and beautiful light. Lu Zhen sensed something and looked up. Then, He saw a girl holding an umbrella jumping down from the building. The building was too high, and the way she fell from the sky was shocking and sudden. The glass shards that fell with her reflected a colorful halo, making her look unreal. Before anyone could react, she had already fallen to the height of about 3 or 4 stories. Then, her falling speed suddenly slowed down, and the umbrella in her hand was raised. The dress she was wearing with complicated folds fluttered in the wind and then slowly fell back down. She was suspended in the air. Her facial features, which were so exquisite that they could not be picked on, seemed a little wooden. However, the hollow eyes on the face seemed to be filled with life as they stared straight at Lu Xin's face. Then, she revealed a happy smile. Chapter 228 Chapter 228 Chapter 217 Level 1 Warning. Chapter 228 Chapter 217 Level 1 Warning. The sudden change seemed to have caused the surrounding air to freeze. The lizard and the 2 girls beside him, as well as Chen Jing, who had just opened the car door, were about to walk over. Their faces changed at the same time. All of them stared blankly at the girl who was so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person. She floated in front of Lu Xin and smiled at him. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat and an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Their hearts contracted and hung high up in the air. Shen Jing was the first to react and shouted in a deep voice. Doll has left the safe house. Everyone, leave the scene immediately. Attention. Everyone, do not look at Doll directly. Retreat 100 meters away immediately. As she shouted these words, Chen Jing herself immediately turned her eyes away from the girl and quickly retreated. At the same time, the words she shouted immediately alarmed many of the staff around. They were all well-trained. When they heard Chen Jing's words, some of them did not even have time to understand the meaning of her words. They began to lower their heads and only looked at the ground. Then, they quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, they repeated her words loudly to remind their colleagues around them. Immediately after, the broadcast staff who heard the notice began to shout on the radio. Level 1 warning issued. With the East Sea Hotel as the center, seal off the surrounding 100 meters. If the conditions allow, immediately retreat 100 meters away or choose a hotel room nearby to hide. Do not spy on the. Please note that this is not a drill. The level 1 alarm has been issued. Everyone, hide immediately. As the announcement was made, the crowd around them moved even faster and more orderly. The lizard and the 2 girls, who had been walking in this direction, had their expressions changed drastically. The lizard raised its head and looked at the girl who was floating in front of Lu Xin with an umbrella in her hand. However, the tall girl beside him immediately slapped the lizard's face. While he was awake, he covered his eyes and dragged him back to the hotel. The lizard looked like it was going to struggle, but it soon relaxed and was dragged away with a satisfied look on its face. At the same time, some of the staff members who were too slow to react were caught off guard and were unable to leave in time. They were staring at the doll in front of Lu Xin in a daze when they were pulled away by some of the faster staff members. Upon hearing Chen Jing's words, Lu Xin closed his eyes and prepared to retreat. However, he only took one step back before his back was pressed against a hard metal. It was the jeep that Chen Jing had driven him. Unable to retreat any further, he could only hear the chaos in his surroundings. Soon after, he could not hear a single sound. He could only feel that there was a slightly cold body in front of him, slowly approaching him. He could even smell a faint fragrance. This fragrance was definitely not a floral fragrance, perfume, or shampoo. It was a unique fragrance. A little cold and sweet. He didn't even need to open his eyes to feel a person's body gently approaching him, almost touching his face. Quick, show me all the surveillance footage around the hotel. Also, show me the broadcast control rights. Staff in front of the monitor, please pay attention. Keep the monitor on, but don't look directly at the monitor screen. Armed personnel in protective clothing, set up a cordon 100 meters away. At the same time, Chen Jing had already retreated outside the hotel and entered a temporary control car. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her heart was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why Doll, who had always obeyed orders, would suddenly appear in front of Lu Xin, especially since Doll had broken the special glass window of the safe house on the top floor and jumped down. Did this mean that she was in a very urgent mood? Previously, they had received a report from Han Bing that Lu Xin seemed to have spoken to Doll, and Doll had responded. This made the Special Investigation Unit realize that there was a possibility of communication between Doll and Shanbing. However, it was just an exchange. They had not expected such a strong reaction from Shanbing. After adjusting the row of computers in the car, the images of the cameras in the various positions of the East Ocean Hotel quickly appeared. Shenjing ordered in a deep voice. Without my permission, none of you are allowed to look at the computer screen. If anything goes wrong, I'll shoot you immediately. Upon hearing her words, the other two staff members in the carriage turned their heads with a swish and broke out in cold sweat. The Special Investigation Department had a set of strict and detailed rules for dolls. One of the rules was not to look at Doll directly. This type of gaze usually referred to the situation where there were no obstacles in the way. However, even through the surveillance footage, there was no guarantee that people would not be affected by the doll. Shenjing thought about all the clues about the doll. She picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly ordered, "Cordon off the area. No one is allowed to enter the 100-meter range. Sniper, take note. Put on a special tranquilizer bullet. If anyone tries to cause abnormal harm to Doll, hug him, chase him, or other abnormal actions, shoot immediately." Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Chapter 217 Level 1 Warning. Chapter 229, Chapter 217 Level 1 Warning. At critical moments, you're allowed to kill immediately, with the exception of Shanbing. While Shenjing was making all the effective arrangements, the news of the change in the East Ocean Hotel had also spread to many people. Director Shen was frowning in the office of the City Defense Department, reading the relevant information and participants of their senior talent training conference. When he received the call, he was so angry that he almost dropped the microphone and said angrily, "I knew it. They held a meeting like this and gathered so many aptitude users together. There would definitely be problems. But I never thought a problem has occurred so quickly." As he spoke, he immediately made another call. Activate emergency procedures. The entire Chengdong district under martial law. Do I need to remind you what kind of defensive measures should be prepared? According to our previous strategy, we have been trying to give Doll the same treatment as other aptitude users. That's why we built a safe house for her on the top floor of the East Ocean Hotel in advance. This is to give her a sense of participation in the conference. From his previous performance, Doll likes this sense of participation. Furthermore, with so many aptitude users gathered at the East Sea Hotel, no one can be sure that there will be no problems outside of their control. Therefore, arranging Doll to stay here is also a means of security to eliminate any threats to the main city. There is another reason. Doll did respond to Shanbing's words. So, Professor Chen from the Special Investigation Department is also planning to find time for Shanbing to get in touch with her in the middle of the meeting. However, to our surprise, Doll's reaction to him was so intense. In a research room of the Special Investigation Department, someone rushed over and reported to Professor Bai. Professor Bai didn't show any panic on her face, and she didn't rush to make a conclusion. He thought quietly for a while, put down the document he was studying, and said calmly, "Continue to observe. Doll, can you hear my voice? You shouldn't have left the safe house. Can you please go back now?" Lu Xin closed his eyes and leaned against the car. He quietly listened to the chaos around him gradually disappear, and also heard the nervous announcement from the radio. He didn't sense any danger, so he just closed his eyes and waited in the car. Sure enough, after a while, the surroundings gradually became quiet, and then there was a sound from the radio. At this time, Shen Jing's voice was heard on the radio. Her words were so gentle that Lu Xin couldn't even remember her using such a tone to speak to him. However, after Chen Jing's voice rang out, there was no movement in the surroundings. Lu Xin could still feel the slightly chilly fragrance lingering near the tip of his nose. After a while, Shen Jing's voice was heard again on the radio. Shanbing, can you hear my voice? Lu Xin raised his right hand and made an okay gesture in the air. Shenjing said, due to some unknown reasons, Dal has suddenly become very interested in you. You don't have to be nervous. Don't show any hostility to Dal. Now, he'll ask you a few questions. Feel it and tell me through hand gestures. Lu Xin made an okay gesture with his hand. He really didn't feel nervous. And of course, he wouldn't show hostility to others. Now, do you feel something strange in your heart, for example? My love for dolls. Or, over the radio. Shenjing's question was slow and detailed. The urge to possess her. Lu Xin took a good look at it before he raised his hand and waved it vigorously. He really did not feel anything. You don't have to wave so hard. You're scaring the doll. Shenjing's voice was heard over the radio. Lu Xin had no choice but to stop. She felt that it was too embarrassing to close her eyes and lean against the car, so she put her hands into her pockets. Second question. Ever since Doll came to your side, have you felt any obvious emotional changes? Lu Xin waved his hand dismissively. The third question. Did Doll say anything to you, he asked. He waved his hand. Fourth. I can see that you have your eyes closed. But did you see Doll's face? Okay. In the car. Shenjing's brows furrowed slightly. She raised her hand to look at her watch, and then at the surveillance transfer record. He was certain that it had been about 5 minutes since Doll came to Lu Xin. Even though Lu Xin's eyes were closed, he had been in close proximity to Doll for 5 minutes without any obstacles. It was as if he had looked into Doll's eyes or Doll's face for more than 3 minutes. In particular, Doll's negative influence was intensifying. So, at this time, Shanbing should have been unable to suppress his emotions. But he had nothing. This strange reaction made Chen Jing silent for a moment. Now, you can open your eyes, she said softly. Lu Xin's curiosity was piqued by Chen Jing's words, and he slowly opened his eyes. What greeted her eyes was a face with delicate facial features that were flawless. Her skin was so fair that it was almost unreal. There was no trace of makeup on her face, but her skin was delicate. Her lips were soft and light red. Her eyes were big and dull, and her eyelashes were slightly raised. Her face was looking at him, and the tip of her nose was almost touching his. Bang bang. Lu Xin could almost hear his own heartbeat. When he saw this girl up close, he felt as if his heart had melted, and an endless desire grew in his heart. It was as if all of his feelings had turned into substance, and all of his attention was tied to this girl. This made his feelings stronger and stronger, and then, his mind suddenly became clear, and this feeling instantly disappeared, becoming dull and boring. A friendly and calm smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand to Doll. Hello. It's our second time meeting. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Shanbing. P.S. I would like to recommend The Invincible Villain starts with the moon exploding. It is said that the style is similar to ours. If you are interested, you can go and take a look. After all, if someone is following the trend, does it mean that our book is really popular? Ha ha ha. The above part will not be counted as a fee. Chapter 230 Chapter 230 Quite Abnormal Part 1 Chapter 230 Quite Abnormal Part 1 The girl was very close to Lu Xin, so she leaned in to size him up. This made Lu Xin feel like he was watching an old movie before the catastrophe, and he could get a close-up shot of the characters on the screen, with the jeep right behind him. Lu Xin had nowhere to hide. As a result, he could only look at her at such a close distance. He could even clearly see her skin, which seemed to have no pores, and he could also smell the cool, sweet fragrance on her body. The girl in front of him lifted her nose, as if she was also sniffing Lu Xin's scent. However, she didn't have any reaction to her outstretched hand. He only lowered his head to look and seemed to be at a loss. Lu Xin smiled and took the initiative to hold her hand. Looking down at their hands, the girl's big and listless eyes became slightly focused. The expression on her face also became more vivid. Shanbing, what are you doing? Why are you holding Doll's hand? Chen Jing's nervous inquiry was heard over the radio. Lu Xin's face reddened at her words. He turned around and tried to explain. Didn't I was just shaking hands with her. Without waiting for Lu Xin's reply, Shenjing continued, "Put on your headphones." Only then did Lu Xin snap back to his senses. He pulled out his earphones from his bag and put them on. At the same time, the sound from the broadcast disappeared, as if the microphone was turned off directly. But in the headphones, after a slight static noise, Shan Jing's voice came out. "Emergency response team channel established now. Let's begin the test." Shan Bing, "Can you hear me?" "It's fine." Shan Jing immediately asked in the channel. "What do you see now?" Lu Xin looked at the girl who was looking at him with a serious expression, and did not dare to raise his voice too high. "She's quite pretty," he whispered. "I'm asking you, is there anything unusual about her?" Chen Jing was silent for a moment. "She's sniffing at my scent like a dog. Is that considered abnormal?" Lu Xin asked after some thought. Shen Jing was silent again. After a while, she cleared her mind and said, "Now, try to communicate with her first. Be careful. Be gentle when you speak." Lu Xin pondered for a moment before whispering, "What is considered gentle?" Shen Jing was silent for the third time. Then she said, "Your tone right now does." For some reason, Lu Xin felt a little guilty. He felt that his leader's reactions seemed to be a little dissatisfied with him. However, he had to carry out his leader's words. So he looked up at the girl in front of him and even tilted his head to size her up. She was wearing the same pleated dress as the last time he saw her. But this time she was wearing black. Her black hair was very soft and combed into a very cute style. He floated 30 centimeters off the ground. It gave people the feeling that it was free from gravity. However, even though Lu Xin was standing so close to her, he could still feel the immense amount of mental energy surrounding her. It was this kind of mental power that allowed her to float in the air in the form of telekinesis. However, Lu Xin could not understand how she could maintain this state for so long without feeling tired. Lu Xin cleared his mind and looked at the girl with a serious expression. Then, he said in an especially gentle tone, "What are you looking at?" The girl, or rather, doll, blinked her eyes and didn't answer Lu Xin's question. In the channel, Shenjing lowered her voice and said, "Is this how you speak to a girl so gently?" "Then what should I say?" Lu Xin asked helplessly. "Try and see if you can bring her back to the safe house." Shenjing was silent for a moment. Lu Xin nodded and looked at the girl before him. He gestured to her and said, "Follow me." The girl didn't react to his words. However, when Lu Xin turned around and walked back into the hotel, he felt a light breeze. The girl held the umbrella and followed behind him. Both Lu Xin and Chen Jing, who was watching the scene through the surveillance cameras, heaved a sigh of relief. After entering the hall, turn right and enter the electric elevator. Take the elevator and go to the 33rd floor. Shenjing pointed out the way to Lu Xin through the comms channel. She led Doll all the way to the hotel. The hall, which had many staff members gathered just now, was now empty. There was only an empty check-in counter sitting alone in the hall, surrounded by some messy documents and filing boxes. The lights in the hall flickered slightly, as if they were affected by the mental disturbance from the girl. But they did not go out. This meant that the girl's spiritual power was strong and stable. After he pressed the up button, the elevator doors opened quickly. At this moment, these elevators seemed to be empty. Lu Xin walked into the elevator and waited for the girl to float in. Lu Xin looked at the umbrella in his hand, which was almost touching the ceiling of the elevator, and said, "Don't open an umbrella in the room. You'll see ghosts." The girl lowered her head and looked at Lu Xin. She slowly closed the umbrella and landed gently in the corner of the elevator. Shenjing watched the scene in the elevator through the surveillance camera, and the expression on her face became wonderful again. At the same time, Lu Xin and Doll's portrait was also being transmitted to the screens in front of many people. When they saw Doll's actions, they were all shocked. Not only can the doll understand his words, but it will also do as she says. So has such a situation occurred before in my previous observations of Doll. On a screen, Professor Bai was also watching with interest. She said, "Doll rarely rejects other people's requests. Even if she encountered a request she didn't like, she would just pretend not to hear it. However, the request you made to her before was more like a command. It's like you can teach your puppy to sit down or shake hands. It can respond to your command, but it doesn't understand what you're saying. But now, the communication between Shanbing and her feels more like a communication rather than an order. The most obvious thing is that very few people could let Dolly put her umbrella down or let her land on the ground, because it would make her feel insecure. If that's the case, how did Shanbing do it? On the other screen, Director Shen frowned and asked in a low voice. On the other screens were the researchers from the Special Investigations Department who had just received the signal. Professor Chen, who was in charge of the doll research, was also there. He frowned and said, "LT doesn't seem like she can't refuse Shanbing's orders. Then, this means can Shanbing replace the umbrella to give her a sense of security?" Everyone was thinking hard. Professor Chen was obviously excited. "Let them return to the safe house first. I want to observe and study her contact with Shanbing in advance. My grandson, get him to do his homework." Lu Xin couldn't hear the discussion through his earphones. He just followed Chen Jing's instructions and took Doll up to the 33rd floor. He waited in the stairwell for a while and heard heavy footsteps moving away from outside. Then, he brought her out. Then, he saw a fairytale-like transparent room made of thick glass. The room was by the window and took up nearly half of the entire building. There were piles of toys and cartoon figures in the room, and the walls were decorated with all kinds of cute cartoon accessories. In the middle of the room was a fluffy sofa. Opposite the sofa was a 262-inch television that was hanging on the wall. It took up almost half of the wall. It was playing some boring-looking advertisements, and it was silent. There was a huge hole in the floor-to-ceiling window near the building, but it had been blocked by a new piece of glass. This was probably the reason why Chen Jing had asked Lu Xin to wait in the electric elevator with Doll. Doll must have broken the window and jumped down when he saw Lu Xin. Therefore, she needed to arrange for a staff member to come over and install the glass first. The room made of tempered glass could isolate part of Doll's power to prevent others from being affected. However, for an ability user with a high level of mental energy like her, it could not form a prison. She could easily break it with her telekinesis. Enter the room. Under Chen Jing's instructions, Lu Xin walked into the beautiful cartoon kingdom. He looked around, not knowing where to sit. Just as he was about to ask Chen Jing what to do, Chen Jing was slightly shocked. "You didn't take off your shoes, right?" Lu Xin turned around curiously and saw a few obvious footprints on the spotless floor. How did the doll react? Chen Jing was stunned. Lu Xin quickly turned to look, and his face quickly turned red. "Can't you guys?" Chen Jing's voice suddenly became a little nervous. Normally, Doll's safe house would not have a regular camera installed. "Tell us, what is she doing?" "She's taking off her clothes," Lu Xin replied awkwardly. What Chen Jing was shocked. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Chen Jing. "It's all right. I only took off her outer skirt." Chen Jing was silent for a moment. She tried to use a calm and natural tone, but in fact, she was very nervous, and said, "You are now. Up until now, have you? What do you want to do?" "I want to help her put on her clothes," Lu Xin answered honestly. It'll be too awkward. Many people heard Lu Xin's words and looked at each other in confusion. Help her put on her clothes. Professor Chen, who was in front of a car screen, was rushing to the Special Investigations Department for an emergency meeting. He pondered for a moment. "Tell him not to move and wait for our notice." After he finished, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Am I getting old or what?" He's obviously thinking like a normal person. But why do I feel that he's not normal? Chapter 231 Chapter 231 Chapter 219 The Kid from Kinging. Chapter 231 Chapter 219 The Kid from Kinging. The leader told him to wait a little longer, so Lu Xin had no choice but to stay. He saw the girl named Doll take off her black, heavy, and bloated outer skirt and throw it on the ground. Under her skirt, she was wearing a tight-fitting black long johns, which outlined her perfect figure. The exquisite strappy Roman boots on her feet had also been kicked to the side, revealing her white and crystal-clear feet. She acted naturally in front of Lu Xin, as if she was not talking to a stranger. And it was a strange man. After taking off her shoes, she walked over to Lu Xin. Just as Lu Xin was starting to get nervous, she walked past him and sat down on the sofa, which was covered with a European palais-style fabric. She hugged a plush pillow and quietly watched TV. On the TV, a man with a serious expression was looking out of the screen and sending out a soul interrogation. Please face yourself. What do you want to do now? Shanbing, please continue to report the results of your current observations. In the channel. Less than a minute later, Shenjing began to ask again, what is doll doing now? She's watching TV, and it's a commercial. Lu Xin replied. Then there's no problem. Shenjing was obviously relieved. After that, there was a long silence in the channel. What do you mean by no problem? Lu Xin couldn't help but ask. Lu Xin was at a loss as to where to put his bag. The room was too clean. So clean that it didn't seem like it had been lived in before. Everything had its own style. And Lu Xin felt like he didn't fit into the room at all. He didn't even know where he should sit. The owner of the room didn't seem like the type of person who would ask others to sit down quickly. Lu Xin had no choice but to ask, what should I do now? You are now. Shenjing's voice rang out after a while. With a little uncertainty, try and see if you can leave. It's over. Lu Xin pondered for a moment before turning to leave the room. However, he stopped after a few steps. He turned around and saw that the girl had already stood up. She was hugging a pillow and seemed reluctant to put it down. Her eyes were still on the TV, but she still followed behind him. Lu Xin felt helpless as he spoke into the chat. One don't think I can leave. Shenjing's voice rang out after a while. Why? Lu Xin turned around to look at the girl and let out a long sigh. She's quite clingy. Quite clingy. Lu Xin's reply left Shenjing at a loss for words. Then you stay here for now and wait for the headquarters decision, she said. Oh, all right. Since the leader had already said so, Lu Xin had no choice but to agree. The girl who had already stood up and followed him to the door saw that he had no intention of leaving. She looked up at him and slowly returned to the sofa. She sat down, hugged her plush pillow, and quietly watched the TV. No one spoke on the channel, and the owner of this room was ignoring him. Lu Xin felt a little bored. After standing for a while, he walked to the side and dragged a soft cotton ball over. It looked like a seat. Lu Xin put down his bag and sat down. He didn't expect the cotton ball to be so soft that it fell off the moment he sat on it. Fortunately, Lu Xin managed to borrow his sister's ability to control his body and time. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he straightened his back and stood up in an exaggerated posture. Lu Xin's expression was a little awkward. The girl on the sofa turned to look at Lu Xin, and Lu Xin could only smile back at her. There was no expression on the girl's face. She was silent for a moment, then gently moved to the side, leaving some space for him. This is you want me to sit on the sofa? The girl turned to look at Lu Xin and then moved to the side. Lu Xin looked around the room and saw that it was quite spacious with a lot of things. But there really wasn't much space for another person to sit or sleep in. It was as if the owner of this room would never have any other guests. So, other than the bed she slept on and the soft-looking sofa that was at most 1.5 meters long, there were no other stools. It wasn't good to just stand there. So Lu Xin sat down beside her. Seeing that he had sat down, the girl moved closer to him and continued to hug the pillow while watching the television quietly. Lu Xin didn't know what to do, so he could only watch the TV. There was no sound on the TV, but there were subtitles. On the screen was a bespectacled, gentlemanly-looking middle-aged man, holding a bottle of brain-strengthening and kidney-nourishing pills. He was speaking to the people in front of the screen with passion. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? In the world of the Crimson Moon, everyone is under pressure. I have to work during the day to earn money to support the family and do construction. What if my wife complains that I don't have enough energy at night? The gospel for all men, the source of happiness. Only 98. Lu Xin turned to look at the doll and saw that she was staring at the TV with her big, listless eyes. Why don't we change the channel? Lu Xin suggested. Doll turned to look at Lu Xin expressionlessly before turning back. It seems like she doesn't really want to communicate with me. Just as Lu Xin was lost in his thoughts, he saw her turn around again with a white, furry object in her hand. It took Lu Xin a moment to realize that it was a remote control covered in a white velvet coat. Lu Xin said hurriedly as he took the remote control and began to slowly switch the TV channels. On the television, other than the rebroadcasting of the movies before the disaster, there were only some local news reports of King Gang. The rest were all kinds of advertisements, many of which were modeled after the advertising model of the world before the Crimson Moon. The shooting was quite good. Lu Xin switched through a few channels and finally found an animation channel. He then increased the volume. Oh Raka. Takeo. Oh. 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 On the screen, a man was speaking expressionlessly. Lu Xin felt that this was better than the advertisement, but he didn't know the owner's opinion, so he looked at her carefully. Then, she realized that the owner of the room was not watching the TV screen. After she passed the remote control to her, she lowered her head and tidied up the tassels hanging down from the plush toys with her fingers, as if she was trying to straighten them out. Her fingers were slender, white, and tender, with a little baby fat. But her movements had a strange sense of emptiness. I remember that Lizard said that she was a simple-minded person. Lu Xin thought to himself as he looked at the girl who had no flaws to pick out. However, she looked normal, but she gave people the feeling that she was in another world. After watching a few episodes of a cartoon in the room, Lu Xin had developed a deeper understanding of this feeling. It had been about half an hour, and he had not heard the girl speak. She just sat there quietly, combing Suisui, who was on the plush toy. After repeating this for nearly half an hour, she suddenly stood up. Just as Lu Xin was about to reveal a surprised expression, she stood up silently and walked to a small house made of plastic blocks of different colors. She touched it with her fingers and pushed it down. Then, she picked up the small pieces of plastic and slowly put them together. She had a pile of plastic blocks that almost formed a small mountain. Barefooted, he squatted on the ground and pieced them together bit by bit, as if he could do it forever. Lu Xin watched her sit there for half an hour before shaking his head. It's so boring. Lu Xin's voice was not loud, but the girl suddenly turned to look at him. Her little face seemed a little unhappy. Lu Xin was taken aback. He pointed at the TV and said, "LM talking about him." The girl turned back again and continued to take the small pieces of plastic and put them together bit by bit. When she saw something that was not suitable, she threw it aside. Just as Lu Xin felt that he would be bored to death, he heard a voice in the channel. "Shanbing, can you hear me?" Lu Xin immediately sat up straight and said, "Yes, he is." In the channel, Shenjing's voice was very serious. "Do you feel anything strange now?" Lu Xin took a moment to feel it before replying. "LTS quite stuffy here." Shenjing's voice immediately sounded from the other end, but it seemed like she was saying to someone else, "When's this emotion normal?" Soon, Lu Xin heard another voice that seemed to come from a distance. "As long as you don't have any improper thoughts about the doll, it's normal." Shenjing's voice sounded again. "Shanbing, listen to me carefully. Doll is the most powerful ability user in King Gang, but she also has a big problem. When she first appeared in King Gang, she was only 5 or 6 years old, but she almost caused chaos in the city. At that time, almost half of the city's people wanted to hurt her, and half of the city's people protected her at all costs. It's Professor Bai. He used a special parasitic item to protect her. Since then, she has been a special ability user in King Gang and has helped us solve many problems." Lu Xin nodded and turned to look at the girl. She didn't look very old, only about 16 or 17 years old. However, whether it was Lizard's unintentional mention or Chen Jing's description at this time, it was clear that she should be a senior ability user. "You've met Doll once at Satellite City No. 2 and obtained her information," Shenjing continued. "But what I want to tell you now is that as the baby grows older, both her abilities and the uncontrollable negative effects are increasing. Moreover, It is almost to the point of uncontrollable. Therefore, whether she stays in the headquarters or goes out to carry out missions, the baby needs to be kept in a separate space. Lu Xun nodded his head. He did not understand why Chen Jing was telling him all this. Normal people can't communicate with doll, but they can make simple requests to her. Doll usually agrees to these requests and does a good job of saving people and cleaning up the pollution. However, so far, she has been unable to communicate deeply with people, and you are the first person I've observed to be able to communicate directly with her. This means that you can influence her, and this kind of influence is often mutual. Now, please answer my question seriously. When you look at the doll, what do you feel? He asked. I feel. Lu Xun's first reaction after hearing Chen Jing's words was to consider using his mother's sight to observe her. However, this idea was quickly rejected because he could feel how important this girl was to King Gang from the attitude of Chen Jing and the others. From this perspective, it was best not to provoke her with any ability, so he just followed Chen Jing's inquiry and looked at the girl seriously. She kept picking up different plastic cubes. After taking a look, she put them aside and picked up another one. She kept repeating the same action. Her entire being was mechanical and wooden, making it difficult for others to understand her thoughts. However, after Lu Xun looked at it for a long time, he suddenly felt a slight stir in his heart. He slowly said, I feel that she's very lonely. Chapter 232 Chapter 232 3 Questions 1 Chapter 232 3 Questions 1 Lu Xun was bored to death as he watched a little girl fiddling with the plastic cube. At the same time, a temporary meeting was being held in the Special Investigation Department's emergency meeting room in Green Harbor. The people who participated in the meeting were the chairman of the Qinggang Administrative Office, Su Xinzhong, the head of the Special Pollution Research Institute, Professor Bai, the head of the Qinggang City Defense Department, Shen Lei, the professor of cerebral neurology, Shen Lixu, the professor of mysticism, MS. Yuan Kinkin, the new generation of experts in the study of mental disorders, Mo. Yi, who liked to wear wigs, the expert in psychology, MS. Jia Menji, and many other experts of Qinggang City who were above level 5. Shen Jing, as the person in charge of receiving specific information about the sudden incident, participated in the meeting in the command vehicle next to the Donghai Hotel. Many of them had heard that such a big thing had happened and had temporarily dropped their work to come over. The child came to Qinggang when he was 6 years old and has been with us for 12 years. He has never seen anything like this before. The head of the conference table had a round face. Mr. Su, who was usually kind, showed a rare serious expression at this time. He looked at the experts and professors around him seriously and said, So, please give me an answer. What's the reason for the doll's strange condition? Will it cause a terrible turmoil and danger to our Greenport? The atmosphere in the meeting room was very tense. Everyone felt an inexplicable tension. There's no standard answer. We can only speculate. At this time, Professor Bai opened her mouth and said, Doll is so close to Shanbing. It might be related to their mental strength. With similar spiritual levels, there are times when there is a sense of intimacy that is similar to that of the same kind. Shanbing's mental energy level is definitely its level, and Doll's is equivalent to infinite. So, it's normal for them to have a mental attraction to each other. I don't think everyone needs to be too nervous. After all, the child is indeed very lonely, he said softly and smiled. In the meeting room, everyone looked at each other. They could feel that they had indeed relaxed a little. Mr. Su's question made everyone feel the seriousness of the problem. Professor Bale's explanation made everyone less nervous. I have a question. At this time, a cold and hard voice spoke. It was Minister Shen from the City Defense Department. He said expressionlessly, The girl with the code name Doll has long been confirmed to have severe autism. Autism isn't lonely. They just don't welcome others into their own world. Professor Bai looked at Director Shen and smiled. But what if their world is invaded by outsiders? Director Shen frowned slightly and didn't answer immediately. Professor Bai continued. Normally, It's difficult for people with autism to come into contact with the outside world. Their minds are in their own world. But if someone can really enter their world, then the people with autism will develop an abnormal emotional dependence on this intruder, or rather, an irreplaceable sense of security. Emotional dependence. Everyone present had seen the information that was distributed to them and naturally knew what had happened. When they heard Professor Bale's explanation, they were a little surprised. Mr. Su thought about Professor Bale's explanation carefully and nodded slowly. I don't know much about mental mutations, but I've carefully studied about Doll. From her symptoms, it's a good thing that someone can enter her world. However, both Doll and the person who entered her world are powerful mental mutants. So, I need you to give me a risk assessment report, he said after a slight pause. Commander Shen nodded. The risk doesn't just come from Doll. Shanbing is also an unstable existence. If the two of them affect each other and are on the verge of losing control at the same time, how much trouble will this cause? The meeting room fell silent again. Those who were able to attend this conference were all people with a say in this field. However, because the implications of this matter were too great, even if they had the right to speak, they didn't dare to make a scene like before. We have to admit that this matter has indeed exceeded our expectations. Professor Chen raised the pen in his hand and said, let Shanbing communicate with Doll and use this as a breakthrough point for communication with Doll. I was the one who suggested this and I have already submitted an application. The reason for this plan was because during the chaos in Satellite City No. 2, we observed the interaction between Doll and Shanbing. However, we didn't realize that Doll's reaction to Shanbing was so strong at first. From our previous exchange, Shanbing could only communicate with Doll. This time, Doll has shown a strong reliance on him. Many people in the meeting room had read the report and described the situation. When Doll rushed to Satellite City No. 2 to provide support, he met Shanbing and had a simple conversation. That was when many people first learned that babies could speak. However, it was just a simple question and answer. Although it was very special, it did not make people too nervous. This time, Doll's reaction was stronger than everyone had expected. However, even though it's beyond my expectations, it won't worsen. Professor Chen paused for a second and continued. Based on the results of our observation, 1. Shanbing has a strong resistance to the Doll's negative effects. One could even say that he is completely immune to it. He has been in the same room with Doll for more than 2 hours, but there is no emotional fluctuation. We can conclude that Doll's negative effects will not affect Shanbing's condition. 2. Doll has a strong tolerance for solo soldiers. Based on our previous observations, Doll has a strong obsession with cleanliness and different degrees of obsessive-compulsive disorder and anxiety. However, she could tolerate Shanbing entering her room without taking off his shoes, allowing him to sit beside her, and even allowing him to change the channel with her remote control and even make a sound. No matter how I look at it, these are all positive influences. He then looked up at Mr. Su and said, so, I have a suggestion. Since they've already started to contact each other, why can't we use this opportunity to start the plan I proposed before? After hearing what Professor Chen said, Mr. Su fell silent and tapped the conference table with his fingers. Actually, I agree with Professor Chen's plan. At this moment, Director Shen also slowly said, the only thing I'm worried about is that this plan requires Shanbing's cooperation, and he himself has a lot of uncertainties. Also, this opportunity came too suddenly. Are you sure you're ready? It's not the time before the bloody moon, so we don't have much time to prepare, Professor Bai said with a smile. Director Shen glanced at Professor Bai and didn't get angry. It seemed that he didn't think that this answer was offensive to him. Mr. Su also raised his head and looked at Professor Chen. What do you plan to? Professor Chen stood up with the remote in his hand and pointed forward. First, I would like to ask Shanbing 3 questions on our behalf. As the projection at the end of the meeting room showed the scene, everyone's attention was drawn to it. 3 questions. By the time Chen Jing reminded him to start working, Lu Xin had already been watching 2 hours of cartoons. It was not comfortable to stay in this room, because the room was too quiet. He was embarrassed to even turn up the TV too loudly, as if he was watching a silent film. The owner of the room did not like to communicate with people. She just squatted on the ground and kept looking for the right color with the plastic blocks in her hand. She put them together and then unraveled them as if she was dissatisfied. Half an hour ago, a staff member had delivered dinner. It was a plate of round, cute-colored sandwich biscuits. Even though the staff had kindly prepared 2 servings for him, Lu Xin still felt hungry. In the channel, Chen Jing told Lu Xin that it was called macarons, a very popular and expensive snack before the catastrophe. However, to be honest, Lu Xin had his own taste in the food he was eating. He felt that it was definitely not as good as chicken legs. However, it was a good thing that Chen Jing finally told him what to do. Lu Xin yelled at the girl who had her back to him and was silently piecing the plastic cube together. After a few seconds, the girl seemed to realize that Lu Xin was calling her. She slowly turned her head and looked at him quietly. Following Chen Jing's words, Lu Xin slowly asked, "Are you satisfied with your current life?" The girl listened quietly for a long time without any reaction. She only looked at Lu Xin for a while before turning back to fiddling with the plastic cube. No reaction. In the channel, Chen Jing seemed to be a little nervous or disappointed. They had prepared 3 questions. But if they couldn't even ask the first question, how were they going to proceed with the whole plan? Maybe it's not that she didn't react. She just didn't understand. Lu Xin pondered for a moment before turning to the girl. "I mean, are you happy?" The girl stopped fiddling with the plastic cube and turned to Lu Xin with a smile. Then, she nodded her head hard. Chapter 233 Chapter 233 The Dull Training Program 1 Chapter 233 The Dull Training Program 1 Seeing the smile on the girl's face, Lu Xin felt as if he had been struck by a wave of emotion. It wasn't a desire mixed with lust, but a subtle feeling that he had suddenly seen the most beautiful scene in the world. It was the kind of feeling that was engraved in his genes when he was born, and his mood suddenly became very good. Lu Xin was silent for a few seconds. Then he said in the channel. She nodded. "I can tell that she really thinks it's good." "Very good." Chen Jing's answer was restrained, but her excitement could be felt. There seemed to be the sound of typing, and then Chen Jing asked the second question. "Ask her if she likes the abnormal things we usually ask her to help us deal with." Lu Xin had experience with this question. After some consideration, he turned to the girl and asked, "Do you find it annoying when other people make requests of you?" Al was clearly taken aback. He stared at Lu Xin and shook his head nervously. Not only is she not annoyed, but she's also worried that others will think that she's annoyed. Lu Xin could tell her answer and was about to tell her when he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly thought that the question that Dull answered was probably not Chen Jing's question. She took this question as her own question to her. Thus, he muttered to himself for a moment and said again, "I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the others." Just like before, when something happened to Satellite City No. 2, they asked you to help us deal with it. Do you feel repulsed by such a thing? The girl seemed to have understood. She was silent for a while before nodding her head. Lu Xin finally got the answer he wanted. She has responded. But it's a small one, he replied in the channel. I don't know what you usually arrange for her to handle, but I can tell that at least a small part of it is something she doesn't like. However, from her attitude when she didn't like it, it didn't seem like she was completely against it. She probably just doesn't like a certain part of her work. Chen Jing recorded it down and suddenly said seriously, "One heard you ask twice just now. Did Doll think that you were asking her in your own capacity when you asked her the first question?" "Leader, you're so meticulous." Lu Xin was stunned. "And from the answer, does this mean that she will agree to all of your requests?" Chen Jing continued to ask. Lu Xinwei was slightly taken aback, and after a while, she replied, "I'm not sure, but from the reaction, he seems to be better." Chen Jing didn't say much. She just recorded it and said, "Then, the third question, can you ask Doll if she has any other wishes?" he asked. Lu Xin had a strange feeling when he heard the question. His mood improved a little. If the first two questions only meant that the person who asked the question wanted to better grasp the girl's psychology and use her better, then the third question meant that they still cared about this girl. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Doll and said, "Unless this your usual, then, is there anything you've always wanted to do? It's not what other people ask you to do, but what you want to do." Lu Xun asked this question with all his heart, and Doll listened attentively. She seemed to be trying her best to understand. Then, a smile appeared on her face as she turned to look at the plastic cube. What she wants to do is to play with those plastic blocks. Lu Xun heaved a sigh of relief. "It's called Lego," Shenjing replied. Lu Xun thought to himself. As expected of a leader, he knows so much. On the other end of the channel, Shenjing's voice was silent for a while, as if she was busy sorting out the information and sending it back. Lu Xun had no choice but to continue watching the television in boredom while munching on a piece of dessert. Although these snacks were expensive and not to his taste, after all it was also edible. Very good. I've recorded these 3 questions. They'll be an important reference for us when we take care of our children in the future. Now, I need you to help me communicate with Doll on an important issue. After a while, Shenjing's voice was heard again. She turned to Lu Xun and said, "Doll's negative side effect is that she doesn't know how to control her own mental strength. In other words, she is an ability user, but her behavior is the same as the source of contamination. Moreover, her method of contamination is the most terrifying type visual contamination. This is also the greatest sign of her instability." After explaining, Shenjing solemnly said, "Can you help us ask if she can restrain her mental power?" This question, Lu Xun was a little surprised, but he still asked slowly, "Can you control your mental power?" The girl who was playing with the Lego toy turned around. Although she had thought about it seriously, she still looked confused. She can't control her mental power. After receiving Lu Xun's reply, a commotion broke out in the meeting room. Lu Xun's voice rang out in the meeting room, and the words he typed on the screen were a little heavy. This question was clearly what everyone was most worried about. However, at this moment, Professor Chen slowly said, "Perhaps it's not a matter of whether I can control it or not." After organizing his thoughts, he said, "Doll just doesn't understand this question. As she grew up, she rarely communicated with others, and others could not try to teach her anything, so she could not understand these complex concepts at all. To her, the dispersion of mental power is a normal state. It's just like how we subconsciously stretch our bodies. Or, to describe it as us, we learn to walk upright. Therefore, even if Shan Bing could communicate with her, he couldn't make her understand the concept of spiritual restraint." The people in the meeting room fell into deep thought because of this answer. Sitting at the head of the table, Mr. Su asked with concern, "In other words, there's still a chance to eliminate her negative effects?" Professor Chen nodded and said, "This initial contact can be said to be very successful. At least we have proven that Shan Bing can communicate with Doll. From this initial communication, we know that Doll has her own likes and dislikes. She is a little girl with her own feelings. She is just little autistic. I'm just not good at expressing myself." With that, he showed a sincere smile and concluded, "She is the same as us. Human." Everyone could tell that Professor Chen did not even want to use the word autistic on Doll. He was usually in charge of the Doll project, so he had the deepest feelings for the doll. This was probably the most normal feeling for people other than those who had direct contact with Doll. He was concerned about her as if she was his own granddaughter. After hearing this, Teacher Su said thoughtfully, "Then how do you plan to realize the final plan?" "Shan Bing's help is very important." Professor Chen thought for a while and said, "As Doll grows older, his mental energy level will also increase. It's almost beyond the limit of our control. Therefore, our top priority is to let her learn how to control her mental strength. In theory, if she can restrain the mental strength that she unconsciously releases, then she should be able to live like an ordinary girl." At this point, he seemed to realize that he had said too much. He sighed and got to the point. She needs our guidance and her cooperation to learn how to control her mental power. So, Shanbing's appearance is a good thing. He can communicate with the doll, which means he can guide the doll to learn. With our cooperation, there's hope for doll to learn how to control himself and reduce the risk of losing control. In that case, the second stage of doll, Director Shen couldn't help but interrupt him. But if we let Shanbing guide him, won't he understand everything about doll? Doll's secret is the top S-class secret in King Gang. The mysticism expert shook his head at Director Shen's concern. What's the big deal? Isn't Shanbing also in a class? They are almost the same. Director Shen was so angry that his eyes were about to burst into flames. This how the security clearance is calculated. There's no need to keep secrets between people of the same security level. Alright, don't be impatient. Professor Bai smiled and tried to smooth things over. Shanbing is now a level 3 special talent. Strictly speaking, he does not have the authority to understand doll's secrets. However, he can increase his authority as a member of the special operation. Besides, let's ignore the other worries of not having data support for now. In terms of mission completion rate, Shanbing has always had excellent data. This is still not enough for us to believe him. Director Shen frowned. Every time an expert or professor spoke, he had never won in a quarrel. At the end of the conference table, Mr. Su slowly asked, "How long will it take?" Professor Chen relaxed a little and said, "That depends on the specific process. It's not easy to evaluate now. What we can observe now is that all the signs are better than we expected." Everyone, the shock has turned into a pleasant surprise. Isn't that enough? The meeting room was filled with laughter after the disaster. Mr. Su laughed as well, then said, "You can submit a complete application later." "Well, study it." Professor Chen nodded. However, at this time, Shen Jing's voice rang from the hands-free phone. "What about Shanbing? Let him accompany us first." Professor Chen snapped his fingers and said, "From what I've seen so far, he really is the best candidate for the leader of the doll nanny team. He must be very happy to be able to spend time with such a beautiful girl. Right. A normal person would be very happy." Chapter 234 Chapter 234 King Gang Nuclear Bomb 1 Chapter 234 King Gang Nuclear Bomb 1 Still can't leave. It's getting late. Lu Xin, who was supposed to be overjoyed, was sprawled on the sofa in boredom. He realized that the most tiring thing was not what he had done, but sitting upright for hours in a place so clean that he could not bear to destroy it. Moreover, the owner of this room was a person who didn't like to communicate with people. Moreover, the owner of this room had the most beautiful face in the world and a figure that was close to perfect proportions. As a man, he actually had the same idea of trying to appreciate it. However, the key was that he was still being watched by many people. Lu Xin had to be reserved in front of others, so he didn't even look at the girl. He was only focused on the TV. After a while, Lu Xin, who was waiting for the higher-ups to come up with a solution, felt very bored. He came to the main city to participate in the senior talent meeting, help Vice President Zhou solve the problem, and solve his second stage problem. He also gathered with his colleagues and met his information analysis specialist, Han Bing. He didn't know if Lizard and the others were happily drinking and chatting together at this time. He also did not know if Han Bing was also in this building now. Everyone else was attending the meeting happily, but he could only be here with the most beautiful girl in the world. Lu Xin heaved a long sigh as he shifted his gaze away from the television screen. The owner of the room was still kneeling on the ground, concentrating on arranging her plastic cube. No matter how she looked at it, she was a near-perfect person. The only imperfection was that she was not good at chatting with people. The higher-ups have decided. There was a slight sound of electric current in the channel, and then Chen Jing's voice sounded. Lu Xin immediately perked up. "We hope that you can accept a temporary commission," Shen Jing said slowly. "The mission content is accompanied the doll." Lu Xin was stunned for a moment before asking. Her voice was a little loud, and the girl immediately turned to look at Lu Xin. Lu Xin quickly waved his hand, indicating that she was fine. The girl continued to fiddle with the small cube she was creating. What kind of mission is this? Lu Xun lowered his voice. A brank mission. Regardless of the mission's level of importance or the reward. Both are B, Shenjing replied. Furthermore, this Class B is only the preliminary preparation work, Shenjing said seriously. During this period of time, you may be assigned a higher level important mission. However, this mission requires you to communicate with your child more and understand her. It also allows her to adapt to your existence. That's why there is this accompanying mission. After pause, she asked, so, your opinion is, if it's a mission, no problem. This is something I should do. Lu Xun replied with a straight face. He then turned to Doll and whispered, but I can only stay here. I haven't been to the toilet for few hours. When Shenjing heard this question, she was also stunned for a moment. She held back her laughter and said, there's a bathroom in Doll's room, but this is girl's washroom. Can't I leave for a while? Lu Xun replied awkwardly. Shenjing was silent for a moment. As if looking at the map, she chuckled and said, there should be a public washroom outside the room. Lu Xun's brows furrowed as he stood up slowly. He subconsciously lightened his footsteps and walked out of the door. He pushed it open gently, but he didn't feel anything unusual. Just as he was feeling a little relieved, he suddenly felt a cool fragrance coming from beside him. He turned around and saw that the girl had already stood up and was following him silently. Lu Xun shook his head and strode out of the room. He found the public bathroom and pushed the door open. Then, he turned around and stopped the girl who was about to follow him. You can't enter this place. The girl looked at him innocently. Lu Xun could only force a smile on his face. Can you wait for me outside? The girl continued to look at her innocently. But Lu Xun was determined to leave her behind and walked into the bathroom. When he came out, he saw that the girl was still waiting for him outside. She's been following me all this time. She even wants to follow me to the toilet. Lu Xun reported helplessly to his superior. It's within my expectations. This is the first time Doll has shown such a strong sense of closeness and dependence to someone else. She may not know how to control the scale and the distance between normal people. Of course, from Doll's previous behavior, you can actually order Doll to follow these instructions. But before we come up with a detailed plan, it's best not to do so, because all of these could cause her emotional instability, Shenjing explained patiently, and finally came to a conclusion. So, you'll have to ask you to accommodate her for the time being. Lu Xun sighed slowly. Perhaps it was because he was too bored, but he was reluctant to end the call with Shenjing. He subconsciously asked, this girl Doll, what happens when your emotions are unstable? Shenjing was silent for a while before she replied, Doll protects the city, but she also has the ability to destroy it. It's that scary. Now, he was in this city that seemed large enough to accommodate everything. Looking out of the window, one could see that it was like an endless ocean of lights that contained everything. Therefore, he could understand the horror of this sentence. Shenjing's answer was simple. Originally, Doll's information was the top secret in King Gang. However, as a member of Special Forces, you have the right to know these secrets. That's why I am telling you these questions. However, you have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Just as she was speaking, a crisp electronic ringtone came from Lu Xun's backpack. Lu Xun opened his backpack and saw an electronic contract on his tablet. He had never seen such a situation before, but after some consideration, he felt that he could accept it. So, under Shenjing's guidance, he signed his name and pressed his thumbprint on it. Then, he sent the contract out through the local area network and put down the tablet. You can tell me now, she said softly to Shenjing. Okay, please take note that everything you're hearing now is top secret information in Green Harbor. Doll's ability is recorded as a class, Shenjing said softly, but you can say that Doll is not just a class A. Or rather, she was a class A 3 years ago. However, due to certain considerations, we did not disclose the fact that her abilities are growing. This is to lower the guard of the other Highwall cities and other forces. I've guessed it. But Lu Xun replied after a moment of silence. He couldn't help but turned to look at the girl who was playing with building blocks. How can she be so tall? I think I'm a class A. Geckos were only B class. You should have a spiritual power detector next to you. It can detect the spiritual power radiation in the surrounding rooms. You can take a look, Shenjing said softly. Actually, I seen it just now. I think it's in the hundreds. Lu Xin nodded. It doesn't look that high. Right. This is only emitted by doll unconsciously. If she had taken the initiative to use her ability, it would have been even higher. Shenjing said softly. Even so. Lu Xin calculated in his mind and said, LT doesn't seem to be that high. It was probably because of his preconceived notions that he always believed that only people like the Queen of Happy Town could be considered S-class. The doll's secret is here, Shenjing said slowly. Based on her own ability, doll's ability should be at level A. However, doll's own spiritual level has been increasing. Other than that, she has another terrifying aspect. As a princess, one of her abilities is to borrow the spiritual level of people around her. The more people around her, the more power she can borrow. In other words, in crowded places, doll's mental strength is unlimited. Lu Xin was truly taken aback when he heard this. This is also the most troublesome thing for us. After a while, Shenjing slowly said, after observing doll, I can confirm that the range of doll's negative influence is consistent with the amount of psyche power she can borrow from the people around her. When she was young, her negative influence was about 10 meters away. At that time, the range of her spiritual power should also be 10 meters. However, the older she is, the larger the range. 3 years ago, we stopped testing the area of influence of the doll, because the conditions are too difficult to meet, and the risk is too high. However, one thing is for sure, if doll is out of control or if she uses her power intentionally, the negative effects will cover the entire city. At the same time, she can also borrow the spiritual power of everyone in Qinggang City. We've already taken various measures, but there's no way to ensure that we can isolate her at the critical moment. Even the safe house you're in is only isolated from her mental power radiation with doll's cooperation. Moreover, you've seen it for yourself before. As long as she wants to leave, she can easily destroy a safe house of this level. Lu Xin was already dumbfounded. Shenjing sighed and concluded. 1. And the internal documents. The evaluation of doll is the Green Harbor nuclear weapon. Chapter 235 Chapter 235 Dual Mission Part 1. Chapter 235 Dual Mission Part 1. Qinggang Nuclear Weapons. Lu Xin's scalp tingled when he heard those words. He vaguely remembered that this seemed to be the most powerful weapon of mankind before the Red Moon incident. However, after the Red Moon incident, this weapon was rarely mentioned. Weapons were used to deal with, or to deter, the enemy. However, it was obvious that people could not use nuclear weapons to change the color of the moon. So, my mission is to take care of a bomb. Lu Xin slowly came back to his senses and began to read the information that was sent along with the electronic contract. The word top secret was printed on the top of the document. After opening it, he found that most of the information recorded were trivial matters. For example, the diet option. The food that the doll ate had to have a better shape and color, and it had to be sweet and light in taste. There can't be any liquid like soup, and there can't be anything that will dirty my hands. Doll only drank water. She did not like soft drinks or coffee, not even hot water. The food had to be placed in a place where she could see it. Otherwise she would not remember to eat it. Note, when she was young, she didn't even know how to look for food on her own. She would only eat when someone brought her food. If no one gave her food on their own initiative, she would never ask for food from anyone even if she starved to death. Lu Xin scratched his head as he jotted down all the problems he had with the girl. I can pay attention to these things. But I have a question. What about my meeting? Shenjing, who was in the comms channel, was also stunned by Lu Xin's words. A meeting? It's a high-level talent training conference. Lu Xin said. Don't we have to sign in at 9 a.m. tomorrow? You're still thinking about the meeting. Even with Shenjing's personality, she could not help but laugh and repeat herself. She then discussed with the people around her in a low voice. Lu Xun heard the silence around her, probably because the others had left, and she finally said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll get Han Bing to sort out the meeting minutes and give them to you. As for the rest," she didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Are you concerned about your second stage?" "Yes," Lu Xun agreed. Lu Xun did not know what to say in this advanced talent training conference. Nor did he care. He was indeed here for the second phase. "I know that you've already submitted the second phase of the application report," Shen Jing said frankly. "At present, I know that the report has been passed. The preparation work has begun. I think a specialist will contact you soon. This matter is highly confidential. Even I don't know what preparations I've made, and personally, I'm responsible for the security of the conference. Now, I'm in charge of the doll. Of course, I'll try my best to coordinate. I won't let the accompanying doll delay your progress to the second stage." Hearing this, Lu Xun subconsciously agreed, but he was also curious. "I thought you would be in charge of the second stage. That kind of work is no longer something I can be responsible for." Shen Jing smiled. "Then who's in charge?" Lu Xun asked. Shen Jing was silent for a moment, as if she was considering whether she could say it or not. Then she said, "LTS Professor Bai. The one who likes to use famous quotes." Lu Xun asked. Shen Jing was stunned for a moment, but there was a smile in her voice. "Yes. Is it that important?" Lu Xun didn't ask any further questions. He was well aware of Professor Bai's identity. The leader that should belong to Chen Jing was also his own leader. According to the leader's conversion formula, his status was almost equivalent to that of Vice President Xiao in the company. At this point, Lu Xun had no other reason. He only seriously thought about what he wanted to do in the main city, and then asked, "There's one more important thing. Have the results of the interrogation of Vice President Xiao's stepmother come out?" "You're still concerned about this?" Shen Jing was obviously surprised. "Yes. I have a feeling that this matter is not over yet." Lu Xun pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Besides, this is my mission. I should be the one to complete it." Right. He didn't tell Chen Jing that he wanted to ask the warm-hearted dream creator for help. After all, this was a little selfish. So when he said this, he actually felt a little guilty. Shen Jing was a smart leader and was worried that she would find out something. However, after hearing Lu Xun's words, Shen Jing only remembered that he was determined to leave the city and pursue the knights. In the eyes of many Special Investigations Department researchers, this was a sign of Shan Bing's OCD. She didn't deny this, but said, "The results of that woman's interrogation should have been handed over earlier, but I didn't have time to look at it. If you want to take charge of this matter, I will let you know. If the higher-ups agree, you can carry out 2 tasks at the same." Lu Xun finally felt relieved. The channel was always connected, but the communication mode had been adjusted to avoid affecting the other party. After confirming that the Calm's channel had quieted down, Lu Xun stretched lazily and turned to look at the girl. She knelt on the carpet with her back to Lu Xun, carefully piecing together the plastic blocks in her hands. Lu Xun calculated the time and realized that she had been playing with the game for at least 5 hours since he had stolen the remote control from her Qingdang nuclear weapon. Lu Xun recalled her title and shook his head. Such a beautiful girl who looked harmless and even a little cute. Why would she be called that? Even though Chen Jing's description made Lu Xun realize how terrifying she was, he still could not link the two together. However, to be honest, he only needed to accompany her here and speak to her on behalf of Chen Jing when necessary. It could be regarded as a level mission. It was indeed a very good mission to receive a reward of hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the cost-performance ratio was particularly high. However, he didn't know how long he would have to accompany her for this mission to be completed. Just as Lu Xun was lost in his thoughts, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. It went from bright to soft. But it didn't disappear. It was a brightness that had been carefully calculated. Just as Lu Xun was trying to figure out what was going on, he saw the girl who was playing on the ground raise her head. When she noticed the change in the light, She hesitated for a moment before putting down the toy in her hand and floating into the bathroom. After a long while, the sound of a shower head spraying water could be heard from inside. Lu Xin's scalp turned numb as he walked over stiffly and closed the bathroom door for her. Just as he was about to close the door, Lu Xin saw the doll under the shower head staring at him with a curious and puzzled look. He awkwardly gestured, "I'm going to close the door," and looked away. 7 minutes and 15 seconds later, the girl who had taken off her long johns and changed into her pajamas walked out. Then, she walked straight to the bed and quietly snuggled under the blanket. "Are you going to sleep?" Lu Xin was a little surprised to see her lying quietly on the bed. She didn't know what to do. Where should she sleep? "I've already arranged a room for you on the first floor. You can go and rest now." In the channel, Shen Jing's voice sounded. Doll has always had a strict work and rest schedule. She will follow these subconsciously. Lu Xin nodded and picked up his backpack, preparing to leave quietly. However, just as he moved his feet, he saw the girl who seemed to be asleep suddenly sit up and look at him who had already walked to the door. She was stunned for a moment. Although she was a little reluctant, she slowly lifted the blanket and prepared to get out of bed. "Don't move. I'm going to rest too." Lu Xin quickly stopped her. The baby's face showed a confused expression. "Sleep," Lu Xin explained to her in detail as he crossed his hands and placed them beside his left cheek, making a sleeping gesture. The doll seemed to have understood what was going on. She gently leaned to the side, leaving more than half of the bed space. In the channel, Chen Jing was also a little puzzled and quickly said, "What's wrong?" Lu Xin looked at the empty space on the bed and fell silent for a moment before explaining. "She's on the bed. She left a space for me." Chen Jing seemed to be a little flustered and said, "That's not good." "Yes. I'm not used to sleeping with other people." Lu Xin agreed. Shen Jing felt that Lu Xin might have misunderstood something, but she had no intention of explaining herself. "Try asking her to stay." Lu Xin nodded and looked at Doll with a serious expression. "You stay here and sleep. Don't follow me." Under the soft light, Doll's expression was a little confused. After a while, the corners of her mouth seemed to curve up, and her eyes were hazy. She seemed to be a little sad. "It looks like I can't leave." Lu Xin sighed helplessly as he returned. "What's wrong?" Chen Jing was a little nervous. "Because she looks like she's going to cry." Lu Xin was at a loss, but he still explained. "You said that the most important thing for this mission is to not let her have any emotional fluctuations. Even if she does, it must be positive emotions. So if I leave now, her emotions will be negative." "Right. But you." Chen Jing was obviously a little conflicted. Lu Xin sighed in a self-sacrificing manner. 111 Sleep here tonight. Just as Chen Jing was hesitating whether she should tell her superior about this, she heard Lu Xin's voice on the channel. "This sofa is too small. I can't even lie down on it." For a moment, Chen Jing did not know what to say. Chapter 2136 Chapter 2136 The Result of the Interrogation, Part 2-1. Chapter 236 The Result of the Interrogation, Part 2-1. Shan Bing is a reliable person. The meeting had not ended yet, and everyone in the office was looking at Lu Xin through a blurry screen, without special permission. No video recording or portrait of the doll was allowed, so there were no cameras in the safe house where the doll lived. As Shan Bing was in contact with doll, their every move was very important. They had already activated the thermal imaging device to observe their movements from the outside. Therefore, when they saw Lu Xin lying on the sofa, they were surprised. After a moment of silence, Professor Chen smiled and gave his comment. "I was a little worried at first, but now I think he's completely trustworthy." The meeting room was silent, and no one answered. "What's wrong?" Professor Chen was surprised. Mo Yi, who was wearing a wig, laughed and said, "As a staff member, I admire Shan Bing's dedication. But as a man," all of a sudden, countless eyes in the meeting room turned to look at him. Among them were the female mysticologist and Professor Chen's cold gaze. Imoi hurriedly lowered his head and raised his hand to adjust his wig. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak anymore. "There's one thing we need to pay attention to," Mr. Su glanced at Mo Yi and a smile appeared on his face. But it quickly disappeared. He said seriously, "We are most concerned about the baby. But we also have to take into account Shanbing's emotions. From the looks of it, the two of them can help each other develop in a beneficial direction. The last thing I want to see is to lose this beneficial situation." Professor Chen nodded. Shanbing didn't ask for much. "What's with the stepmother?" On the loudspeaker, Shen Jing's voice sounded. "It's a case that Shanbing took over previously. It's more than half done and the criminal has been arrested. However, there are still some suspicious points in this case. Shanbing once showed the habit of completing a mission, so it's normal for him to care about this mission. If that's the case, then it's fine to leave it to him. Shanbing has a very high mission completion rating," Professor Bai said. Dull has also shown good obedience and execution ability in many special pollution incidents. It can be said that other than her worrying growth rate, her stability and kindness are the most reassuring. In our Green Harbor, and even in the entire alliance, the strength of her ability and the risk of losing control are the most reassuring. So, it's not a big problem to let them carry out such a mission together. It's more convenient to observe them. Professor Chen nodded and agreed. If it's a dream creator, shouldn't the Special Investigation Department's dream creators or watchdogs be the ones to capture it? Director Shen frowned slightly and raised a different opinion. He. Old Shen, don't worry. I have other arrangements. Mr. Su smiled at Director Shen, then looked at the others and said, "The level 1 alert this time will be temporarily withdrawn. Also, Old Chen's observation application has been approved. We can set up a special task force now." He smiled at Professor Chen and said, "Go ahead and pick the people you think are suitable, but the ones who are left can't sit around. This senior talent training conference is related to the future development of our King Gang, so no one can take it lightly. Also, the more important thing is that the expert team from the maritime countries should arrive at King Gang tomorrow afternoon." Everyone at the conference table looked at Mr. Su in surprise. Obviously, not everyone in the office knew about the arrival of the expert team from the maritime country. For the sake of confidentiality, we did not disclose this matter in advance. But in fact, this high-level talent meeting was also held to meet the expert team from the maritime countries to a certain extent. They brought research materials on S-rank ability users. It's not just that, Mr. Su explained with a smile. The captain of the fleet is also the first old captain of the maritime kingdom. Whether it's his identity, the information they promise to share with us, or the fact that the maritime countries are willing to make friendly contact with King Gang and share their research on spiritual mutation, they are all worthy of King Gang's greatest sincerity. At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, "And he's on guard." Receiving with sincerity and being on guard seemed to be two different concepts. But Mr. Su said it very naturally. The others listened naturally. Mr. Su met everyone's gaze and smiled. "But we can't refuse such a request for an exchange. Some friends have come from the sea. We have to prevent them from having bad intentions. But we also welcome their information, exchange and cooperation. So, my suggestion is that the watchdogs and a few Class B and above ability users from the Special Investigation Department should be temporarily transferred over to accompany this team of experts. Also, we need to pay attention to Old Snen's side. We need to prepare to control TNM at any time. After all, in our era, when we entertain our friends, we have to raise our glasses to him with one hand and point a gun at him with the..." "Alright." Director Shen nodded. Didi. A notification popped up on the tablet in her bag, waking Lu Xin up. He took out his tablet and immediately perked up. After some research, it has been approved for individual soldiers to carry out 2 missions at the same time. Main mission accompany. While and communicate with him. Submission investigate miss. Lu Weiwei's wish. Points to note: take care of Doll's emotions during the mission and do not violate Doll's rules. The results of the interrogation are out so soon. Lu Xin was a little surprised, and he quickly stood up to take a closer look. He was not surprised that the special task force would ask him to bring Doll along for the mission. Chen Jing had told him before that Doll was a very reliable ability user. Her status as the guardian of King Gang City was not for nothing. In the information provided by the Special Investigations Department, Doll's mission completion rate and number of missions were ranked first. This meant that she had actually saved up a lot of money. Lu Xin pulled himself back from his daze and began to read through the documents that were sent to him. A wishing event. Lu Weiwei was included in this information. She was Zhao Yuan's stepmother. The complete video of the interrogation. However, for the sake of efficiency, Lu Xin first opened the summary of her interrogation. In a summary, the entire interrogation process and the results were reported in a concise and comprehensive manner. It was said that when Madame Lu was brought to the interrogation room of the City Defense Department, she was extremely cooperative. She didn't even give her the necessary psychological guidance or threats before she hurriedly told her everything she had done and encountered. Zhao Yuan's nightmare was indeed her doing. However, she was not an ability user. Chapter 237 Chapter 237 Chapter 225 The Mysterious Wish, Incident Part 1. Chapter 237 Chapter 225 The Mysterious Wish, Incident Part 1. Lu Xin furrowed his brows after reading the report. Then, he clicked on the interrogation video and dragged it forward for a while. In a brightly lit room, he saw Madame Lu looking haggard. With tears on her face, she cried, "I really didn't want it to be like this. I didn't think it would be so serious. I'm just worried that if he takes over the company, it will be bad for my child. So, when I heard people say that there's a way to make a wish that works especially, I just made wish for him to have an accident or to die. But after I made my wish, I soon felt that something was wrong. I began to have nightmares every day. I dreamed that he was like a madman and killed my child. I even saw him gentlemanly eat my it's true. I'm telling the truth. Please, you must help me. I think he's a demon. He's a madman. You must catch him." Lu Xin's brows furrowed upon seeing this. After reading the interrogation report, the matter was clear. The incident this time was not as simple as an ordinary aptitude user harming people. This incident was indeed related to Zhao Yuan's stepmother. However, she was not a real ability user. She had only used some unknown method to trigger another source of contamination, or rather, the attention of an ability user, and using this ability user to influence Zhao Yuan. The white shadow he had seen in his dream was indeed her. However, she was not the one who used the ability. Someone must have borrowed her spiritual power to use the ability. That was why she looked so haggard. It wasn't that difficult to analyze the situation. What made Lu Xin feel a little disgusted was her attitude. Zhao Yuan had always treated his siblings well. After having this nightmare, even though he was under immense mental pressure, he was more worried that if they found out, it would cause an unnecessary misunderstanding. Thus, he had been holding it in and almost went crazy. But how could he have known that he had become like this because of this stepmother? On the surface, this stepmother who had always treated him well and made him feel grateful would actually secretly wish for him to die. After calming himself down, Lu Xin continued reading. So the main point is make a wish. Lu Weiwei didn't have her own ability. She did this because she made a wish. Moreover, the result of her wish was obviously beyond her control. She hoped that Zhao Yuan would go crazy or die. In the end, it was indeed possible that Zhao Yuan would become what she had hoped. But the price was her 2 children. How did she make a wish that things would turn out like this? Lu Xin read on patiently and saw the key points on the information. According to Lu Weiwei's explanation, she came into contact with the matter of making a wish when she came to the main city and visited some customers she had worked with before, as well as future neighbors. He was a middle-level leader of an enterprise that ran a fast-selling goods transportation business in the main city. Due to the generous gifts prepared by Zhao Yuan's family and the fact that they came from a satellite city, they were very cautious in their words and actions. Therefore, the leader's family was very satisfied with the couple. They were very close when they talked to each other. It was also because of this private relationship that the leader's wife was excited and told Lu Weiwei that she had a belief. She also told her mysteriously that the god she believed in was especially effective and would grant all requests. One day, Lu Weiwei heard from Xiao Yuan's father that she was getting old and her health was getting worse. She was able to send her family to the main city and that her biggest wish in this life had been fulfilled. She planned to gradually hand over the family business to Xiao Yuan. Lu Weiwei began to panic and made a wish in the heat of the moment. Lu Xin continued to read the follow-up investigation. Since there was another person who told Lu Weiwei about her wish, the key naturally lay with the former person. He believed that with the efficiency of the Special Investigation Department, the leader's wife should have been caught by now. However, after turning the page, he could not help but frown. There was only a picture of a newspaper on the page, and the title was "The Woman Killed Her Entire Family Because Her Husband Had an Affair. She Then Jumped to Her Death. Dead. Kai Kai." There was an electric current in the channel, followed by Chen Jing's voice. "Have you finished reading the report, leader? You're so amazing. You know how long it takes for me to read the report?" "I'm done, and I was just about to read it again," Lu Xin replied. "You don't have to waste your energy on such a small thing. You're not a detective," Chen Jing replied. "An entire information team has been analyzing all of her statements and interrogations. If they find anything, they will immediately send it to you. What I want to tell you now is the things you need to pay attention to when carrying out a mission with Doll." "All right," Lu Xin replied after a brief pause. "Since you're investigating the Wish incident while carrying out the companion Doll mission, I've merged these two missions. In other words, I've let you temporarily form a team, right? I've just checked the information. Because the painting called Gaze of the Crimson Moon has not been finalized, the contribution points that should be given to you haven't been given yet. So the special operation team you formed when you and the lizard went out of the city to hunt down the Night Order has not been disbanded. This time, we'll continue to activate. Doll will be a member and will temporarily join this team. You will still be the team leader." Chen Jing's words surprised Lu Xin. "She's a team member." There was something in his heart that he didn't say out loud. Even the lizard was the vice captain, while he was only a Class B. Chen Jing was silent for a moment. "Do you think Doll is suitable for other tasks with his personality?" Lu Xin nodded in realization. "All right," he said. "As the team leader, you need to understand your team members. I will now tell you the 3 principles for letting Doll carry out missions. First, Doll's special ability only allows her to stay in specific places, such as her special carriage and a temporary safe house prepared by some support teams. If she is exposed, you have to cover for her immediately. Second, use a serious attitude and clear words to make a request to Doll. Then, she will enter a working state. When you're in working mode, you can give Doll instructions, including cleaning up the source of contamination or the ability users. However, unless it's necessary, it's best not to let Doll do it. She'll show great sadness at the loss of her life. Third, if anyone shows any unusual emotions towards Doll, then protecting Doll will be the priority. I feel like I'm controlling a robot." Lu Xin thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, you'll remember that." Chen Jing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Also, let me remind you in advance. No matter what Doll is doing outside, there will be 3 support teams, or rather, the babysitter team, but because you're the one in charge of taking care of Dolly, the 3 teams will be hidden. You don't have to worry about that. If you have any questions, you can call them out." Lu Xin agreed once more. He could feel the special relationship between King Gang and this girl. "Is there anything else?" "That's all about the Doll. I just received the latest information from the City Defense Department. It's about Lu Weiwei's wish," Chen Jing said. "The person who passed on the wish to Lu Weiwei is called Yu Chen, 41 years old, a housewife. When we investigated Yu Chen, we found out that she had committed suicide and the clues were cut off. However, the Special Investigation Department has immediately investigated all of Yu Chen's connections and the people she was in contact with. I will send you the results of the investigation now. You can begin the mission." "So fast?" Lu Xin was a little surprised. He had just thought of this problem, but the other party had already filtered out the results. Shenjing's voice carried a hint of a smile as she said, "LVE told you before. We don't play games like kids. Anything that can be solved with material resources is not a problem for us." Chapter 238 Chapter 238 Single Unit Dispatched Part 1 Chapter 238 Single Unit Dispatched Part 1 Compared to Team Leader Chen, Vice President Zhao is indeed a little worse as a leader. Lu Xin was impressed by his leader's courage as he slowly flipped through the results of the second round of screening. The woman that Lu Weiwei came into contact with, Yu Chen, was a housewife that was common in the main city. She didn't work in the company. Her main task was to take care of her children. However, her 2 children had already grown up. One was in college and the other was in high school, so she had more free time. He would often meet up with friends or participate in some activities. The person who passed on the wish to her should be in these social networks. Right. Lu Xin read through the information in detail, and he felt that the amount of information was massive. It was impossible to gather such a huge amount of information in just a few hours. Even if the main city had many surveillance cameras and a complete registration of resident information, it could not be done. Therefore, it was very likely that after something happened to Yu Chen's family, the main city's security department investigated it and sorted out this information at that time. Now that it had something to do with Lu Weiwei's incident, they directly retrieved these results. Even though Lu Xin had the urge to back off after reading through such a complicated set of information, he still held his patience and continued his research. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Xin noticed something interesting. At first glance, he felt that Yu Chen's information was very complicated, and his network of connections was a headache. However, after some research, she realized that she didn't really have many connections. To put it simply, he seemed to be very busy and didn't have many friends. Twice a week in the yoga studio, I'm used to shopping with my friends, but most of the time, I go shopping by myself. I like to attend the gatherings of the middle-level cotters and ladies in the company, but I don't really fit in with the circle. Lu Xin flipped through the pages, trying to figure out which of these interactions would most likely lead her to the wish incident. There are some things that we need to pay attention to when investigating unusual events in the main city. Shen Jing's voice rang out in the channel. It seemed like she was reading the information while Lu Xin was reading it. She even reminded him, for the main city, order and safety are more important than anything else. Therefore, our investigation should be more detailed. The most ideal way is to find the source as soon as possible after finding suspicious clues, and then clean it up with lightning speed. For example, this woman named Yu Chen, she is involved in many people in her social circle. If we were in the satellite city, we could control all of them and interrogate them one by one. But in the main city, we have to be careful of the impact of our actions. Therefore, we have to follow certain rules when investigating and asking them. Of course, after Yu Chen's accident, the guard bureau had already questioned them one by one, but they didn't find anything unusual. Lu Xin nodded and continued to read. Suddenly, his fingers stopped moving. The screen stopped at an event that Yu Chen participated in, and the event itself was also circled in red. A pressure-relieving and stress-relieving class. According to the information, before Yu Chen's accident, he was very interested in this event and attended it at least twice a week. This is one of the measures taken by King Gang to prevent special pollution incidents. There's enough information to show that stress and emotions are common causes of mental abnormalities. Shen Jing explained slowly. Therefore, while solving the problem of food and clothing, we also have to help the people relieve their stress and psychological counsel. This is also a very important topic. One of them is the entertainment culture promotion that we've already started preparing for. This kind of psychological counseling course is also one of them. The main content of the course is to use some obscure methods to inform the public of the existence of the mental corruption, and let them gradually learn how to deal with and resist it. As you know, the emotions of the people are the most difficult to control. If the mental corruption incident is made public, there is a high chance of causing abnormal chaos. Therefore, this is equivalent to teaching them to protect themselves by not telling the truth. This kind of course has been promoted in the main city for some time, and we're preparing to promote it to the major satellite cities. It's also because this kind of course is under the supervision of the City Defense Department and is also paid attention to by the Special Investigation Department. So it's the least suspicious kind. Lu Xin didn't say much. After a slight pause, he continued, "Can I go and take a look?" "I can." Chen Jing did not say much and agreed directly. This wasn't the first time she had used this method to communicate with Lu Xin as an information analyst. However, Lu Xin was still a newbie during the investigation of 041 special contamination, so she had to guide him more. This time, she was really acting as an information analysis specialist, replacing Han Bing. Therefore, she was mainly assisting. The information specialist could provide information analysis support and give suggestions, but they could not overstep their boundaries. According to the schedule, Yu Chen is participating in the stress relief and stress relieving class. He has a class at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Do you want to bring the relevant personnel to the guard office for questioning? Or go to class tomorrow? Chen Jing's approach always had a sense of magnanimity, such as bringing everyone over for questioning if there was disagreement. Chapter 2139 Chapter 2139 Single Unit Dispatched Part 1-2 Chapter 239 Single Unit Dispatched Part 1-2 Let's go to class tomorrow. Lu Xin heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have a plan now, nor any evidence. He just wanted to take a look. It would be too big of a deal if he brought it over directly. Okay. I'll arrange for a car to wait for you downstairs at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Chen Jing made the arrangement swiftly. This made Lu Xin realize the difference between Chen Jing and Han Bing. After Han Bing's suggestion, he could discuss it with her. For example, he wondered if 830 could be changed to 800 and so on. However, Chen Jing was still the leader, so Lu Xin did not dare to mention it. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the curtains of the safe house opened automatically, and the sun shone into the safe house. Lu Xin opened his eyes and sat up. At the same time, he saw that Doll had also sat up on the big bed. "Morning." Lu Xin greeted her with a smile, then picked up his bag and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Doll wanted to follow Lu Xin, but Lu Xin stopped her. He pointed to the bathroom and patiently told her, "You can wash up here. I'll go outside to wash up. I'll be back in a while. I'll really come back." He promised her sincerely. Doll looked at Lu Xin quietly and smiled as if he understood. 10 minutes later, Lu Xin returned to find Doll sitting on the sofa with a pillow in her arms. Doll had already changed back into his long johns. When she saw him coming back, she moved to the side. Lu Xin sat down beside her and turned on the television. They began to watch the show together in silence. What do I do about frequent urination and urgent urination? Anking Hospital. Welcome. At 730, 3 people in heavy protective clothing took the elevator to this floor. They pushed a silver cart into the safe house. They first placed breakfast in front of Lu Xin and Doll. Then, one of them began to clean up the room, while the other 2 helped Doll comb her hair and the other checked her dress. Lu Xin's breakfast consisted of a set of deep-fried dough sticks and soy milk, as well as 3 tea eggs. They were neatly packed in paper boxes and looked appetizing. This was his special request. Doll's breakfast was a white soft rice cake, but there was no powder-like substance on the outside. It was her regular breakfast. As Doll grows older, he has learned how to take care of his own daily life under the guidance of the service team. For example, after returning to the safe house, she will take off her heavy and bloated dress, brush her teeth and wash her face before going to bed, take a shower and change into pajamas. In the morning, after washing up, she will change into a brand new undershirt and tights, and wait for the service team to come and help her put on her clothes. Chen Jing had been waiting in the channel for a long time, and there was no trace of fatigue in her voice. However, Doll still can't handle things that are too troublesome, so we still need this professional service team to take care of her daily life. Originally, their mission scope was only food, living, and safety, but after long time, the service team even knew how to comb her hair and design a beautiful dress for her. Lu Xin turned his head and glanced at the service staff who had tied her hair into a bun while she was watching the TV. All three of them were wearing thick protective clothing from head to toe, typical of a support team. And what they were doing, well, it was also in line with his understanding of support teams. They knew everything. Since this was part of his mission, Lu Xin carefully observed their work. At the same time, he listened to Chen Jing's explanation on the channel. LF Dolly is going out. There are 3 things that she must prepare. First, let's look at her usual clothes. There are 7 sets of similar clothes, all in the European style. The reason why he chose this outfit was that there were enough materials for the decoration. The second reason is that Doll showed a certain interest in this style among the few styles. I suspect that it was because she had been watching some Disney-style cartoons. The outermost layer of these clothes is a type of fabric woven from a new type of glass fiber after softening treatment. It's made of the same material as the protective suits we usually wear, but it's softer and much lighter. This material can help her isolate part of her mental power, so that she won't inadvertently affect passers-by and staff when she's out. The second thing that needs to be prepared is the little cherry hairpin that she's wearing on her hair. There was a mini psyche fluctuation detector hidden in the card. The detector had raised its alarm value, so it would not have any reaction normally. Only when the doll's mental power is released to a certain extent will an automatic alarm sound and play a song that the doll likes. This can remind the people around to react and make doll subconsciously restrain his mental power to a certain extent. Based on this principle, someone once thought of using this method to guide the doll step by step to completely restrain its mental radiation power. It's like letting the white mouse learn how to go through a complex mechanism program through an electric shock reaction. But this method has been rejected. Lu Xin nodded subconsciously. He turned around and looked at Doll, who was pinching a glutinous rice cake while watching the advertisement on TV. He felt that she was a living person. If someone really wanted to treat her like a lab rat, he would definitely be unhappy. Sensing Lu Xin's gaze, the doll turned to look at him. After some thought, it handed him the glutinous rice cake in its hand. 11 Xin looked at the half-eaten sticky rice cake and tore a fried dough stick for her instead of taking it. Doll leaned over and took a bite carefully. He didn't like it but still ate it. The service staff, who had just combed Doll's hair into a hairstyle that was worth at least $10 in a barbershop, was obviously, the third thing we need to prepare is a special type of contact lens made of glass. Shenjing, who was in the channel, did not know about the details and was explaining it to Lu Xin in detail. There are 3 types of negative effects that Doll brings to people around her. The first is that as long as there is no obstruction, as long as they are within a certain range, they will be affected by her. One is that when you look directly at her face, you will be affected. Another possibility is that when she looks directly at someone, the other person will also be strongly affected. This contact lens is equipped to counter this feature. With these 3 protection measures, the doll can basically walk on the streets like a normal person without affecting the surrounding area. Of course, this is only in theory. Our principle is to be careful. Lu Xin expressed his understanding. After breakfast, Lu Xin and Doll went downstairs and saw that there was no one there. However, there was already a large van prepared. The car had been modified and was surrounded by glass. It was also decorated with warm colors. In front of the car, there was a man who was also fully armed and in charge of driving. Shenjing continued to introduce. The driver is the doll's exclusive service group's driver. Not only does he wear the most professional, protective clothing, but he has also taken drugs to control his emotions in advance. However, according to the regulations, he can only drive for 30 minutes before he has to be replaced by someone else. The rest of the service crew will be around you at all times. If you need anything, they will appear within a minute. How troublesome. Lu Xin could not help but sigh as he listened to the detailed and strict rules. The girl sitting opposite him suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Lu Xin was a little embarrassed. He quickly pointed at the driver and said, "LM talking about him." The service staff started the car steadily and looked at Lu Xin through the rearview mirror with a hint of resentment. Chapter 240 Chapter 240 Pressure Relief and Punishment Course 2-1. Chapter 240 Pressure Relief and Punishment Course 2-1. The classroom for the stress relief and treatment class that Yu Chen had attended was located on the 17th floor of a building in the western part of the main city. It took about half an hour for the car to arrive in front of the building. It happened to be the time when one driver was taking over and another driver was coming. Wait for me here. I'll go up and take a look. Lu Xin grabbed his bag and prepared to get out of the car. At the same time, he turned to the doll in the carriage. There was no expression on the baby's face. He stood up naturally and seemed to be getting ready to get out of the car. Lu Xin was clearly a little surprised as he looked at the girl who had her head lowered in silence. When doll hears something she doesn't like, she will pretend not to hear it. Shen Jing explained in the channel. Lu Xin had no choice but to re-examine the girl. You made her sound so stupid. But she's actually not stupid. You're still playing dumb. Shen Jing was silent for a moment. The doll is not stupid. It's just not good at communicating with people. If I bring her along, will it affect my work? Lu Xin began to consider the matter seriously. Don't forget. Doll himself is an aptitude user with a high mission completion rate. Shen Jing laughed softly. Lu Xin grew suspicious. She can also investigate the special pollution incident. Of course not. But the doll will be very quiet. It will not affect or hinder your investigation mission. Shen Jing smiled. Most of the time, you can understand it as doll being the most reliable thug when dealing with special pollution incidents. After a few seconds, Lu Xin finally accepted the setting of doll. He had no choice but to bring it along. If doll is to follow you on an investigation mission, you must remember. Shen Jing also considered it for a moment before she patiently reminded Lu Xin, who was not very familiar with the babysitting business. In theory, only when you see doll's face within a certain distance, and there are no obstacles, will you have strange emotions. However, there is evidence that if you have been in contact with doll for too long, about an hour, there is a certain chance that you will be affected by her. So, try to remind doll to cover her face with an umbrella when she meets people. She knows this herself. Also, if someone is attracted by the doll and takes the initiative to approach or follow it, you must stop them in time. 3. Try not to shout at the baby. Hearing this, Lu Xin tensed up. What will happen if I do? She will be sad, Shen Jing said after a pause. Lu Xin had no choice but to agree. He mumbled, is it really a good idea to let such a dangerous person handle the pollution? Actually, as long as we follow the principles of getting along with doll, the risk of her losing control is very low, Shen Jing explained patiently. In fact, she wanted to say that the risk of losing control was higher than that of a doll, but she held back. Lu Xin pushed open the side door of the carriage, which was embedded with bulletproof glass, and jumped out. He felt the sun shining down on him, and it was very comfortable. Behind him, there was a light landing sound, followed by a cool feeling from his back. Doll followed him down and stopped floating. Let's go. Lu Xin smiled at the doll and led the way into the building. The service staff must have informed them beforehand, so Lu Xin made his way to the elevator without much effort. He pressed the up button and entered the elevator with doll. The elevator then ascended to the 17th floor. When they reached the 7th floor, the elevator stopped slightly. Someone was waiting there. However, Lu Xin merely smiled at the other party and said, we have something to do. Please wait for the next trip. The other party was a boy who was dressed in a very hip-hop style. He suddenly became a little anxious and shouted, 0 on what basis? Lu Xin took out a gun from his bag and showed it to the man. I'm not in a hurry, the boy said, shuddering. Lu Xin thanked him and pressed the button to close the door. As the elevator continued to rise, doll turned to Lu Xin with a curious look. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Xin gave her a friendly smile and consoled her. Doll nodded and lowered his head. He leaned against the elevator wall quietly. Hello, sir. I've been waiting for you. A middle-aged man in a suit was already waiting for them on the 17th floor. His face was full of smiles, and there was a slightly greasy glow on his face. His face was initially as polite as a spring breeze, But when he saw Lu Xin, he froze. Lu Xin looked at the person in front of him and was a little surprised. "You're actually running a training class." The fat middle-aged man's face trembled. "This is a new business that has just been launched." He then looked at Lu Xin and said, "Mr. Shanbing, why are you in the main city? I've already sent you the 100,000 yuan. I know. Thank you." Lu Xin said. The fat middle-aged man in front of him was someone Lu Xin had met before, back in Satellite City No. 2. Lu Xin's first private job had been taken from him. This person was not bad, and he had a Zippo lighter with him. "It seems like you still remember him." In the channel, Shen Jing smiled and said, "Back then, this person introduced you to the business of the zoo father and daughter. Later, it led to a series of pollution incidents. So the City Defense Department conducted a strict investigation on them. Many of his superiors and colleagues were locked up for some inexplicable matters. He's the only one who's clean. He was released after a few inquiries. Originally, Director Shen intended to directly ban all these institutions and even erase their memories. But under Professor Bale's suggestion, Director Shen accepted the existence of these people. After all, mental pollution incidents are emerging one after another, and they take up a lot of manpower and material resources. It's hard to deal with everything with just the Special Investigation Department and the investigation team. Therefore, their existence is equivalent to a supplement to our work." Lu Xin nodded before turning to the middle-aged man. "Let's go in and take a look." The fat middle-aged man was a very generous and natural person, but he was a little flustered in front of Lu Xin. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead as he led the way. However, after a few steps, he deliberately slowed down his pace and turned around to offer Lu Xin a cigarette. Then, he walked forward, shoulder to shoulder. Lu Xin took the cigarette and took out a Zippo lighter. The fat man's teeth hurt when he saw this. "Mr. Shanbing, we are doing legal business now." As he walked, he introduced with a guilty conscience. "Of course. It used to be legal, but there was a little oversight in the reporting process. It's also because of this oversight that a few of my superiors have already gone to explore now. We have readjusted our working mode. On the other hand, we will follow the instructions of the City Defense Department and provide free mental guidance and some simple mental pollution prevention work for the public. This can be considered a benefit to society. On the other hand, it's also to be among the public. Once there are any signs of bad things, he'll immediately report to the higher-ups. For example, when the people from the police department came last time, we all cooperated with the investigation and confirmed that there was no problem." Lu Xin furrowed his brows at the fat man's words. He then turned to the fat man and said, "Did you do something wrong?" The fatty was shocked and waved his hands. No. How could that be then? Why do I feel like you're guilty?" Lu Xin asked. A layer of cold sweat rolled down Fatty's forehead. "I'm guilty. I'm obviously scared." Fortunately, Lu Xin had only raised reasonable suspicions about his abnormal reaction. Without any evidence, he didn't say much. Instead, he kept an eye on Doll to prevent her from accidentally revealing her face as he walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the end of the corridor, behind an automatic glass door. He saw the counseling classroom. There were many people in the classroom, most of them middle-aged women with exquisite makeup. Among them, one could also see some young boys who were in low spirits and some girls who were sitting upright. In front of them was a huge writing board, and a man in a shirt and gold-rimmed glasses was teaching them. When it comes to mental illness, everyone must pay attention to a misunderstanding. Don't treat mental illness as a curse, and don't treat it as something that is difficult to speak of. In fact, it is the same symptoms as a cold, fever, and tiptoe. This is an illness that needs to be nursed back to health and treated. More importantly, it needs to be faced squarely. The people below were doing all sorts of things, and it was unknown if they really listened. Fatso Liu wiped his sweat and said to Lu Xin, "Listen, isn't it good?" Lu Xin nodded and peeked into the classroom from the door. He then stepped back quietly. "You're leaving already." Fatsa Liu heaved a sigh of relief as he handed a pack of cigarettes to Lu Xin with a smile on his face. We'll have to wait for a while. Lu Xin calmly accepted the cigarette. But he didn't light it immediately. Instead, he adjusted the earpiece on his left ear and said, Team Leader Chen, there's a problem here. I saw 2 people with mental abnormalities. Excuse me, do I have to get rid of them directly or bring them back first? Fatsa Liu was stunned for a moment, and his expression turned strange. Are you sure? Perhaps because Lu Xin's tone was too normal. Shenjing took a moment to react before she asked. Lu Xin looked into the classroom again and said, I'm sure. Control the situation. Don't alert the enemy for now. Shenjing's voice was obviously anxious. She immediately ordered, Special Task Force. Go up immediately. Inform the city defense department to seal off the entire building immediately. What are you still doing? Something has happened. Chapter 241 Chapter 241 Chapter 228 Entering the Realm of Ghosts 1. Chapter 241 Chapter 228 Entering the Realm of Ghosts 1. They look so nervous. Lu Xin stood next to the classroom and looked at the building. Suddenly, the alarm went off. Immediately, the elevator rose quickly, and 2 fully armed teams rushed out and guarded the front and back doors. Immediately after, the elevator was locked, and a series of heavy and rapid footsteps came from the stairs. Teams of armed men rushed up, and even outside the building, the rumbling sound of propellers turning could be heard. There were also guns pointing directly at the classroom. Fatsa Li was so scared that his face turned ashen. Before the metal fighter could say anything, he had already squatted down on the ground with his hands over his head. He was so flustered that he spilled his smoke all over the ground. Even Dal seemed to be affected by the scene and looked at Lu Xin. Don't be nervous. Lu Xin said with a smile. It's not the time for you to hit anyone yet. Dal nodded his head and leaned against the wall, waiting quietly. Mr. Shanbing, who's the one with the problem? A man with a military rank higher than the others stepped out of the armed squad and asked anxiously. Can't you guys tell? Lu Xin stood at the classroom door and peeked inside. He could clearly see that there were 2 people who were obviously different from the others in the row of people who were shocked and panicked by the appearance of these metal fighters. One of them was a woman in a cashmere sweater with permed hair. On her shoulder was a soft monster that looked like it had been skinned. There was a crack on the monster's body, and I peeked out from the crack and looked around coldly. The other one was a boy in a casual sweatshirt. She looks like she was 18 or 19 years old, and the zipper was pulled up to her chin, making her look a little unapproachable. On top of his head, there was a crack, and a colorful snake-like tentacle grew out. The tentacle was like a soft tongue, licking the bodies of the 2 women beside him. However, the person who was licked did not seem to notice it at all. It was a very obvious and impactful scene, so Lu Xin could see it at a glance. The 6th from the left in the 4th row, the auntie in a cashmere sweater. The 2nd row is wearing a sweatshirt. It looks like the boy who hasn't woken up yet. Lu Xin calmly revealed their identities, and the armed forces members around him immediately walked in with guns. Lu Xin was also ready by this time. He handed the bag he was carrying to the doll. Dolly glanced at it, then took it and carried it in her hands. At the same time, Lu Xin was prepared to rush over to the 2 men through the wall at any time. A person with such an abnormality might not be obedient. Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't point your guns at people. What right do you have to arrest me? However, to their surprise, the metal fighters were able to capture the 2 of them without any hiccups. Although the auntie was panicking at first, she was still happy to watch the others show. However, when she saw the gun pointed at her face, she was so scared that her body went soft. She kept shouting, it's a mistake, as she collapsed on the ground. She did not resist until someone put on an ability suppressor and a protective mask. The monster of flesh and blood on her shoulder also shrank back into her body when the soldiers surrounded her. The other young man, who looked like he had an arrogant expression on his face, panicked at first, and then he shouted at the top of his voice, "What are you doing? My father is the head of the logistics department in the administrative office. I told the judge that he didn't even touch me, or else he'll be in serious trouble. Before he could leave, he was kicked in the leg by one of the armed warriors and fell down directly, wearing an ability suppressor. It's that simple. The capture mission that was completed in 3 seconds made him feel a little embarrassed. He had just finished moving his limbs. At the same time, the captain of the metal fighters who had been escorting the 2 men out of the base reported, "The anomaly has been controlled. No abnormalities in mental energy level detected. We're preparing to send him to the City Defense Department for a surprise interrogation and further examination." Shanbing, how did you find out about their abnormality? At this time, Shenjing, who was in the channel, asked in a serious tone. I didn't check. Lu Xin took a moment to react before he replied honestly. One saw it directly. Shenjing was stunned for a moment, but she still said, "Tell me in detail. What kind of site? That's right. I saw something on there. Bodies." Lu Xin had no choice but to explain slowly. "It's the same as when I saw Lu Weiwei, the wife of our company's president. They also have the same obvious abnormality. Although the shape is different, it feels like they have the same style." He deliberately explained it in detail so that Chen Jing would not be unable to understand. There was one before, and now there are 2. Shenjing was also silent for a moment, and there was some worry in her voice. LTS already spread out. The surprise interrogation will continue. Just as Lu Xin was considering his next step, Shenjing said in a deep voice, "But I already have a bad feeling about this." Shanbing, immediately head to the other pressure relief and counseling institutions and check on these people. If something has really happened, there's no reason for it to only happen in one place. There are also great hidden dangers in other places. I'll send you the results of the interrogation. Hearing Shenjing's words, Lu Xin immediately became alert and agreed in a deep voice. You guys follow me. According to Shenjing's instructions, he directly spoke to the special investigation team leader who was guarding the door. At the same time, he looked at Fei, who was squatting down with his hands on his head. Bring him along. I really didn't know. When the fatty heard this, he hurriedly raised his head and said with a crying face, It's okay. Seeing how nervous he was, Lu Xin could only console him. It's been requisitioned under Chen Jing's leadership as an information analysis and dispatch specialist. Lu Xin quickly witnessed the main city's ability to respond. When he went downstairs, his Endol's cars were already ready. There were 3 other black off-road vehicles parked next to them. In the distance, 2 teams from the security department were rushing over. They would seal off the building with the support team. Although the abnormal ones had been captured and taken away, the remaining people had to go through strict tests. The fire alarm rang in a car, and the road was smooth as they headed straight to the second classroom. Lu Xin followed him upstairs. With a single glance, he pointed out 3 people in the classroom who had mental monsters. At the same time, the metal warriors also stepped forward and took them down without a word. Then, just like the first building, he sealed the entire building and moved on to the next one. In the third classroom, Lu Xin found 4 people with mental monsters. Why are there so many people with problems? After capturing a few of them, both Chen Jing and Lu Xin felt that something was amiss. Lu Xin had also caught sight of Fat Salia's interrogation from the car behind them. Chen Jing was asking him with a serious face, "Is there a problem with this kind of psychological counseling?" "Why would I?" Fata's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "There's really nothing. Everything we did was legal. This is not the time for you to complain. Tell me, what classes do you usually arrange?" Chen Jing said in a deep voice. They've all been approved by the Special Investigation Department and the City Defense Department. Yes, Fatty answered with a trembling voice. It's just some common knowledge about mental diseases and some small tricks to relieve stress. In addition, we also encourage friendly communication between different students and talk to each other all. That's right. Sometimes, they would even gather together, drink, and scold people. When Chen Jing heard this, her brows instantly furrowed. You encourage students to curse. Speaking from my conscience, What's more relieving than scolding people behind their backs? Fatty almost cried. Chenjing no longer asked the fat man, but her face was a little solemn. In fact, at this time, everyone's mood was on high alert. They did not know how many people would be in the next place. It was at this moment that Lu Xin suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." The chauffeur's palms were sweating as he hurriedly stopped the car. The row of cars behind them all stopped, and countless nervous gazes looked forward. Lu Xin opened the car door and alighted from the car. At this time, he was on a busy road. He turned around and saw a girl sitting on a bench outside a large shopping mall on the other side of the road. She was drinking a drink and talking to a boy opposite her. On top of her head, an extremely beautiful emanating flower grew. On the other side, a sanitation worker was holding a broom. A large piece of fat hung down from his body and was slowly dragging on the ground. In a car that drove past, a man with a second mouth on his face was looking at the woman beside him greedily. Inside the security booth, a security guard whose body had been split in half was laughing as he opened a barrier. One by one, the monsters made Lu Xin feel a little dizzy, as if the sun had become blinding. He didn't even know if he had entered the main city or the ghost domain. Sensing that something was amiss with Lu Xin, the captain of the special forces got out of the car behind him and looked at him. Nervously, Lu Xin was brought back to reality by his voice. After a moment of silence, he pointed to the distance. "There's a girl in a light blue dress outside the cafe across the street. A sanitation worker sweeping the floor 30 meters behind us. The male driver of the SUV with the license plate number King 874XX that just drove past. And the security guard smoking in the security booth of the high-end community in front. They all have problems," he said after a pause. The special task force leader was a little stunned when he heard this. Even in the channel, Shenjing was silent for a moment. Then she gritted her teeth slightly. "Capture them all." Chapter 242 Chapter 242 Expert Group from the Maritime Country 1. Chapter 242 Expert Group from the Maritime Country 1. Lu Xin stood in silence as he watched the dozen or so special investigation team members either pouncing or chasing after the people he had mentioned. He leaned back in the back seat, slowly took out the lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. "Do you really want to capture all of them?" His voice was a little low and uncertain as he asked Chenjing in the channel. "If there's anything strange about them, we'll naturally arrest all of them and carry out the necessary questioning, isolation, and testing procedures. They will only be released when they are 100 safe." Chenjing's words were unusually powerful. Lu Xin rubbed his face and slowly looked up. He was now on the main road that led to the most prosperous area in the heart of the main city. When he looked up, he could see that the location of the heart of the main city was different from that of the satellite cities. There were a large number of pedestrians of all kinds on the streets. There were also countless people working and living in the tall office buildings. This was where the most prosperous streets, the most high-end hotels, and the most crowded people were. However, at this moment, Lu Xin could see that many of the people in the crowd were already experiencing all sorts of changes. They were carrying monsters on their backs, or they had become monsters themselves. These monsters were hidden in the crowd, but because there were too many of them, it seems that the monsters made up the majority. They sized up the people around them and the city with all kinds of greedy and strange eyes. It was as if no one could discover their existence. So they became more and more arrogant and looked at the prey walking around with an unusual excitement. No one noticed their existence, and they were still happily or busily doing their own things, walking their own paths. Lu Xin was the only one who could see him, so he felt like an alien in the bustling city. He looked at the bustling city center and felt like he was looking at a ghost land. The endless number of monsters gave people a feeling of oppression and irritation. "If you really want to catch him," after a while, his voice was heard again. "I'm afraid we'll have to send more people over." Shenjing's heart tightened as if she had heard something from Lu Xin's words. At the same time, the east gate of Qingyang City was on a steel suspension bridge on the side of the sea. From a distance, They could see a huge modified cargo ship docked at the port. Immediately, 3 cars drove from the direction of the port and drove all the way forward. Then, under the gaze of 2 rows of armed soldiers, they drove straight to the platform in front of the suspension bridge. "Welcome, Elder Yi. We've been waiting for a long time, Mr. Sue and Professor Bai greeted them with a smile and shook hands with the people who got out of the first car. A total of 7 people got out of the 3 cars. Most of them were dressed in a sea blue uniform, but 2 of them were in casual clothes. One of them was an old man in a suit. He looked elegant and held a walking stick in his hand. Beside him was a girl in a sea blue nurse's uniform taking care of him. A bottle of medicine was hanging on a metal bar, which was extended along a plastic tube to his arm. The other one was a man of few words. He looked very ordinary, as if he would fall with the wind. The reason why he was able to attract the attention of others was because he wore a red cloak that covered his face. Looking from under the cover, one could see a small half of his pale and thin face. Mr. Sue shook hands with the old man who was on in Roman 4 drip and smiled gently. "We heard that a team of experts from the maritime country is coming to share your latest scientific research results. We, King Gang, would like to welcome you warmly. As soon as we received your telegram, we arranged for the team of experts to attend the meeting. We still have to thank Mr. Sue for giving us this opportunity." The old man's face, which was full of age spots, also showed a gentle smile. He shook hands with Mr. Sue and then looked at Professor Bai. He said with a smile, "You must be the famous Mr. White. I heard about your performance at the Alliance conference. Your research report on special mental types is very popular. It has been made into a book and is being circulated in the maritime countries. Let's talk inside." Mr. Sue was like a generous and enthusiastic host, politely inviting the other party's team to enter the high wall city. The group of people talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, in a building not far from the steel suspension bridge on the east side, Minister Shen, who was wearing a military uniform, was looking coldly at the monitor screen. His eyes swept across the old man on the drip and then fell on the man in the red cloak. "Did you find anything?" he asked coldly. Behind him, a row of staff members in military uniforms faced the computers that covered the entire wall. As they analyzed the data on the computer screen, they recorded something. A staff member reported, "There are a total of 3 ability users who followed Mr. Sue and Professor Bai to welcome the expert team from the maritime country. Among them, the one who is best at sensing the mental strength and ability type of others is the watchdog. However, he did not send back any special information, which means that he did not find anything unusual on those 7 people. Even if they are ability users, they are within his scope of control. According to the feedback from the detection equipment we set up next to the steel suspension bridge at the east gate, we can confirm that there is only one ability user among the 7 people. It is the man in the red cloak. His spiritual level is between 600 and 1000. In the information faxed over by the maritime country before they docked, it said that his name is Ming, and he is a researcher in the maritime country. With the current data, we are still unable to analyze what kind of ability system the other party is in. It doesn't matter if we can see their ability system," Director Shen said expressionlessly. "What I need to make sure is whether they are really here for an academic exchange. If they really have any strange intentions, we can stop them at any time and make sure that none of them can escape." "Yes, sir," the staff member replied loudly. At the same time, he reported the other movements with great efficiency. "We've already scouted the waters within 30 miles of Green Harbor. There are no abnormalities." At the same time, 7 members of the Special Forces, 4 members of the City Defense Department, 10 A-class Special Support teams, and 300 city defense soldiers in high-level protective suits have been deployed around the East Sea Hotel and are on standby. After hearing these words, Director Shen fell silent. The Maritime Kingdom was built by a group of people who hid on the sea with cargo ships when the world was full of lunatics who ate people everywhere after the Red Moon disaster. They didn't join the Northern Alliance. But now that the situation had stabilized, there were more and more trade exchanges with the high wall cities of the Alliance. It seemed inevitable and necessary to facilitate such academic exchanges, but in the world behind the Crimson Moon, no one dared to take it lightly. For Mr. Su, his responsibility was to serve the other party with a glass of wine. Therefore, he had to hold the gun aimed at these people tightly and be ready to fire at any time. The Advanced Talent Training Conference in Green Harbor will be held at 3 p.m. sharp. According to the previous arrangements, you can all attend the meeting tomorrow. At this time, Mr. Su was smiling and inviting the expert team from the maritime country into the conference room of the East Sea Hotel. The location of the Grand Eastern Sea Hotel was very special in the whole of Kingang. It was located on the east side of the main city, where there were very few people and buildings. It was surrounded by a large square and defensive buildings. The nearest office building was more than 1,000 meters away. The nearest shopping mall and residential area was already 3 kilometers away. The building itself was made of high-quality construction materials and tempered glass, which could withstand high-intensity shock and spiritual radiation. In addition, as if to ensure the smooth progress of the meeting, the surrounding armed soldiers had already set up a tight blockade. Senior Talent Training Conference. The old man who was on Enrollment 4 drip looked weak, but he was in good spirits. It's actually the Kingang Aptitude User Training Conference, right? He asked with a smile. The Alliance Conference revealed a lot of information. It seems that everyone has put their focus on the research of aptitude users. With an expert like Professor Bai in charge of the research, Kingang will not fall behind in this area. I don't understand, Mr. Su said with a smile. In Green Harbor, this kind of work is done by professionals. He looked at Professor Bai as he spoke. Professor Bai only smiled and nodded. I'll do have some plans, but there are still many concerns before I can actually start. He. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. The old man who was on Enrollment 4 drip chuckled and said, as we all know, the emergence of aptitude users has become a problem that we cannot ignore. Whether they were really God's apostles or a group of strange lunatics, it was not important. The only thing we can be sure of is that our high wall cities must abandon our prejudices and unite our wills to resist this upheaval. The reason I'm here is to promote communication and cooperation between the maritime countries and Kingang City. Then, we'll use Kingang City as the starting point to cooperate with the entire alliance. Mr. Su and Professor Bai looked at each other in surprise. The old man's words seemed to be unexpectedly friendly. Ding-ling-ling. However, just as they were about to discuss further, the red telephone in the conference room suddenly rang. The crisp sound of the bell was a little harsh in this serious atmosphere. Mr. Su just smiled and motioned for his secretary to answer the phone. He was still thinking about what to say. However, before he could return to the previous topic, the secretary suddenly turned around. Mr. Sai. He looked a little hesitant. I might need you to answer this call, Mr. Su said to the old man with a smile, then picked up the phone. After listening quietly for a while, he put it down gently. The expression on his face didn't change. He only said to his secretary, go to Director Shen's place. Chapter 2/43 Chapter 2/43 A Different Job 1. Chapter 2/43 A Different Job 1. Director Shen walked into another office in a hurry. At this time, his face was livid. While he was busy with the security matters of the visiting expert team from the maritime country, there was suddenly another urgent matter waiting for him to deal with. This was a very rare thing, but the more it was like this, the more urgent the matter was. This office was obviously prepared at the last minute. However, there were more LCD screens hanging on the wall than the steel suspension bridge at the east gate of Kingang City. The screen was filled with images. Some of them were armed personnel in protective clothing sealing off a building. Some were people being arrested, struggling and shouting in fear, and some were people crying in the interrogation rooms. When these images were arranged together, it made people feel extremely depressed. It's Senior Colonel Chen from the Special Investigation Department. The staff member who had been waiting in the room immediately reported. In just an hour, she has issued an arrest order to nearly 100 main city citizens and has locked down 3 buildings, 2 shopping malls, and 1 administrative office. At this point, he couldn't help but pause and swallow his saliva before he continued. And this isn't the end. As of now, the armed personnel that the Special Investigations Department can mobilize directly, as well as the police officers from the Security Department who were ordered to cooperate with them, have all received orders from the Special Investigations Department to join in the capture, interrogation, and quarantine of the targets. We are seriously short-handed. Now, she has submitted a report on this unusual incident to the higher-ups and asked for support from the City Defense Department. So many people have been captured. The Fearightbird Commander Shen actually suppressed his temper at this moment and said, "What's the reason?" In the emergency report she submitted, she mentioned an abnormal contamination of unknown origin. The staff member placed a report on the top of the document in his hand, so that Minister Shen could read it at any time. But he quickly and completely reported, all the people she's currently capturing are suspected to have been contaminated by some kind of abnormal. Director Shen's face darkened as he took the document. Yes, the staff continued, this incident has been sent to Mr. Su and the highest administrative office at the same time, but the problem we're facing now is that, because of the suddenness of the incident, and the fact that many of the people who were arrested are the family members of the administrative officials or people from the major corporations in the city, the Special Investigation Department has no way of giving them an explanation. Now, these people are already afraid. They've complained and asked for his release through various channels. The phones in the administrative office are almost blowing up, and people have gathered in front of the guard office, demanding for the release of the prisoners. If it's not dealt with in time, it's very likely to cause terrible consequences. Make them shut up. Yes, Chief Shen replied firmly. No matter who it is, if they are contaminated, they will be arrested. The staff member swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, but the problem is, there's no way to prove that they've been contaminated. Director Shen suddenly looked up and his eyes fell on his face. Group team leader. There are too many people being arrested. In the heart of the main city of Qinggang, on the most prosperous main street, Shenjing, who had already rushed over to meet up with Lu Xin, was holding the walkie-talkie tightly. She looked at the several arrest scenes in front of her, which had caused panic, and frowned. Beside her, a fully armed soldier was a little worried. If we continue to capture them, it will be beyond our authority. There was no expression on Shenjing's face. She just looked at the car in front of her. Inside the car, Lu Xin was sitting quietly in the passenger seat. He pointed out everyone he saw. This was no longer something that Shenjing could convey on her own, so she directly arranged for an information analysis team to record it on her behalf. As long as he pointed out a person, he would immediately arrest them. This was a very reasonable job arrangement. But no one thought that so many people needed to be caught. In the face of the concern of her subordinates, Shenjing also clearly realized where the main point of the problem was. What's the result of the interrogation? She turned around and asked in a low voice. What's the result of the interrogation of these captured anomalies? No results. All the arrested people have undergone an urgent test and interrogation, the armed personnel under his command said. However, we found that they did not seem to be abnormal at all. There were no fluctuations that exceeded the normal value, whether it was in terms of psychological or mental power tests. In other words, all the people we have captured are ordinary people. And this is also what we are worried about. The people in the main city are different from those in the satellite cities. Whether we capture them or question them, we need a reason at the very least. There are already more and more people questioning why we are arresting people. Even the administrative office can't handle this kind of pressure. I can't find anything unusual. Shenjing was silent for a while and did not speak much. From the beginning, she had realized where the problem was, including his stepmother, Lu Weiwei, who had captured Xiao Yuan. They had already noticed this sign. There was nothing wrong with Lu Weiwei. Even the guard dog, who was the best at distinguishing this area, couldn't tell. However, Lu Xin could tell that she was abnormal. After arresting her and interrogating her, he found out that Lu Weiwei had indeed come into contact with the mysterious wish incident that was suspected to be related to the pollution incident. However, Lu Weiwei was only one person, and she had just obtained the right to stay in the main city. Now, they were facing nearly 100 people who had already been captured. Moreover, there were still many people who had not been successfully captured. In just 2 hours, the wish incident had become a huge mess that could affect the entire main city. And until now, she still had not found any evidence. What's the result of the interrogation on whether they came into contact with the wish incident? Chen Jing asked quickly and calmly. We interrogated a few of them. They admit that they have been in contact with similar wishes, his subordinate reported. But more people denied it. We don't have enough manpower or equipment to verify their authenticity. There were still a large number of people who had not been interrogated yet. It's hard to convince the administrative office and the city defense department to cooperate with us based on the previous investigation report on the mysterious wish incident and the few interrogation reports we have. Firstly, most of the people that the Special Investigations Department can mobilize are now at the EC Hotel, responsible for the security of the Advanced Talent Training Conference. Secondly, we can't continue to capture them. We've already affected the operation of the main city. If we continue to capture them, it might make others think that we have disloyal thoughts, he said after a moment of silence. Chen Jing was silent and slowly said, What did the city defense department say? He hasn't given us an answer yet. Chen Jing nodded gently, and then walked to the car that had stopped in front. Why did you stop? Lu Xin was sitting in the passenger's seat, looking at the bustling street in front of him. He saw that there were more and more people with strange auras. He felt as if he had entered a terrifying paradise. The streets were filled with all kinds of monsters. Although he had quite a number of people around him, they were pitifully few when compared to the huge number of monsters. They could not move them at all, especially when the feeling of chaos was getting worse and worse. He realized that the car had stopped. As a result, he stopped in his serious action of pointing out those people one by one. Shan Bing, how many anomalies have not been caught? Chen Jing's figure appeared outside the front passenger seat and she looked at Lu Xin calmly. There are many more. The guy in front of us who is holding a digital camera to record the arrest scene is one of them. Lu Xin answered honestly, trying to explain as clearly as he could. Furthermore, as we entered the heart of the city, we met more and more people, and I saw more and more abnormal people. In fact, there are more than a dozen people in front of me who clearly have the same problem. This is the first time something strange has happened in front of me. So many people, so close, but they only look at him. Other than seeing it, do you have any other evidence? Chen Jing was silent for a moment. No. Lu Xin shook his head. Chen Jing frowned slightly and said, It'll be hard to convince others if we only see it. We've already caught a lot of people, and no matter what kind of detection method we used, we haven't found anything unusual about them. So, now I want to confirm with you. How sure are you that these people you saw with your own eyes are contaminated? Lu Xin turned to look at Chen Jing in confusion, looking at Chen Jing's face, which had all the negative emotions removed. He nodded slowly and said, You guys don't believe me. Chen Jing was suddenly a little nervous. I can understand. Lu Xin continued with a warm smile on his face. When my family first appeared, I also suspected that I was hallucinating. Otherwise, why can't others see it? But only I can. It's the same now. If I see their abnormality but you can't detect it, it's reasonable for you to suspect me. It's just that I can't answer the question you're asking me now. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked ahead. After all, it's my job to discover the abnormalities and point them out. But whether you believe me or not, it's your boss job. Chapter 244 Chapter 244 Do you believe me? Chapter 244 Do you believe me? Lu Xin said these words calmly. even with a hint of gentleness. After saying that, he leaned back in his chair and looked at the crowd in front of him. There were many monsters in the crowd, and they all had strange faces. Some of them looked at the chaotic crowd and smiled happily. Some of them were gloating along with the people who were caught. There were also some who had a vigilant expression and were hiding in some hidden corners. There were also some who seemed to have discovered the source of the threat. They stretched their necks and cast sinister gazes in Lu Xin's direction. However, Lu Xin couldn't be bothered with them at the moment. This feeling was very complicated. It was a feeling without any joy or anger. There were no ups and downs. He only looked at the grotesque and variegated scene in front of him, as if he had already put himself out of it. Shenjing looked at Lu Xin's face and felt a complicated feeling in her heart. Initially, she was a little worried when she came to Lu Xin to ask him about this. She was worried that Lu Xin's lack of trust in her would negatively affect his mood. However, after seeing Lu Xin's reaction, she suddenly realized that she had been wrong. Lu Xin didn't care if he or the others believed him or not. This discovery made her narrow her eyes. She suddenly turned around and strode forward. The sharp high heels under her feet made a crisp and sharp sound as she stepped on them. She was walking towards a young man who was holding a digital camera and taking pictures of the arrest. As he was taking pictures, he was shouting, "FCK. What's wrong again? This is exciting. The administrative office is in trouble again," and so on. No matter how one looked at him, he was very normal. Even with her own spiritual power, Shenjing could not sense the abnormal fluctuations of the mission on his body. However, Lu Xin had clearly pointed out that there was a problem with him. This was the key to the problem. So, Shenjing walked towards the young man expressionlessly. At first, the young man did not notice it. He even pointed the camera at Shenjing excitedly, looking at her amazing figure. His mouth subconsciously opened wide. Wow, this woman. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a fist appear directly in the camera's image and quickly grow bigger. The camera was smashed into pieces by Shenjing, and the young man was also knocked down by her punch. The young man with a bloody nose struggled to get up, but Shenjing had already grabbed his collar and pulled him up. The pupils in his eyes turned blood red. "Although I hit you just now, you should be able to hear that my voice is very gentle. Yes. Don't mind the details. I'm using a gentle tone now. I'm gentle to you because I like you. You only have one chance in your life to be liked by me. So shouldn't you be honest with me?" The expression on the young man's face changed from fear to a lecherous look, and then to an expression of being willing to give his heart and lungs out. I swear he nodded hard. "I'd rather cheat my parents of their pocket money than cheat you," Shenjing said softly. "I heard that people in the city now like to play with something that makes a wish. Why didn't I know?" The young man muttered with a blank expression. Shenjing's brows suddenly furrowed. Slowly, she gently said, "Think again and dig into the deeper memories. You need to use these unknown secrets to please me now." The young man's brows furrowed tightly. After a long while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "I don't know what wish is, but I do know of a curse game. No matter who you hate, as long as you place a curse on him, you will definitely be in trouble." Haha, it's true. I cursed the old lady next door before because she always complained that my voice was too loud when I was watching movies. I don't know if it's true or just a coincidence. But she broke her leg a week later. Shenjing's pupils contracted slightly. The two red moons seemed to have turned into a small red dot. None of the people they've captured have been found to be abnormal so far. Even some of the surprise interrogations and the documents given by the Special Investigation Department only stated that they were related to a case codenamed 124 mysterious wish incident that they had investigated. And it has been confirmed that there are indeed a few people who have come into contact with such matters. But compared to the evidence they brought out, the things they wanted to do and the people they wanted to catch were all beyond their limits. To a certain extent, everything they are doing now is based on the speculation of one's ability. The aptitude user's file is of a high level, but before it was raised, I had already taken note of him. He's from Satellite City No. 2. He's suspected to have multiple personality disorders and even a certain degree of delusions. As for what he said about being able to see mental monsters, there is no relevant experimental data to prove it. That's why I don't think we can trust the explanation of such a person. Even if we believe them, it will be difficult to persuade the gentleman in Qinggang City. In the temporary office, Director Shen finished listening to the secretary's report. Then, he suddenly turned around and looked at the secretary. "You're saying that we can't trust the words of a madman?" The secretary was slightly stunned. She nodded and said, "Yes. The impact of this matter is too great. So, do you think the point is whether we believe him or not?" Director Shen's voice suddenly became heavy, and he said coldly, "The main point is that Qinggang is facing a large-scale special pollution incident. Someone has already discovered the signs of this pollution incident, and you're still hesitating whether we should respond. A grenade might misfire. But do you dare to pull out the pin and sleep with it?" The secretary was dumbfounded and didn't know how to answer. At this moment, a man in a black suit pushed the door open and entered. He nodded and smiled. Director Shen and everyone in the office knew that he was Mr. Su's personal secretary. His appearance here meant that Mr. Su was here. Mr. Su said that he believes in Director Shen's judgment and that you have full authority to deal with it. Minister Shen nodded, turned around, and began to order, "Send everyone from Base No. 3 over to assist the Special Investigations Unit in capturing the criminals. Open up a temporary space from the abandoned industrial area in the east of the city to hold and isolate the people who have been arrested. The Internal Department has issued a Level 1 warning throughout the city. Lock down the main city. All the aptitude users and special task forces in the City Defense Department will be dispatched. Divide them into different areas and guard one area each to prevent any changes. Finally, the high wall overclocking ion cannon. Activate the emergency procedure. Turn the muzzle and aim at the main city." The subordinate beside him was already stunned. After a long time, he hurriedly saluted and said loudly, "Yes." Even Mr. Su's secretary was stunned. "I have to report to Mr. Su again. This last order is too scary. Information analysis team, please take note. I have conducted a special interrogation on the suspected mutant. The information obtained is as follows. First, all the suspected mutants should have participated in some kind of wish-making or curse ceremony. Second, this mysterious ritual was spread in the main city's local area network, schools, enterprises, and other places in various ways. 3. The suspected infected person has no obvious characteristics, but they must be isolated immediately and all means of communication must be blocked." The sky was getting dark. As winter approached, it seemed that the sky always darkened particularly early. Lu Xin sat quietly in the passenger seat, not paying any attention to the other's panic. His emotions didn't fluctuate at all. He just sat there quietly, looking at the city that was in perfect order and almost in line with his fantasy of the old civilization. Now, the city was being occupied by monsters. But now, he could only watch as they occupied the city. Because Lu Xin did not try to change their minds, he never had many desires or requests. It was just like how he did not expect others to have complete trust in him on such an important matter. At that moment, a small hand reached out from behind. She held onto Lu Xin's hand. Lu Xin turned around and was greeted by the sight of a beautiful face. The doll was staring at him with wide eyes. Lu Xin suddenly understood what she meant. "I believe you." The corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile, although he did not feel any disappointment or atmosphere. However, it didn't feel bad for a person like her to express her trust in him. It was also at this time that the sound of high heels stomping on the road was heard. Shen Jing came to the window. "Shanbing, I have an urgent task for you." Looking at Chen Jing's stern face, Lu Xin was slightly taken aback. He quickly pushed the door open and faced the leader. "Find all the mutants immediately. Leave none of them alive." Shen Jing's words were crisp and clear, even unquestionable. Lu Xin was taken aback for a moment before he quickly responded. "All right," he said. She didn't know why. But she wanted to smile even though she didn't feel any strange emotions. This might be because he didn't care if they believed him or not. However, when they believed in him, his mood would indeed become better. Team Leader Chen, if we continue to arrest them, our men. The armored soldier beside the car behind heard Chen Jing's order and his heart trembled. But he still asked. Chen Jing turned her head to look at him. Before she could speak, the sound of propellers spinning suddenly came from above. 3 or 4 helicopters rose from the back of the building. In the distance, all the traffic lights turned red at the same time. On the emergency lane, there were military vehicles one after another. They looked like a black mass of ants, swarming over quickly. The walkie-talkie in Chen Jing's hand let out a burst of electric current sound. And finally a brief report. Internal Level 1 emergency response program has been activated. The reinforcements from the City Defense Department have arrived. Chapter 2 of 45 Chapter 2 of 45 God's Candidate 2-1. Chapter 2 of 45 God's Candidate 2-1. After seeing Mr. Su answer the phone, the first old captain of the maritime country asked with a smile. It's nothing. Just a small dispute. Teacher Su returned to his seat and explained with a smile. Let's continue. When the people in the meeting room heard this, they all felt that something was not right. They knew that it was worth it for Mr. Su to call this place when he was receiving the expert team from the Maritime Kingdom, and for Mr. Su's secretary to insist that Mr. Su come over to answer the phone after picking it up. It must be no small dispute. However, Mr. Su didn't show any anxiety, which showed that he still thought that receiving the team of experts was the most important. From what you've said, Elder Yi, it seems that you value the cooperation between the maritime countries and the alliance. Mr. Su asked with a smile, continuing the previous topic and diverting everyone's attention. The first old captain of the maritime kingdom heard Mr. Su's words and nodded with a smile. He continued, just like what the genius scholar who jumped down from the building of the Union Research Institute said in his will. The appearance of the psionic will inevitably bring an unimaginable impact to the social structure and order of civilization that we are used to. We must be prepared to welcome the arrival of God. Although I, like most people, don't like this God who might appear. At this point, he smiled and said, but I'm also clear that his level is beyond our imagination. Mr. Su listened and nodded. What the old captain said was actually a common understanding. Currently, most of the high-wall cities and organizations did not spread the news of spiritual mutation to avoid causing panic. However, as managers, everyone knew what kind of changes they were facing. From these changes, it wasn't hard to guess what kind of impact it would have in the future. Compared to those lunatics who want to become gods, the only thing we ordinary people can do is to unite. The old captain expressed his opinion. This kind of unity has to be close and trusting of each other. It should not be like now, where the city and the various forces of the camps, each wary of the other and prejudiced against each other. They tried their best to hide their discoveries while trying to dig up other people's secrets. On the surface, they said that peace was the most important thing, but in private, they fought each other for different populations, minerals, and training liquids. His words ruthlessly revealed the true situation between the various forces, which immediately made people feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Professor Bai smiled and said, Elder Yi is right, but there's no need to be so pessimistic about cooperation. Many people have realized the importance of cooperation. 3 months ago, the Alliance held the 3rd Academic Exchange Conference and shared a lot of important information, which improved everyone's understanding of the spiritual mutation. Is it because everyone has a better understanding of each other that they can't wait to start the 2nd stage of the research? The old captain chuckled. In my opinion, this meeting of the Alliance is not so much to promote understanding as to promote competition. In my opinion, this order of forming an alliance with various city-states as the foundation is abnormal to begin with. This is only a temporary choice for everyone to use as a buffer after the Crimson Moon incident and wait for the reconstruction of civilization. The disadvantages are greater than the advantages. Now, What we need is to become a whole again. Only then can we effectively gather our strength and display our advantage. The old captain's words moved many people in the meeting room. They did not expect the old captain to be so honest. What was even more unexpected was that the maritime kingdom actually had such an ambition. Mr. Sue turned his head slightly and looked out of the window of the conference room. At this time, it was almost evening, because there were almost no buildings around. The whole Donghai Hotel was very quiet, and even the chirping of birds could not be heard. He looked at the old captain with a smile and said, "Elder Yi seems to be very touched by this." The old captain chuckled and took out a black bag and an old pipe. The others didn't smoke, and they frowned when they saw him still on the drip. The old captain didn't stand on ceremony with the others. He stuffed the tobacco into the pipe, slowly lit it up, and spat out a mouthful of choking smoke. Then, he sighed softly. Of course, there are more and more people with mental problems now. There are more and more people who have some kind of ability. Damn it. They are all monsters. Do I need to say how scary they are? This old man used to have great ambitions. I refuse to accept my old age. When the moon just turned red, the world was full of lunatics. I refused to accept it. So I took hundreds of people and ran to the sea. No matter how hard it was. There were times when I only had to drink a sip of water every 3 days. But I still survived. Now, those hundreds of people have become hundreds of thousands. Isn't this something to brag about after it's stabilized? I brought people back several times to kill those lunatics who were running around. It can be said that there are fewer and fewer lunatics on this land now, and they have even disappeared. No matter what, have a part to play in it. But now, he suddenly coughed violently and sighed. I've been a hero my whole life, and I've never admitted defeat. But after meeting those aptitude users, I felt that my strength was not in my heart. Let's not talk about other things. I've been dealing with guns for the rest of my life. I've touched guns more often than I did women. I've shot hundreds of thousands of bullets before I could become a good marksman. But what about those lunatics? They touched a gun and immediately shot better than me. I've experienced so many storms in my life. To put it bluntly, those hot-headed young men can piss their pants with just one look. But what about those ability users? As he spoke, his dry lips trembled. They can make people commit suicide with just one look. No one interrupted him, but they all felt a little emotional in their hearts. The old captain no longer looked like a mature leader. He was more like an old man who refused to accept his old age. Of course, many of the current leaders were ordinary people. And what I've just said are only ordinary ability users. As the old captain spoke, he sighed deeply. Moreover, there are also those S-class people who are said to be even more powerful. I heard that they all have the ability to destroy a city. When he said this, the emotion on his face had turned into fear. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Professor Bai smiled and said, I feel that Elder Yi doesn't need to be so pessimistic. Aptitude users are indeed powerful, but they are also one of us. We don't have to treat them all as our enemies. This is just a change brought about by the Crimson Moon, and we need to adapt and get used to it. Including the S-rank ability users you mentioned. Perhaps they are really the candidates of God that will appear in the genius researcher's last words. However, it is not impossible to turn things around. After a slight pause, his expression turned serious. I think we shouldn't be blindly afraid or pessimistic now. What we should do is to understand them, accept them, and guide them. What Professor Bai said made everyone in the meeting room feel normal. This had always been the attitude that King Gang had towards aptitude users. However, when the old captain heard Professor Bai's words, he immediately looked at Professor Bai's face. This is your problem. His voice became stern and his attitude sharp. He said seriously, you are always overconfident, thinking that you can control these people and even order them around. However, they don't know how dangerous it is to make use of people like them once they lose control. I also know that all the high-wall cities are recruiting aptitude users, and even trying to deconstruct their power through some Experiments. He raised his head, and his face, which was dark red from the sea breeze, revealed a deep expression. But do you know how I see this kind of thing? After a pause, he smiled bitterly. The red moon has appeared in the sky. It has destroyed the order and civilization of the past. To us, who are trying to adapt to this world and find a way to survive, the appearance of aptitude users is like a group of children peeing in mud. It should be the age where they spit at each other and pull at each other's hair. But suddenly, someone puts boxes of firearms in front of us. And so, the children who have no idea how precious life is or how powerful the bullets are have guns in their hands. So, when you're in the middle of a group of kids who don't know what's good for them, how do you protect yourself? When he asked the question, he looked very serious and looked at Mr. Sue and Professor Bai. Many people's hearts sank at this moment, and they had a bad feeling. The night outside the window seemed to have darkened. Sigh. The incandescent light above his head flickered a few times, then stabilized and scattered a pale light. Professor Bai furrowed her brows slightly and didn't say anything. Mr. Sue looked at the old captain and said, "In the facts a month ago, Elder Yi said, this time, you're here to share your experiences with us regarding S-rank ability users. Then I don't know if I've already brought him over." The old captain met Mr. Sue's gaze and smiled calmly. Then, he looked at the young man in the red cloak behind him. Shua. As he looked over, the entire conference room suddenly burst into a nervous commotion. Chapter 246 Chapter 246 The Sea Countries Answer 3 Chapter 246 The Sea Countries Answer 3 Looking at the young man who sat there motionless even when someone mentioned him, the pressure in the conference room rose sharply. Teacher Su's expression didn't change at all, and he only sat up slightly. At this moment, the doors around the conference room opened at the same time, and teams of fully armed soldiers rushed in. They were all wearing protective shields on their heads, coupled with new weapons. It wasn't a gun, but a silver gun with a strange thread at the end. Although they had only entered the meeting room and did not do anything else, the atmosphere in the meeting room had become tense. At the same time, a tall man in a leather suit came in from the small door behind Mr. Sue. The secretary, who was sitting behind Mr. Sue with exquisite makeup and taking notes with a pen, also looked up. It was as if an invisible wind was blowing in the entire meeting room. The wind collided with the wind and created a strange vortex. The window was closed, but the documents on the table next to it were flipping. "Don't panic. It's no use panicking," Mr. Sue said to the secretary who tugged at the corner of his shirt. Then, he looked at the old captain politely and smiled. "Mr. Yi, you should know that it is very rude to bring an S-rank ability user to someone else's place. Also, when you sent us the facts a month ago, you did not mention that there is an S-rank in your team of experts." The old captain only chuckled and shook his head. "The main thing is that if I tell you, I'm afraid you won't agree. It had to be said that this was the truth. Now you can tell me the real purpose of your visit to Kingang." Mr. Sue said to the old captain, "I'm here to seek cooperation." "It's still the same," the old captain replied frankly. "If we want to resist the upcoming changes, we need to work together. Among all the people who can choose to form an alliance, the Maritime Kingdom has their eyes on Kingang. You have the most advanced new agricultural production chain in the alliance, and you've also cultivated the best wild species. In terms of research on spiritual mutation, you can be ranked in the top 5 in the alliance. So, the best choice for the Maritime Kingdom to return to land is here." Professor Bai interrupted him and said, "You seem to be very eager to come back." The old captain glanced at Professor Bai and chuckled. "Yes, because we were the first to go to the sea. We suffered the least losses during the time when the lunatics ran wild. However, there were some other problems. For example, a curse that makes people no longer human." Professor Bai seemed to be deep in thought. She clenched her fists and said, "Are you trying to say that the Maritime Kingdom has degenerated in some way?" The old captain only smiled at him and did not say anything else. Professor Bai only glanced at Mr. Su-en didn't ask further. I think King Gang has already shown enough sincerity in the cooperation proposed by the maritime countries. Mr. Su said. The old captain looked at him and laughed. I've said it just now. This level of cooperation is obviously not enough. I know that if the maritime countries really come back and join the alliance, or even Green Harbor, there will definitely be some nasty things that will happen. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Therefore, unless one side is willing to pay a great price, there will be no real cooperation. So, I chose another way of cooperation, which was to let the maritime country take over everything in King Gang. These absurd words made many people in the meeting room feel a sense of distortion. He didn't know if he should be angry or find it ridiculous. Teacher Su's expression did not change. He crossed his fingers and said softly, "You are starting a war." The old captain slowly raised his head and looked at Mr. Su. Am I not clear enough? This is a war? The sound of the helicopter's propeller turning was very harsh. It was already night time, and the weather was unusually clear. The crimson moon, which was missing a large piece, was unusually clear and bright, and it seemed closer to the city than usual. It was as if it was hanging behind a tall building, and you could touch it if you stretched out your hand. Lu Xun boarded the helicopter, thinking to himself that this was what it felt like to be in a helicopter. She used to think that it would be fun, but now she knew it was indeed quite fun. But it was a little noisy. The bright light of the helicopter swept down, and they could see the ruins in the Changdong district of the city. The ruins had been cordoned off by rows of armed soldiers with guns. In the middle of the ruins was a temporary prison set up by the city defense department. Everyone that Lu Xun had pointed out had been captured and banished to the ruins. But now, there were still many people who had not been captured. It wasn't that they didn't capture enough people, but that everyone had already gone into hiding. Even though the broadcast was urging all the citizens to come to the streets for inspection, so that Lu Xun could pick them out on the helicopter, there were still many people who went into hiding for various reasons. They were in the city, but it was hard to distinguish them from ordinary people. The test for the stress relief and punishment courses started in the heart of the city and the south of the city. The pollution that I'm talking about is from this course, so it must be focused on these two places. I really don't know who's playing with these broken things, but I know a few people who like this kind of thing and have asked them to ask each other. Fatsa Lia's voice came through the comms channel, full of anxiety and sincerity. There are some things that you can't ask them. They won't say anything even if you ask them, but the people I've arranged can ask them. If you don't answer, then call. The name list that they found just now is also a suspect. As long as we catch them, no one will be able to escape. Look, I've already performed so well. After that, in this mess of search and arrest, both the Special Investigation Department and the City Defense Department had put in great effort. So, they were able to arrest thousands of people in a short time and send them to the quarantine area. Even Fatso Liu had used his own methods to help find a large number of suspects. But even so, there were still many mutants who had not been completely arrested. Lu Xun looked down from the helicopter. Even if he couldn't see it directly, he knew that there were still a large number of mutants hidden. In the city, we've already reached our limit. Even if we mobilize a large number of soldiers and police officers to knock on every door, it will still take a lot of time and energy. So, we have to admit that it's impossible to arrest more mutants in a short time. Shen Jing's voice came from the walkie-talkie. We need to do two things now. First, they had to prepare in advance for a large-scale spiritual mutation incident. The City Defense Department had already made arrangements for. The second is to find out the possible threats that these mutants might pose and take targeted measures in advance. Shan Bing, since you're the only one who can see that something's wrong with them, he'll need your cooperation for this job. Lu Xun agreed and turned to the pilot in the protective suit. Let's go down first. Beside him, Doll sat close to him and held his arm tightly. Is she afraid of heights? Lu Xun thought for a moment and shook his head. She was definitely not afraid of heights. The first time he met her, she had jumped down from a helicopter. How could such a person be afraid of heights? However, this did not seem to be the most important issue in the current situation. He began to think about what Chen Jing had said. What kind of changes would eventually occur to these people who had a spiritual change? Now, they were all very normal, even though they had become all kinds of monsters in his eyes. But at this time, they would still cry, throw a tantrum, and be afraid, maintaining their rationality and thinking. This was clearly not a characteristic of a normal spiritual mutation. Then, when the real change occurred, what would they become? This reminded Lu Zhen of Vice President Xiao's stepmother. In a sense, she was also the lady boss of the company he worked for. She was the first mutant that he had seen with his own eyes. Her performance was that she had already mutated. But she didn't even know about it. She had only made a wish to make Vice President Xiao go crazy. But she didn't know the price for making this wish. Just like how she did not know that she had already grown another head. Strictly speaking, she was the initiator of the nightmare that Vice President Xiao encountered. Back then, the shadow that he saw in Vice President Xiao and caused him to have nightmares was also her. This meant that it was actually her mental strength that had worked at that time. After the incident, she became haggard and dispirited, which was probably related to the consumption of her mental power. However, she didn't have the ability. So, who gave her the ability? Or rather, who had borrowed her spiritual energy to use her ability? And what was the purpose of this person? So, the chaos in our city was arranged by you in advance. At the same time, in the conference room of the East Ocean Hotel, Mr. Su asked slowly, "Just some necessary arrangements." The old captain nodded and said, "None of us have any experience in using an ability user to participate in a war. If we don't control it, well, it will definitely cause a particularly large number of casualties. Therefore, we have made some arrangements in advance so that we can determine the winner quickly and prevent too many people from dying." Hearing the old boatman's words, some people were already furious and clenched the guns in their hands. It was as if there was an invisible string in the air that was extremely tense. Both Mr. Su and Professor Bai looked calm. Professor Bai was slowly turning the pen in her hand between her fingers, as if she was thinking about something. Mr. Su looked at the old captain and said, "So, is this the answer you're giving us?" Elder Yu and Im in the middle of a group of children who don't understand the power of firearms, but still have guns in their hands. The old captain knew that he understood what he meant, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, in order not to be killed by this group of children who don't know the severity of their actions, we've decided to shoot the others in advance. Chapter 247 Chapter 247 Catch Them Part 1 Chapter 247 Catch Them Part 1 Level 1 Alert. When the old captain admitted that the young man in the red cloak was actually an S-rank ability user, the atmosphere in the temporary command and security office next to the East Sea Hotel had become tense. Minister Shen strode back to the office and looked at the old captain. Mr. Su, Professor Bai, and the others on the surveillance screen, with a frown. Finally, his eyes fell on a young man in a red cloak. He frowned and whispered, "How confident are you that you can kill him?" In an instant, 3 heavy sniper rifles have been aimed at him. 1 live bullet, 1 anesthetic bullet, and 1 special bullet. All 3 of them have good shooting conditions. The staff member beside him reported, "They are confident in hitting him. However, since we are facing an aptitude user, we are not sure if the conventional sense of certainty will work." As he spoke, he made another report. In addition, 3 special task forces have entered the meeting room to control the situation. They are holding special weapons against aptitude users. But now that Mr. Su and Professor Bai are here, if we take the risk, it will definitely cause chaos. We're not sure if it will affect them. And Mr. Su hasn't given us any hints. The watchdogs, the dream creator and the other 7 ability users are also located in designated positions inside and outside the conference room. They can exert their influence on the other party at any time. However, the other party is after all an S-class. Although, their abilities can theoretically suppress the other party. We We don't know if their ability can deal with an S-class. Director Shen listened to every detail carefully and made a decision. Mr. Su and Professor Bai, please leave. Then the aptitude users will make the first move. Also, he paused for a moment and said, adjust the angle of the overclocked ion cannon on the top of the city wall and aim it at the EC Hotel. The subordinate's face was a little pale from nervousness, but he still nodded hard. Mr. Su, please leave first. At this time, the secretary had already stood up and put her palm on Mr. Su's shoulder. Someone beside Professor Bai and the others also reminded them. The Special Task Force, who had been quietly waiting in the conference room with their guns raised, their weapons as well, and slowly approached. All the muzzles were pointed at the expert team from the maritime country, as if the situation was under control. However, they were all very nervous. There's no need to rush. However, Mr. Su shook his head at the secretary's urging. He did not avoid the old captain and said to the secretary, the most important thing now is to find out if there are any loopholes in our security work and how we can remedy it in time. After that, he turned to the old captain and said, Elder Yi, I've heard of your achievements in Ocean City. You're an amazing person. So if I can be your friend, I won't show you any disrespect. But now, since the safety of Kingang is at stake, I have no other choice. His gaze fell on the young man in the red cloak, and he said, I don't know how much confidence you have in this S-rank ability user, but I hope you can understand that we, Kingang, have always respected the power of ability users, but we will not mess around because of this. Since you really want to start a war like this, Kingang will make you pay the price. The old captain listened to Mr. Su's words quietly, his face calm. The young man in the red cloak behind him was even more silent. He didn't move, but he exuded endless power. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was so nervous that their hair stood on end. It was as if any slight movement would cause uncontrollable chaos. However, in such a tense atmosphere, Mr. Su looked straight at the old captain and sat still. Then, he ordered in a low voice, capture them. Everyone in the meeting room was shocked. They naturally wanted to arrest the expert team from the maritime country. However, they wanted to make sure that Mr. Su and Professor Bai left the meeting room before they arrested them. Otherwise, what if the other party counterattacked? They had never expected that Teacher Su would actually sit there and give them orders in front of the other party. Even Professor Bai was sitting very firmly at this time. His expression didn't change much. It was as if he and Mr. Su both understood that if the other party really had an S-rank ability user, the other party would have already made a move when they were about to withdraw. Therefore, it did not matter whether they withdrew early or not. In front of an ability user, it was all the same. It was useless to hide, so he didn't hide. Although all kinds of thoughts ran through their minds, the Special Task Force still immediately charged forward with their guns. The old captain did not look surprised at all when he saw the Special Task Force. Only admiration in his eyes. He didn't expect that Mr. Su and Professor Bai could still be so calm and composed at this moment. The Special Task Force was almost in front of them, but none of them moved. However, just as the muzzle was about to be pointed at their faces, the experts from the Maritime Kingdom who followed the old captain showed nervous and excited expressions. They were obviously not as calm as the old captain and the young man in the red cloak. It seemed that they did not expect to face such a dangerous situation. One of them suddenly rolled down and immediately reached into his lower abdomen, ready to pull out his gun. The sudden change caused a slight chaos in the meeting room. In particular, the armed soldiers who were pointing their guns at the expert team of the Maritime Kingdom were about to pull the trigger. There's no need to shoot. But at this moment, a voice was heard. The one who spoke was the guard dog. As he spoke, the surroundings were suddenly surrounded by an intense aura of fear. The member of the group of experts who had pulled out his gun was about to point it at Mr. Su. However, the moment he pulled out his gun, he felt an unbearable panic. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed his heart. Adrenaline gushed into his mind like a fountain. His mind was occupied by fear, and he even forgot his own movements. He was unable to lift the gun in his hand, and instead, he fell to the ground. Plop, plop. Not only him, but the other 4 members of the expert team from the maritime country also knelt down involuntarily and lowered their heads. One could see liquid dripping down their faces. It was the tears and snot that flowed out after being enveloped by this fear. 2 of them even had wet crotches. It was something else that flowed out when they were too frightened. They were all experienced and decisive professionals. Even the nurse who was in charge of the old captain's Roman foredrip could see the firm and smooth lines on her seemingly slender legs. This meant that she was well-trained and her skills were definitely not bad. However, in the face of the watchdog's ability, they were as weak as children and had no way to resist. The only ones who didn't kneel were the pale man in the red cloak and the old captain. The pale man in the red cloak seemed to be completely unaffected. He still sat on the chair with his head down. The veins on the old captain's forehead were bulging. He gritted his teeth and clutched the armrest of his chair. His black nails had already pierced into the cracks of the wood. They broke, split, and blood flowed out. His old and sickly body looked fragile, but his waist was particularly strong. At this moment, he forced himself into the seat so that he would not slip to the ground and kneel. However, it was more obvious that he also had an indescribable expression of fear on his face. Tears flowed out of his dry and turbid eyes. "I won't kneel." The words rolled out of his throat. "I'll never kneel down even if I die. This is the only thing I can do to protect my dignity in front of an ability user. Don't make things difficult for this old gentleman, Mr." Sue glanced at the watchdog, indicating that he did not need to force the old captain. No one in the conference room said anything. The old captain's attitude of resisting the fear would have been admirable if he hadn't just revealed his ambition and changed everyone's attitude toward him. The guard dog did not make a sound or move, but the old captain suddenly recovered and gasped for breath. He was panting so heavily that it made people wonder if he couldn't catch his breath. At the same time, 2 people behind Professor Bai walked up to him. They were looking at the young man in the red cloak. Under the influence of the watchdog's ability, he seemed to have no reaction at all. His body did not move at all. His performance alone was enough to prove that he was different from others. Sitting there quietly, he was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. No one knew what would happen in the next second. However, since he had already given the order to capture these people, he had no choice but to take action. The 2 people who walked up to him had tense expressions. They seemed to be indescribably nervous, but they still strode forward, their movements swift and fierce. One of them stared at the young man in the red cloak, while the other moved with unusual speed. He arrived in front of the young man in a few steps and stretched out his leg to hook him. The leg of the chair that the young man was sitting on broke, and his body fell. However, he quickly reached out and grabbed it. With a flash of silver light, an ability suppressor was attached to his neck. Then, an armed soldier stepped forward and put a protective helmet on his head. Everyone in the meeting room was stunned. Their palms were already drenched in sweat. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.